The leading jump in Pool B was Alana Snowden with 5.26. Esme Powell, the only all-round was over 5 metres with 5.09. Alan Payne on 4 metres 95, the current leader. So we could see the changing hands after this event. So 3 rounds complete in the javelin competition. Changing the current order with Macuson leading senior competition. That's tremendous personal best.
Good morning and welcome back to Birmingham for the England Athletics Senior and Under 20 Championships here at the Alexander Stadium. It's a bit of a drizzly morning. Well, the rain has just about stopped. It's damp on the track, but Scott Eburn here in the commentary box alongside me today, Michael Weedock, for the next 2 days, and lots to look forward to. And Michael, it all starts with the decathlon in just a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, we've got a couple of senior decathlon finals to look forward to in the next 10 minutes or so. Final A coming up in around about 90 seconds or so. We can see the starters on the line there. And then at around about 4 minutes past 10, we'll have the second final. And then, of course, the decathlon, the 110-metre hurdles coming up next. We've also had some events in the field earlier on. We'll try and bring you up to date with those as well.
Man in the middle in that white Tunbridge vest is Harry Kendall. Was here last year at these championships as well. Had some injury troubles so far this year, so he's opening up his account for the decathlon. And this track he knows very well because of his accolades at the Commonwealth Games 3 years ago now, would you believe? Where on earth has that time gone? This first race then in the senior men's decathlon 100 metres, Craig Moncur on the inside, George Asprey Suleiman Wools, Harry Kendall, Oliver Adnett, Callum Newby, who's made good improvements, Stephen Simmons and Jack Turner on the outside. Good to see Jack Turner here. The rain has stopped. The wind was favourable yesterday. And the senior men's decathlon is underway. Good start by Adnett, and a bit of work to do for Turner on the outside. Kendall starting to surge through, but it's Jack Turner on the outside that's coming through in that Exeter vest. A 10.88, 1.9 metre per second wind, almost perfect. And that's a great way to open the day for Jack Turner.
Yeah, terrific start for Jack there, the Exeter Harrier, as you say. Time of 10.88. His season's best is 10.73, just outside of his PB time as well, of 10.56, and the first points on the board in the first event there. Slower than some of the others out of the blocks, but really came through in that second phase of the race, and great start for Jack.
Yeah, Jack's been based in the US for the last couple of years, plying his trade there. Has developed really nicely from the juniors to the seniors, and 2 years ago scored 8,011 points, that hallowed barrier, and we've had a couple more go over that this year as well. We're having a bit of a regal year in terms of British decathlon, but the time officially given is 10.88 seconds. Just trying to see where Harry Kendall came on that. 10.95 for Harry Kendall. I think he'll be pretty pleased with that. And it was Simmons in 11.05 in third.
So getting ready then for this second final, the 100 metres of the men's senior decathlon. And you can see there on your screen our competitors: Dante McNichol of Durham University in lane 2, William Reid, City of York in 3, Remy Weinbrecht of the Highgate Harriers in 4, Alistair Mackay of East Lothian in 5, Cal McLennan of Basingstoke and Mid Hants in 6, Stephen Bates, Nuneaton Harriers in 7, Dan Richardson from the City of Sheffield and Dean Athletics Club in 8, and Evan Campbell in lane 9. Will lane 9 be successful again in this second final of these 100 metres men's decathlon? We've talked a little bit about the weather and the conditions, and in the last half hour it has been pretty heavy rain, and you'll notice, of course, the track, there's a few different sort of puddles there. A bit of a puddle there just in lane 9 in our picture at the moment, but the good news is it appears to be brightening up at the moment.
Yeah, it's nice. We should have a bit of sunshine, I don't know, around about 5 p.m. this evening, just as we're wrapping up proceedings here.
Crossed.
So we are hopeful. It's sometimes deceptive, isn't it, Michael, in these stands? We've both spent a lot of time in stadiums, but it can sometimes feel so much colder in the stand than it does on the track. I remember going to the London 2012 test event for the Bucks Championships, and it was about 5 degrees in the stand, but you stepped onto the track and it was about 15 or 20, so it wasn't too bad. But in the stand, it can sometimes feel horrible.
So just to confirm, Jack Turner 10.88 then in that first final. Harry Kendall 10.95, finishing second. So 872 points for him. Turner 888 points, as we've said. Stephen Simmons 11.05, 850 points. So getting ready now for this second final. It's a more traditional start time for these decathletes than the under-20s guys yesterday, who kind of started middle of the afternoon. And if you know your traditional track and field programs, you'll know these multi-eventers normally start fairly early on in the program, fairly early on in the morning. So McNichol in 2, Reid in 3, Weinbrecht in 4, Mackay in 5, McLennan in 6, Bates in 7, Richardson in 8, and Campbell in lane 9. And it was a decent start actually there in lane 2 for McNichol, and Reid did well as well. And it is those two, McNichol and Reid, going head to head at the moment, and just trying to get there. It was, I think, William Reid. Although over on this near side as well, again, coming from lane 9, Evan Campbell really dipped on the line there too.
Yeah, it's close, isn't it? Good flurry. Everybody getting reasonably close to their personal bests as well. Within a decathlon, it's so hard as you get a bit more senior to score personal bests on every event, but it's about trying to get as close as you possibly can and improving that consistency across the 10 events. And, you know, a lot of athletes there with personal best or season's best of around 11.3, and I think 11.41 is a good time.
We're still awaiting the official confirmation there of who actually got across the line first. As we said, there was 2 or 3 dipping.
We have got a big screen on the infield, and I think it's just popped up with the result now.
Yep, there it is. So it was William Reid, and we said that McNichol and Reid were going head-to-head. McNichol in the end was dipped out of it because Reid it was of the City of York with a time of 11.41. Weinbrecht 11.46 in second, and Mackay finishing third, a time of 11.52.
There's a result from that first heat. Then Jack Turner, 10.88. A little down on his personal best, but it's his first decathlon in the UK since the UK Championships in Manchester 3 years ago. Harry Kendall, 10.95. Not far off his 10.77 personal best. He set at the England champs back in 2022. I think he'd be pretty pleased with that for a 100-metre opener. And then Stephen Simmons, 11.05. More to come. They'll be straight over to the long jump pit. I can see that getting squeegeed up at the moment just to try and give a drier surface. We're fortunate here that we've got some great kit in this Alexander Stadium to help support our athletes. And I do know as well that they have got the runway position, so they will have a tailwind as well, because yesterday, Michael, we had some plus 4.1 metre per second winds in the 100 metres. And I remember last year at these championships, for some reason on the back straight, the long jumpers were jumping into a headwind, but fortunately this time the officials have flipped things around for them.
So next up, though, on the track, as we've said, it will be a return to the decathlon, the under-20s men decathlon next up on the track. They'll be doing the 110-metre hurdles, so that's been set up for us at the moment. Just to bring up to date as well, some of the things that happened earlier on today. We did have a 9:30 start in the heptathlon, so we had a couple of long jump competitions that are been ongoing. I can tell you that Matilda Quick, who had a good day yesterday, result for her of 5.60, so 729 points. That was in the A final, and then we had the B final of that heptathlon long jump as well. And just to bring you up to date with that one, Alana Snowden, 5.26, so 631 points for her. So those were the first 2 events in the field. We've also got some javelin taking place at the moment, and in the last few moments the seated discus throw and the seated club throw have also started as well. So we'll keep our eyes on those for you as well. As we said, the decathletes will head over, the senior men decathletes that is, they will head over to the long jump. We've got plenty of action in the next hour for you. We've got some 400-metre semi-finals, and of course we've got some 100-metre hurdles for the women's heptathlon as well here on the track too.
So in the heptathlon competition, Matilda Quick, superb jump at 5 metres 60. Aidan Bell, 5.46. Payne, 5.27. So could well see a change of lead. Payne was leading overnight, and Matilda Quick second, only 2 points behind her. Significantly better long jump. So those scores just being processed now. Anna Wilson with a good jump of 5.25. She was in the bronze medal position. So that was Freya Jones and from Harrow, fourth round. Currently in third position. There we go. Sorry, currently leading in 47.93. Slight improvement there, I think. 48 metres. Exactly. So if you own a grey Skoda HV69YEJ, if you would like to return to your vehicle, please, a grey Skoda HV69YEJ.
Right, we continue with the decathlon action, but it kicks off with day 2 for these under 20 men and their 110 metre hurdles. We had a big finish yesterday for Sam Newton. Sam Newton, who is going very well at the moment and leads the score with 3,723 points. He's about 40 points ahead of Will Alexander. So he's going well at the moment.
Yeah, some decent performances yesterday from Sam Newton. Long jump of 7.17, an excellent high jump of 1.94. Finishing the day, I think second, it was 50.95 in the 400 metres as well. So that saw him as the overnight leader. So Sam Newton will be in lane 7. So you'll see him there wearing bib number 1232. Remember, we don't have a athlete in lane 1 here. So we've got Luke Pickler in 2, Alfie Carter in 3, Tom Bennett 4, Kieran Bumista Reid in 5, William Alexander in 6, Sam Newton in 7, and Ryan McCaffrey in lane 8, the Sale Harrier. Remember as well, places up for grabs for athletes today and tomorrow for the European Under-20 Athletics Championships, which takes place next month in Finland. So again, we're going to have what they refer to as the A final. And then the B final for this men's under-20s decathlon. So you would imagine the leading contenders will be in this race here as they go down to their blocks now. And eyes, as we said, will be very much on Sam Newton in lane 7. Pickler in 2, Carter 3, Bennett 4, Mr. Reed in 5, Alexander in 6, Newton in 7, and McCaffrey in lane 8. And away cleanly there as well. And in a really good start there from lane 4, here's Bennett, who's just clear of the field now. And if he finishes as he does, strongly, he takes the victory, and takes the victory very well there. A time of 14.47 for Tom Bennett, the Taunton Athletics Club athlete. And that is a personal best time as well, because his best performance ahead of this one, 14.52. So, yeah, he shaved a little bit off that.
Yes, a great way to start. He was in good form yesterday, ran well in the 400 to round off the proceedings. And, yeah, I think 14.47, you can't ask for any more, can you? If it's indeed confirmed as a personal best, we'll wait for the official result to come through on that. And does just give him that slight advantage, and we'll see what happens as they go into the rest of the field events for this afternoon, because it's going to be a long afternoon now for them before they get to the 1500 later on this evening. And the 1500 very much near the end of our programme today to wrap things up.
Yep, so Bennett confirmed 14.47, Alexander in second 14.77, McCaffrey, the Sale Harrier, 15.04 in third position in that A final. And the B final will be coming up for you in a couple of moments. Here they are.
Yeah, so in this one, 6 athletes. Adam Byrne, Southport Waterloo on the inside. Then we've got Reef Page from Tunbridge. So many great multi-eventers. We keep talking about it from Tunbridge. They do so well as a club. Nathan Brassington of West Cheshire. Sam Licorice of Northampton. Joe Stone, another Tunbridge lad. And Zach Fern from Team East Lothian up in Scotland. Just having a look where Sam Newton was in that first heat. Sam Newton, 15.14 seconds. That's just outside his personal best, so a great result for him. And again, that will help his points total at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. I'll be glad the rain has stopped. Things are going to start to dry up. The temperature today, we're going to get to around 21, 22 degrees later on. It's actually about 18 degrees at the moment, so it looks worse than what the temperature actually is.
That said, you did just put a second pair of trousers on.
Yeah, I did, yeah. And I've got a cap on, a jacket, a long sleeve, a T-shirt. So I am well wrapped up in the stand. But for the athletes, as I said earlier on, it sometimes feels warmer down on the track, and I don't know whether they've got access to the indoors here at the High Pack in Birmingham for warming up, but yeah, it's coming very handy in these sorts of conditions anyway. Not as glorious as it was yesterday afternoon, evening. Just keeping an eye out to make sure we've got everybody. You inevitably lose people along the way in a decathlon and a heptathlon. It's an attritional event.
Yes, we've only got 4 lining up here. So no lane 1, no lane 2, no lane 4, and no lane 7 for you.
Yeah, unfortunate, really, but that's the way it goes. Athletes perhaps not having a great start on day one, maybe don't want to continue, or they've picked up a few niggles along the way, or perhaps even because it was a late finish yesterday, they didn't manage to wake up in time for this morning to register. Who knows? But yeah, let's just have a look at who we've got here then in this B final.
Lane 3 will be Adam Byrne, Southport Waterloo. Lane 5 be Nathan Brassington, 6 Sam Licorice, and 8 Zach Fern, closest to us.
Yeah, and Byrne out on his own in lane 8. Sometimes in this stadium as well, it can be a little bit drier in those outer lanes. Doesn't seem to be the case today.
There's a puddle just after hurdle 2 there.
Yeah, they need to get the squeegee out in that area, don't they? So
I think, to be fair, it's in lane 9, so it shouldn't be an issue for Zach Fern.
yeah, fingers crossed for him. Right then, it's Byrne on the inside, then Brassington in 5, Licorice in 6, and on the outside in lane 8, Zach Fern, race 2 in the 110-metre hurdles of this under-20 men's decathlon here at the England Championships. Good start on the inside from Byrne. Licorice now into his running. Brassington just pushing him on the inside, and Licorice just starting to find that rhythm, but Byrne is still pushing on the inside, and Licorice just starting to edge away over the final barrier through the line. 15.97 on the clock. That would be his first time under 16 seconds if the result is official. It was a really smooth run from Sam Licorice, the Northampton lad. Good rhythm. No issues all the way through. And just managing to pull away from Brassington and Byrne over the final 2 barriers. 15.97. We'll give him something like 700 points, I think. So good for him going into the next event.
Yeah, it's perhaps inevitable as well, as we said, with the main contenders for this competition going in that A final. It's perhaps inevitable that we do lose some in the B final, because if they haven't performed as perhaps they would have liked on day 1, and they are down the field, then, as we said, it's difficult then to come back here for day 2. And if there's any kind of niggle or there's a bigger picture they might be looking at this season, no need, of course, to risk anything here, as we will reset this track now. Next up, we will be going back onto the track, and it will be for the women. And so what we will do is actually have 3 heptathlon finals. So we'll have an A final, B final and C final. First up at 10:30 will be the women's A final. So this is the senior women. So again, starting today, their competition. And as we said, there'll be three finals here over the 100-metre hurdles.
Yeah, that comes up in about 7 minutes' time. Good lineup as well for the senior heptathlon field. Ellen Barber going in this too, and so Lauren Evans, the Welsh athlete Lauren Evans, one of those athletes who competed for Wales at the 2022 Commonwealth Games on this track. She finished 7th in the heptathlon then, so good to have her back here, and we'll be on the track with that in just a few minutes' time.
very shortly we'll be commencing the first event of the senior women's tackle competition. The sprint hurdles, 100-metre hurdles. In total. There are 6 competitors in this first heat. Most of these athletes completed a rather run under 14 seconds for 100-metre hurdles. Weather conditions are improving by the minute. We saw some pretty fast times yesterday, but it was a considerable wind behind. Slightly different today, slightly cooler, but also maybe calmer.
Well, the athletes lining up, ready for the senior men's pole vault, so let's go through the lineup. First to jump from City of Shepherd and Dern, Will Lane. From Peterborough Mead Valley, Angus Bowling. From Wrexham, Thomas Wally. From Birchfield Harriers, Jack Phipps. From Thames Valley Harriers, Jack Harris.
All right then, the lineup for this first heat of the senior women's heptathlon 100-metre hurdles, the very first event in the heptathlon. Good lineup for this. We've got Emily Tyrrell, who goes on the inside, and another Exeter Harrier. Katie Chapman's in 3. Ella Rush, good to see her here. Amber Valley athlete goes in 4. Lauren Evans, as I mentioned, Commonwealth Games athlete at the Birmingham 2022 Games here in this stadium. Pyle Elmer goes in 6, and then Maddie Hutton on the outside in 7. So Ella Rush currently 5th in the UK rankings. Has got 5,532 points so far this year, edging towards that best of just outside 5,600 points. So she'll be looking to get amongst the medals this weekend. Ellen Barber goes in the second race. Ellen Barber, an athlete that's gone over 6,000 points before, getting back to her best with that 6,016 point score at the Dexter at the start of this month. Good to see her here. She'll perhaps be disappointed she's not in this first faster race of the 100-metre hurdles. So the athletes who stand behind their blocks will be getting in the way very shortly, and we'll head throughout the day, concluding with the 200 metres later on. It's a long old programme for them today. The 200 metres are, well, one of our last events today, and we'll see them at right about 6:15, I think it is, on the programme. Yeah, 6:07, the 200 metres for this senior women's heptathlon. So just waiting for the final couple of hurdles to get set up. It's a swarm of volunteers and stadium workers here doing a fantastic job making sure all those hurdles are meticulously aligned. These events as well, of course, they are only able to go ahead with the support of our wonderful volunteers, our officials, coaches as well, and parents that bring our junior athletes to these competitions. And of course, these England Championships are as well powered by Citroën, who are England Athletics' new headline partner, showing England Athletics and the Personal Best Foundation are sustainably powering our next generation as well. So great to have them with us. the Personal Best Foundation as well. You can find more about that on the England Athletics website, and Citroën are helping roll out the benefits of athletics to young people around the regions.
It's another terrific event for Birmingham as well. And of course, this stadium will stage the British Championships next weekend, a return after being at the regional arena by the Etihad in Manchester. And we had the Keighley Classic, which was a brand new event on the calendar indoors earlier on this season as well, also held here in Birmingham. Alexander Stadium, as you'll know, home of the very successful Birchfield Harriers as well. And it's great to see this blue track that was laid and the renovation of this stadium as well for those Commonwealth Games that you mentioned. And it was just this week that the year to go to the next Commonwealth Games. And some of these athletes that we're going to see on display here today, I'm sure will be targeting a place representing England, representing Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, one of the home nations at those games, which are now less than a year away. Athletics, of course, in Glasgow, going to be at Scotstoun, not Hampden, as it was in 2014.
Lauren Evans in this first race, one of those athletes that will fancy her chances of going to those Commonwealth Games next year. She wears 1213 on her bib. So it's Tyrrell on the inside, then Chapman, Rush, Evans, Elmer and Hutton. First of three races in this heptathlon 100-metre hurdles. Away cleanly, great start from Evans. Rush going with her too on the inside. Tyrrell looking strong at the moment, and very, very strong is Tyrrell. Beginning to pull away from the rest of the field. She's opened a gap here. Chapman's there in second, but it's Tyrrell on the inside. 13.45. The time on the clock in front of us. The clock on your screen did not stop for whatever reason, but Emily Tyrrell are doing exactly what her Exeter Harrier clubmate Jack Turner did in the 100 metres for the decathlon in taking a storming win in the first event.
Yeah, really showed excellent shape, excellent form and excellent composure all the way through that race, Emily Tyrrell.
And Tyrrell has got a best of 13.8 hand time, 13.90 electronic time. So if that is confirmed, that is a monster personal best for Emily Tyrrell. We were looking towards the likes of Katie Chapman and Lauren Evans, the two Cardiff athletes that finished almost joint in second there. We'll have to wait for the official result. But Emily Tyrrell, a barnstorming run and a great way to kick off her account here at the England Champs.
Yep, so we will have two more finals now for these women for the pentathlon. So we will go to the B final next up. So just to bring you up to date with the B final and who's going to be on the start list for this one, as the athletes are just down there completing some of their warm-ups now in lane 2. Lucy Woodward, 3 Neve Davenport, 4 Lily Holt, 5 Ellen Barber, 6 Keris Lee and 7 Anna McCauley. Field events continuing as well, but we'll keep our focus in the next few minutes on the next two events on the track, where the first points will be awarded in this pentathlon now. And you know, I hate to be too British about it, but we are talking extensively about the weather today, and the weather is rapidly improving, which is good news for these athletes as they continue their programme of events through today and tomorrow. And as Scott's been saying, it's a long day. After 6 o'clock this evening, there will be in those 200-metre events. So, yeah, a lot of time to kill and a lot of action to come.
So the result from that first heat has just flashed up on the screen in front of me. Emily Tyrrell has been given the win, 13.46 seconds, but agonisingly, it's plus 2.1 metres per second wind, so an illegal wind, but she's going to get huge points for that, which is great to see. It was Katie Chapman that came through in 13.88 to get second, and Lauren Evans 13.91 for third. So good from those three.
Yeah, so 1,056 points for Emily Tyrrell there. 995 points for Katie Chapman and 991 points for Lauren Evans at the start. Those are the athletes which the fact that they're in that A final suggests are the ones to watch. But a terrific start, as we've been saying there, from Emily Tyrrell as we move towards this B final now. So representing Jersey Spartan, Lucy Woodward, wearing bib number 1215. Niamh Davenport in lane 3. Lily Holt, Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers Athletics Club in 4. Ellen Barber of the Yeovil Olympiads AC in 5. Keresley of Taunton in 6. And Anna McCauley of the City of Sheffield and Durn on this near side to us in lane 7. So we've got 6 in this one. And then we'll take you through the C final as well. And a marker definitely been put down by Emily Tyrrell, certainly in that A final as well. Athletes called to their blocks for the start of this women's senior heptathlon. And our second group of athletes on the track now. Last moment of focus there for Ellen Barber, wearing 1209. Just had a look at that first hurdle. The barriers in front of them. And it was a good start actually by Barber. A really good start as well. And she is showing terrific form again here. Barber it is, who clears the final hurdle and dips across the line as well. It's a clear win for her. 14.08 is the time on your screen from the athlete there from the Yeovil Olympiads Athletics Club. Smile on her face. She's happy with that.
Smile on her face because, if confirmed, that is a great personal best. She's clocked 14.18 seconds before. She also ran 13.87 at the deck start at the start of this month, which was an illegal tailwind, but 14.08 plus 1 metre per second wind. That's a new personal best and a fantastic way to start on a damp morning here in Birmingham.
Yeah, it's interesting. All the athletes straight over to their boxes to try and get their tracksuit tops and their tracksuit bottoms on, just trying to keep warm ahead of their next events. We'll confirm, obviously, all of the final results from that B final in a couple of moments, as we now have the athletes coming onto the track for our C final. So Barber 14.08, Davenport in second 14.31, Macaulay of the City of Sheffield Club finishing third, time for her of 14.46.
Personal best as well for Niamh Davenport by 100th of a second, so great for her. She is an under-23 athlete, somebody that with 5,470 points is in a good position to get amongst the medals for the under-23s. This weekend, of course, is the under-20 and senior championships, but we are also handing out medals for the under-23s as well. The under-23s who last weekend were in Norway for the European Under-23 Championships. The trials for that Great Britain team was held in conjunction with the Welsh Championships just over a month ago. So, but there is a chance for under-20s to get selected for the European Juniors, which is being held in 2 weeks' time. It starts on the 7th of August, so a quick turnaround if they do make the team, and only the top one from these trials, assuming they have the qualifying standard set out in the selection policy, is guaranteed a place. Still one more race in this heptathlon 100-metre hurdles to come. 6 athletes in the lineup going through their final preparations. These are the athletes that have the slower personal best coming into this competition. In the multi-events, the races are seeded, so everybody's more competitive and gets a chance to compete against those with a similar ability. And Amy Kennedy of Glasgow Jaguars goes on the inside. She's got a best of 15.01 seconds. Sophie Doherty goes in lane 3. Then Scarlett Whittaker has got a personal best of 14.6 seconds, but has only run 15.35 this year. That's why she's in this third race. Alana Fashanu goes in 5. Hannah Payne is in 6, and then Brooke Dunlop goes on the outside in lane 7. So Kennedy, Doherty, Whittaker, Fashanu, Payne and Dunlop. Third race of the 100-metre hurdles in this senior women's heptathlon. Nice start. On the inside, Kennedy gets out well. Fashanu through the middle, just going a bit vertical over the barriers. And now from Sale Harriers, Scarlett Whittaker in those red shorts starting to power on through. Can she challenge Kennedy? It's Whittaker coming through. And Whittaker just gets there. 15.07 on the clock. That would be a new season's best if confirmed. Did well to come on through over the final 4 barriers and put the pressure on Amy Kennedy that started so strongly in that pink vest of the Glasgow Jaguars.
Yeah, Scarlett Whittaker, season's best before today, 15.35. A PB of 14.63 for the Sale Harrier. I noticed when she came out, she spotted someone in the crowd and she had a big grin for them and a big wave, and she'll be absolutely thrilled and delighted with the way she has started this heptathlon here today as well.
Those are the moments that are good to see, isn't it? You know, if you can smile before a race, I think it shows you're relaxed and definitely helps from a performance perspective as well. So it's good to see.
We'll be back on the track with you very shortly. We've got 400 metres to come for you. It's women's under 20 action, and again we'll have 3 semi-finals for the women, and then it will be the men's under 20s just after 11 o'clock this morning on the schedule, and we will have 2 semi-finals for you there as well.
There's the results from the second race of the heptathlon hurdles. Ellen Barber 14.08. Personal best for her. Neve Davenport as well, a personal best in second. And it was Anna Macaulay with 14.46 who got third in that race. On the overall point scoring, it's Emily Tyrrell that sits at the top with 1,056 points. Then Katie Chapman 995, Lauren Evans 991, and then Ellen Barber 967. So about 100 points behind Emily Tyrrell. But Tyrrell did, of course, have that slightly illegal tailwind plus 2.1 metres per second, and she massively stepped up with a huge run over the 100 hurdles. More to come from those athletes later on.
On your screen there are the first of our women's under-20s 400 metre semi-finalists. So as we said, we're going to have 3 semi-finals. A couple of names just to pick out there for you. Charlotte Henrik. She's been top of the rankings, if you like, for women under-20s this year. She's ran a PB of 51.95. And she is in this race. Of course, if you want to look a little bit further afield, you can't really get beyond the achievements of Phoebe Gill. Terrific middle distance runner from St Albans, who was at the Olympic Games a year ago at the age of 17. So for this one, by the way, because it's semi-finals now, and we are not in the combined events as we've been concentrating on the first hour or so this morning, I can tell you it's the first 2 that go through by rights from the 3 semi-finals, and then we will have the next 2 fastest times. So in lane 2, Monica Davidson, 3 Ella Henderson, 4 Daisy Walker, 5 Lauren Abbott, 6 Charlotte Henrik, 7 Mary Taylor, 8 Shilo Omotosho, and 9 Olivia Bell. So away then in the first semi-final. First 2 to qualify by rights, as we say. It's a good start, actually, from Monica Davidson on the inside as well. And she's already overtaken Ella Henderson, who was just outside of her as well. And running down the back straight as well, I can also tell you, going very, very well at the moment is Charlotte Henrik as well, the Invicta Club as well. Henrik is up on the shoulder on the penultimate bend of 2 of the athletes outside of her at the moment. Henrik perhaps is the one to watch. We had a really good start, as we said, by Davison. She's rather fallen away a little bit at the moment. But it is coming into the home straight here. Charlotte Henrik, all in red. Terrific run, this one, from the athlete here. And we've got a real battle for second as well at the moment, which Omotosho is the one that just takes that one as well. But a great win there in a time of 54.14. Henrik it was who took the win and took it very well. And as we say, 54.14 the time. Omotosho in second and Bell in third.
Yeah, a little bit quicker for Henrik than what she ran in the heats yesterday. Tough to come out at 10:50 on a Saturday morning and run hard. She, of course, ran 7 days ago at the London Diamond League and ran that big personal best first time, sub 52 seconds. So that would have taken it out of her legs. I'm sure she's spent a lot of time recovering in training this week and not adding to the load. But yeah, 54.1. Took it out hard in the opening 200. She's got great raw speed and then just rolled it home in the final 100. So did exactly what she needed to do.
Qualification standard for the European under-20s is 54 dead. Henrik 54.13. 55.13 in second position there for Amatosho, and in third belt 55.40.
Well, Charlotte Henrik is one of those athletes that has got that qualification time. Cara da Costa and Phoebe Gill, the other two as well. Those two currently injured, not competing. So we will need a couple of others to step up if we're going to see more than Charlotte Henrik compete individually, and perhaps even get a relay squad over to Finland in a couple of weeks' time. This is the moment to do it for these young athletes as well. And this is the lineup for the second semi-final. The athlete who goes in lane A, Eleanor McIntosh, is one of those just outside by 200ths of a second away from that qualifying mark of 54 seconds flat. So then, the full lineup for semi-final 2. Annabelle Howells goes in lane 2. Joyella Jeffries is in 3. Emily Carman in 4. Ava Freeman has run 54 seconds this year, goes in 5. Elsie Brindle is in 6. Caitlin Hadfield is in 7. Eleanor McIntosh in 8. And Annie McLean on the outside. So top 2 will automatically go through.
The bronze medalist from 18 Midlands, Niku Adhiru. The England silver medalist from Peterborough and Nene Valley, North Kent. And it gets silver from Kilmarnock Harriers in Scotland, Logan Mitchell. And the gold medalist from Chelmsford, a best attempt of 16.76, New England Athletics, under-20 men shot put champion, Alison Wright.
Well, these athletes then, particularly Eleanor McIntosh, with a great chance today. How she attacks this semi-final waits to be seen, but Caitlin Hadfield had a really good run in the heats yesterday. She starts in lane 7 here, and Ava Freeman as well, somebody that could challenge. So running from lanes 2 to 9, Howells, Jeffries, Carman, Freeman, Brindle, Hadfield, McIntosh and McLean. Away they are. Strong start from McIntosh, already starting to close that gap on McLean in lane 9, and 2 lanes inside. Brindle has started very strongly too. She's ran a best of 55.07 as her best and starting to motor, but now Hadfield into a running in that white vest of Derby. At the halfway point then, McIntosh just about has an edge. Where is Ava Freeman at the moment? She'll finish strongly over the final 150 metres. But it's with McIntosh coming into the home straight. She has a few metre lead. The others starting to chase her down here. Hadfield with some work to do. So does Brindle, so does Freeman, and Freeman now just starts to charge. She moves into second place. Hadfield perhaps just fading backwards, but it's McIntosh at the front, strong all the way through, 54.91. That's a good run, a composed run. She never looked phased, and she finds her way into the final later on this afternoon, and she'll be joined by Ava Freeman of Birchfield in that black strip, who was patient in the opening 250 metres and showed good strength in the final 50.
So time 54.91. McIntosh has run a 54.02 this season. 54 dead is the qualification standard for those European Championships in Finland that we've spoken about. Importantly, though, here today, she has secured the place in the final. The top two automatically go through, and then we will await the next two, of course.
Well, still one more semi-final, and we'll have to wait and see whether Hadfield has done enough. She ran 55.94 rather, the Derby athlete in third, and Elsie Brindle 56.26. And just looking at those results from the first heat, Olivia Bell ran 54.40. So at the moment, Hadfield is in that second non-automatic qualifying spot.
So on your screen, the athletes for our third semi-final are just on the track at the moment. So in lane 2, Amber Richardson, 3 Meisha Lamvoe, 4 Daniela Marti, 5 Chloe Poor, 6 Casey Musgrave, maybe the one to watch in this semi-final, 7 Annie Mae Cannings, 8 Sophie Osborne, and 9 Patricia Armour. And the reason I say that Casey Musgrave might be the one to watch, her season's best, her personal best time, 54.09. That makes her the standout athlete in this field. Also look for Annie Mae Cannings, the Rugby and Northampton athlete, who's gone sub 55 this season, 54.84, season's best, personal best. Difficult to see where else we might be looking in terms of those two automatic qualification positions. So look for Casey Musgrave in 6, look for Cannings in 7. Musgrave is actually the last one to come back to her blocks there, wearing the orange spikes. Just left Cannings, Osborne and Armour outside of her. So athletes called to their blocks again. Once again, Musgrave, the City of Sheffield and Durn athlete, is the last one to take her position and settle. So you've got Richardson on the inside, Lamvoe in 3, Marty in 4, Poor in 5, Musgrave in 6, Cannings in 7, Osborne 8, and Patricia Armour of Reading in 9. And already Cannings is making up a little bit of ground here on Osborne outside of her. And Cannings, as we head towards that penultimate bend at the moment, has overtaken both of the athletes outside of her at the moment. Haven't really seen anything yet from Casey Musgrave in this race, but we will see now as they begin to break. And just come into that home straight. Annie Mae Cannings is now being caught a little bit here by Casey Musgrave, who seems to have timed this run to perfection. Got Poor just inside of her as well. It's Musgrave and Poor going for the line together. And it's going to be Musgrave who does take the win, and Poor just inside of here. Both of those will qualify for the final.
Yeah, interesting race from Annie Mae Cannings. I think she just went way too hard in the first 250 there. She really did blaze it, and you could see the distance between herself and Casey Musgrave, who won that race at 200 metres. It was almost a 10-metre deficit, and it just shows to me that Casey Musgrave had got that race model a little bit better today, because she's got a lot more in the tank, I think, in that first 200, and she is somebody at a best of this year of 54.09 seconds. She's less than a tenth off that European under-20 standard, and if she can just ease into that first 200 metres a little bit in the final later. You never know, she might come close. Whether the conditions are right for it today, it's a little bit stiller than it was yesterday down that back straight, so that's a good thing, although it's not quite as warm. But she will have Charlotte Henrik to try and chase and drag her round, so I think that's a positive. But we could see a good battle between Eleanor McIntosh and Casey Musgrave for the silver and bronze.
Yeah, very well controlled race there. We did say down the back straight that she hadn't really shown her hand, as it were, but just easing up towards the line, had done what she needed to do and has secured a place in the final. So next up on the track then, we've got two men's under-20 semi-finals. Qualification time for the men, by the way, in the 400 metres for those European Championships is 47 dead. So we'll just run through these for you. So it will be Martin in 2, Mauer in 3, Head in 4, McLeod in 5, Patino in 6, McKeehan in 7, Cameron in 8, and Hake of the Herne Hill Harriers in 9.
We've only got one athlete in this age group, Stan Shavers, who goes in the second semi-final. Certainly on the list, he was the fastest qualifier through from the heats yesterday. Will we take a team? We took a bunch of young athletes, including Luke McLeod, who goes in this first semi-final, to the Mannheim Junior Gala in Germany a couple of months ago, one of the premier junior development competitions, and a chance to see who we've got. This could be a tough final though. Fred Hake, who's run 47.6 this year, Ellis Cameron, who's run 47.4, and Luke McLeod, who's run 47.3. All those guys in and around the mix, and that qualifying time for the European under-20s is 47 flat. So I think if we're going to take a junior team as part of the relay, we're going to need somebody to dip underneath that to perhaps make it a good experience for our athletes, and a medal winning experience potentially as well. So the athletes to keep an eye out for in this one: Luke McLeod in 5, and then Ellis Cameron in 8, and Fred Hake in the black and red hoops of Herne Hill Harriers on the outside. The fastest from the heats yesterday in this semi-final, Josh Patino, he ran a personal best of 48.17. He goes in lane 6 here. First of two semi-finals in the under-20 men's 400 metres. And Grant McKeehan in the light blue of Cumbernauld already starting to surge. And Luke McLeod in the blue of Scotland has already surged past Josh Patino in that yellow vest of Liverpool. And McLeod here is flying, and a couple of lanes inside of him, Sam Mower is starting to move as well. And Mower having a good run here, just surging past Head. But at this 250 metre point, it is Luke McLeod that leads. Ellis Cameron with a bit of work to do, so to Fred Hake on the outside, but it's McLeod that leads in the home straight here. What has Patino got left? He's starting to close rapidly here. Cameron in second. It's only the top 3 that will get through, and it's McLeod that wins this one. 48.40 seconds. Cameron in seconds, and Josh Patino coming through in third. Fred Hake just missing out on those top 3 spots. He's going to have a nervous wait over the next 5 or 6 minutes to see whether he can get one of those time qualifiers through to the final.
Yeah, 3 qualifying automatically. And then the next 2 from the 2 semi-finals here will take their place in that final. It was a really interesting race, that one. And you have to say that it never looked like anyone other than Luke McLeod, once they got into their running, who was going to take that win. Athletes out on the track now for the second semi-final. Remember, we've only got 2 semi-finals with these men. So it's the men's under-20 400 metres.
The final for this is at 4:37 p.m. this evening, so they do have a good 5.5 hours to sit back and recover, maybe have a nap, go and refuel, enough time for that food to digest as well. And at these championships, sometimes that can be a problem for athletes, getting the right nutrition on and feeling comfortable after taking on some food and fluids. So the official time then, 48.40 for Luke McLeod. Cameron in second, 48.60, and Josh Patino, 48.93 for third. Fred Hake down on his best. Going to have a nervous wait.
So one to watch probably in the second semi-final. Stan Chavis, the Ipswich Harrier. 46.48 he's run this season, so inside that automatic qualification time of 47 dead. Just having a look at some of the others just outside of Chavis, in fact a couple of lanes outside. McCulloch of Scotland's run a 47.34, so we need to shave a little bit off that. And Charlie Tong in lane 4 of the Momentum Track Club has run a 47.71 this season as well. But all eyes will be, I think, on lane 5. And that will be Chivas Ipswich Harrier in the dark vest and shorts. So Gosnell in 2, Ward in 3, Tong in 4, Chivas in 5, Summers in 6, McCullough in 7, Winter in 8, and Nelson on the outside from Solihull and Smallheath, so not too far away from where we are here in Birmingham. Nelson in lane 9. Again, Chivas just taking a little bit of time to settle. As did McCulloch actually as well. And they are away here, and Chivas already, he is bearing down here on Summers outside of him as they head towards the second bend. It's been a good start, actually, from McCulloch of Scotland. McCulloch is already up on the shoulder here of the Welshman, Jacob Winters. But we saw, didn't we, in the women's race, sometimes going out too hard, too fast can really punish you in the latter stages of the race. It still looks like McCulloch and Chivas as well as we head in towards the home straight here. Chivas is coming into that home straight just on the shoulder here of Rory Summers. And Chivas it is, and a little look across there from Jacob Winter too. Remember, going through in this one, 3 to qualify automatically. And it is from lane 7, McCulloch and Chivas, who know that they are definitely there, winning that and finishing second. It was very, very, well, easy's not the right word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well,
controlled.
Very, very controlled. It's sometimes more painful when you go 2 seconds slower than your best than it is when you run flat out, and he's got so much in the tank there. He could have really blazed through in the final 50. He just didn't need to, did he? So interesting what that means in terms of lane draws. I don't think he'll mind either way, really. But he does like to finish strongly. He started to improve his race model this year and is rewarded with some quick times as a result. And this is the result from the first semi-final of the under 20 women's race. It was Charlotte Hemrick 54.13 seconds and Charlotte Omatosho 55.13. Those two automatically through to the final.
So the race we just watched, 48.62 McCulloch's winning time. Chivas 48.74 and finishing in third position, and also securing his place then is Jacob Winter into that final as well. Winter with a time of 48.99.
Our next race on the track is the senior women's 400 metres. 2 semi-finals. That's in 8 minutes' time. Indian King, Lauren Rule going in that one. More on that to come.
Men's decathlon on the far side, William Reid has done 6.98, Callum Newby 6.95. Event due off in about 5 minutes' time. It's the semi-final of the women's senior women's 400 metres. It's just coming out. So the javelin competition has commenced. So the medal ceremony for the senior women's javelin competition. That's our bronze medal in the under-23 competition. Harrow AC's Lucy O'Dell. The silver medal for Blackheath and Bromley, Lauren Farley, 44.82. Lucy O'Dell, 42.11. And the gold medal, an England champion with 48 metres exactly from Harrow, Freya Jones. Once again, back to Scott Lincoln.
So, more 400-metre action now for you. This is the first semi-final of the senior women's race. Quite an open book, really, in terms of who's potentially going to take the title. Remember, we have under-23s and seniors in this as well, so the under-23 medals will be dished out afterwards once all the results are confirmed. So Kira White goes on the inside here, then Sophia Vidak, Indian King. We talked about her yesterday. Her sister Shakira won the under-20 800 metres. Good performance from her yesterday, 54.94. Holly Patter from Leamington, based at the University of Sheffield under the guidance of Martin Cook, around 54.52 yesterday, another personal best for her. On home soil, Baz Njiri, Birchfield Harriet goes in sixth, the tall figure. Watch her finish in the final 50 metres. Emma Alderson in the yellow vest of Liverpool goes in seventh. Then Lauren Rule, one of the athletes that will fancy her chances for a gold today, if she can make it through this semi-final. Then Catherine Reynolds goes on the outside in lane 9. These athletes will only really be experienced running on 8-lane tracks, some of them 6-lane tracks as well. So running in lane 9 is a different task. You are so much further around the track. You just have to judge your cues, your mental cues for when to kick and when to ease off a little bit different. That's where doing a walk of the track, familiarising yourself beforehand with some of these inner and outer lanes can pay dividends later on, so you don't come unstuck. It's the top 3 that will automatically go through. The fastest through to the semi-final, these semi-finals, was Lauren Rule, then Holly Patter, who ran around 54.5 seconds yesterday. They go in this semi-final alongside Indian King, who was 4th fastest through to these semi-finals. Going to be tough. could see 5 of these 8 athletes head through to the semi-final. Through to the final, rather, excuse me. This is the semi-final, of course. The final for this event is at 4:42 this evening. Again, another decent recovery period for these athletes. Not much of a breeze in this home straight. The back straight, a very, very slight headwind into their faces. Much nicer than it was yesterday, for sure. They'll be pleased with that. Does make a big difference for these 400 runners. They're always looking for that mystical 360-degree wind that follows them around the track. Not many places that offer that. Certainly a dream for many. Here in Birmingham today, conditions not as warm as yesterday, but still pretty good. The track beginning to dry off. This is the first semi-final of the senior women's 400 metres. Away they go. Well, Lauren Rule, the fastest through to the semi-finals, goes one in from the outside and is already breezing past Catherine Reynolds and trying to drag along Emma Alderson alongside her as well. Indian King under some pressure at the moment. Pata is going strongly too and starting to go past Abaz and Jiri outside of her, but at the moment it is with Lauren Rule that just continues to push on around this second bend. Alderson latching on to her coattails. Pata is going well. Indian King with some work to do. Vidak is going strongly as well. It's the top 3 that will automatically go through. And Lauren Rule under some pressure here from Pata. Can she hold on? I think she will. 54.62, a touch slower than she ran in the heats yesterday. Pata, though, with an incredibly measured run and has shown huge improvement, almost 2 seconds this year. And he's heading into the England final with a real chance of a medal. We'll have to wait and see the results flash up on the screen in front of us to confirm who finished in that 3rd spot. Indian King, I think, was out of it. So was...
And Jerry came through with a terrific run in the last 50 metres or so, I think, to claim that 3rd spot. Very tall, imposing figure as well. Came streaking past 3 or 4 of her competitors.
Well, I said she finishes quickly in the final 50 metres and she proved me right. So good to see she makes the final. 2 non-automatic qualifying spots. We'll try and see what those times are, and it will give an indication for this second semi-final as to how hard everybody will have to try and run.
So we've got athletes out for this second semi-final, and I'm just having a look down at the track. I don't think we have Rebecca Williams in lane 2 here. Certainly not out there on the track. So we've got 3, Katie Marie Sherlock, 4, Natalie Groves, 5, Sian Harry, 6, Angelique Aberley, 7, Asha Root, 8, Fionn Roberts. And again, I'm not sure we've got an athlete here in lane 9, which was meant to be Abby Fitton as well, of the Marshall Milton Keynes Club. So Sian Harry has run a 53.82, the Belgrave Harrier, this season in lane 5. She is the fastest in the field. Reminder, as we said, 3 to qualify. As we've got the confirmed results from that first semi-final there, and it was Njeri who finished 3rd in a time of 55.59. Pata in 2nd, Rule in 1st position, so those 3 qualify automatically for the final.
Then in 5, Sian Harry, Aberley of Sheffield. Then in 7, from Tunbridge, Asher Root. In 8, Theon Roberts of Menai. And lane 9 for Marshall Milton Keynes, Abby Fitton. Well, there's no Rebecca Williams there in lane 2.
So, yeah, just confirmation in the stadium what we were just saying to you a few moments ago, which is that Williams in 2 and Fitton in 9 are DNS not starting in this one. So Sherlock in 3, Groves in 4, Harry in 5, Aberley in 6, Root in 7 and Roberts in 8. Down onto their blocks at the same end of the stadium. We have a javelin competition taking place at the moment as well. Seen a couple of presentations made by two-time Olympian Scott Lincoln, the British shot put champion, a few moments ago. But we're underway now on the track here. The second semi-final of the women's senior 400 metres. 3 to qualify automatically, plus the next 2 from across the 2 semi-finals. And it's pretty even down that back straight at the moment. No one has really made any significant impact on this race. If anything, at the moment, it looks like Sian Harry is just going up on the shoulder here of Angelique Aberley of the City of Sheffield Club just outside of her. And it is Harry, Sian Harry, in those familiar socks, who coming into the home straight now as we see the break. It's Harry and the 2 athletes outside of her, which is Roberts and Root as well. Harry's got a lot to do, and it's going to be Theon Roberts here of the Menai Track and Field Club who's going to be tracked here. Harry is going to come through and recovers to take second. So it's Roberts and Harry and Root, who I think there are the top 3.
That was a very impressive run from Roberts. Maybe she would have been a bit disappointed that Fitton didn't start outside of her in lane 9, but it didn't seem to faze her. She ran such a measured opening 200 and then really did show her strength in the final 150. And she didn't look like she was flat out. She seemed to have so much more to give, and I just wonder if she can push a bit more in the opening 150, just how quick she can go. She has run 53.5 seconds before, so almost a second quicker than she won there. But yeah, another athlete that is going to be in and around the medals come the final.
Yeah, 54.44 there for Roberts. Harry, and then Root, as we said, in 2nd and 3rd position. Harry's time 54.74. Root's time 54.92.
So just looking at that, Aberley has done enough to make the semi-finals with a 55.17 finishing in 4th, and so does Groves, because Natalie Groves ran 55.47, which is quicker than Catherine Reynolds and Sophia Vidak in that opening semi-final. So they've been rewarded with a spot. So 5 out of the 6 in that second semi-final make the final later on, which is good to see. We do have more 400 metre semi-finals to come for you now. The first of 3 semi-finals in the senior men's category. Again, another open event. Maybe 1 or 2 names if they deliver what they're capable of on the day. But this first heat featuring 8 athletes trying to progress from this semi-final. Tom Ainsworth of Tamworth from down the road. He's a 47-second man. Could contend. Goes into Jonathan Knox, ran a big personal best at the Welsh Championships last month. Was a couple of seconds off that in qualifying for this semi-final. Jacob Lambolt, the City of Plymouth, is in 4. Louis Palmer, 47-60 man. Looked good yesterday. Goes in 5. Callum McKenzie goes in 6. Then Ben Rochford is in 7. Another 47-6 man. Ollie Clark is in 8. Personal bests yesterday in qualifying, and Jack McLaughlin from Liverpool on the outside. So it's a real toss a net over the qualifiers sort of situation. Nobody really putting their hand up yesterday. It's still early days. Great win here last year for Efe Okoro to take the win at these England Championships.
I'll say one on the men's 400 metres. Up next in 2 is Thomas Ainsworth, and in 3 Jonathan Knox, 4 Jacob Numbo, 5 Louis Palmer, in 6 Cal McKenzie, in 7 Ben Rochford, in 8 Ollie Clark, and in 9 Jack McLaughlin. Semi-final on men's 400 metres.
Got number 2.
So then, semi-final 1. Only 2 spots up for grabs. Away they go, McLaughlin on the outside, pushing it hard in the opening 100 metres. He's absolutely flying here. Rochford in lane 7 just starting to ease past Clark now, and Callum McKenzie just rhythmical as it stands. It's fairly even at the moment. Lambold starting to close down on Palmer as well. Palmer will finish quickly over this second 200, but what about McLaughlin on the outside for Liverpool Harriers? He's shown his cards in the opening 300 here and will come off into the home straight with a narrow lead ahead of Ben Rochford, who is starting to press on, and here comes Palmer as well, starting to surge. Can Rochford hold this one through the line? It's only 2 spaces guaranteed. It's going to be Rochford from Palmer. 48.10 seconds on the clock. It's not a particularly quick time, but it's a spot in the final for Ben Rochford of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, and Palmer from Blackheath and Bromley, who left it quite late to make his move, finding his way into second spot and joins Rochford with one of 2 automatic qualifying spots. Very close for McKenzie and McLaughlin. McLaughlin really did lead them round in that opening 300 and just pushed with the pace. You see those results flash up on the screen here, and it was 48.10, the official time for Rochford. Palmer 48.27. These guys are all capable of running quicker than this at their absolute best. McKenzie 48.35 in third, so he'll have a nervous wait to see if that's going to be quick enough.
Athletes out on the track now for the second of these 3 semi-finals, men's senior 400 metres. As we've heard, 2 to qualify by rights, plus the next 2 across the 3. Samuel Nash in 2, Higgins in 3, Overall in 4, Pamphili in 5, Agnamel in 6, Hockley in 7, Lawton in 8, and Purvis in 8. Representing the Glasgow Jaguars club. Pamphili, who's got the season's best time, a PB he's run this season as well, 46.39. Maverick Pamphili. So just keep an eye there also on Thomas Hockley of the Harrow club as well, who's run a 46.82 this season, also a PB time for him. So Matthew Agnamel of the Havering club Rick Pamphili running for the UK Armed Forces. And as we know, we've got seniors and we've got under-23s in this event as well. So we'll crown some under-23s champions today. So as far as the under-23s are concerned, in this semi-final, Hockley is an under-23. So is Bailey Lawton in lane 8. And so is Ewan Purves in lane 9.
Semi-final 2 of the men's 400 up next. On the inside from Brunel, Christian Samuel Nash. In 3 from Southampton, Jack Higgins. In 4 from Crawley, Matthew Overall. In 5 from the UK Armed Forces, Maverick Panfield. In 6 from Havering, Matthew Agnimel. In 7 from Harrow, Thomas Hockley. In 8 from Spenborough District, Bailey Lawton. And in 9 from Glasgow Jaguars, Ewan Purves. Semi-final 2, men's 400 metres.
So a very open event, as we've said, this men's 400 metres. You are just joining us on this Saturday morning. We're at the Alexander Stadium, Birmingham, for the England Athletics Senior and Under-20s Championships. Senior Para Championships as well, and the Senior Combined Events Championships. But our focus at the moment is on this men's senior 400 metres. We're in the second of the 3 semi-finals. Samuel Nash going in 2, Higgins in 3, Overall in 4, all in black. Outside him, Pamphili in 5, Agnimel in 6, Hockley in 7, Lawton in 8, and Purves of Scotland on the outside in lane 9. So we are underway.
So semi-final 2.
In this second semi-final. And a decent start then for Christian Samuel Nash on the inside. He's already up here on Jack Higgins. And the first shoulder up on shoulder there. Also going well is Thomas Hockley as well. Hockley has just overtaken Bailey Lawton on the outside of him. And now we see Pamphili show what he's got as well as they come into the final bend in this second semi-final of this men's 400 metres. Will Pamphili just hold off the lead here? Hockley just outside of him. It's Pamphili. And Hockley it is as well, who's going to look to try and get there. And also getting there just inside him is Lawton. And those are the 3. Pamphili, Hockley, Lawton.
400 metres.
47.52 the time.
Well, I think they got a bit of a shock as they crossed the line because the main clock was a little bit slow and it read 45.5 as they crossed the line, and I think they had a bit of a shock for a second and turned around and saw that the other clock had stopped at 47.52. I think it's a pretty good time, obviously quicker than that first heat by a good margin. And yeah, for Hockley and Pamphili, 2 athletes who have ran 46 seconds in this field, both with a chance to take the gold today. I think it is Hockley that has been given the win.
Yeah, Pamphili second. 47.58, so just 2 100ths in it. Hockley from the Harrow Club, and then Lawton third. So those are the 3 to, remember, qualify automatically. Lawton will have to sit and wait. A few nervy moments for him.
7:14 and Harry Kendall 7:09.
Yeah, Lawton and Agnimel both quicker than the 3rd and 4th spots in that first heat, so they are in a good position at the moment. Might find their way into the final. A few minutes time. One more semi-final to come then. A couple of athletes here just sharpening their tools ahead of next weekend's UK Championships here at the Alexander Stadium. I mentioned earlier, it's a bumper 4-week period really, because we have these England Senior and Under-20 Championships. Next weekend it's the UK Championships. The weekend after is the England Age Groups Championships. The weekend after that, on the Saturday, the National Athletics League, and on the Sunday, the England Relay Championships here. So it's great that this stadium is being used for such major competitions. People like myself and Michael, we're going to be here well, weekend after weekend really. But
Bringing my sleeping bag.
yeah, you know, I don't live too far away, but it'd be handy if there was a hotel in this stadium.
Just thinking as well, as we're watching these men's 400 metres, they really are standing on the shoulders of giants. This is the home track of Matthew Hudson-Smith, of course, Birchfield Harrier. Saw him a year ago at the Olympic Games, narrowly edged out, won a silver medal at the Olympic Games. I remember covering Matthew Hudson-Smith as a very young, prodigious athlete coming through the ranks here. Very highly rated, a lot was expected of Matthew Hudson-Smith. Had some very well documented challenges, both physically and mentally, of course, but really bounced back and did so phenomenally well for Birchfield Harriers, for the home club here in Birmingham at those Olympic Games in Paris. I remember speaking to him shortly afterwards in my role as a trackside interviewer at those games, and he wasn't too put out that he didn't win the gold. He said, you know, he'd done absolutely everything he could. He'd run his best race, and it was an Olympic silver.
Well, really interesting that he's the man that beat him to Olympic gold, Quincy Hall, is no longer entered for the US Championships next week. He's withdrawn. And whether that means he's injured, I know he's had some injury difficulties coming into this season, but whether that means he's not going to compete at all, I don't know.
We know how tough the American system is, and obviously Matthew Hudson-Smith beaten recently as well. Charlie Dobson is the other British hope as we look towards the World Championships later on this year.
So semi-final 3 then. Andrew Peters goes in 2, Jacob Aubrey in 3, Nathaniel Dias in 4. Competed at the World University Championships earlier this week for Great Britain. Conor Neal goes in 5, then Henry Marshall, Jake Watson, Kieran Elland and Hakan Dalbal.
So, semi-final 3.
Good start. Man to watch here, Conor Neal in the back of Harrow from lane 5. A couple of lanes outside of him, Jake Watson is starting to pass Elland and Dalbal. And Watson is somebody that has the credentials to make the final here, but will need to keep pushing on around this second bend. Neal at the moment didn't look at his absolute best in qualifying yesterday. How much has he got left in the final 150 metres? Henry Marshall of Tunbridge in that white vest in the middle, starting to surge through here, and he now finds himself in the lead with 60 metres to go. Neal is pushing hard, Watson is fading, Elland is coming through. Here comes Conor Neal though. Neal's going to take semi-final 3, 47.85. That's a good run, stepped up from his heat run yesterday. And I think he's dragged along Henry Marshall as well, who positioned himself perfectly coming into the final 100 metres. And he gets that second automatic qualifying spot.
All eyes now for our athletes in 3rd and 4th will be on their time. Just having a look at the overall summary. Hockley ahead of that semi-final had qualified fastest for the final, time of 47.56, but the important thing to say is that Bailey Lawton, who finished 3rd in that second semi-final, 47.74, that time was good enough ahead of that heat, so we'll have to wait and see who's finished 3rd and 4th and what their times are. Agnimel again going through as another one of those what we used to call fastest losers, but we don't use that phrase anymore.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that phrase, to be honest with you, but there we go. I don't want to get cancelled and never get to work again if I use it. So Henry Marshall 48.10 in second. The official time for Conor Neal 47.90. Look really, really good. If he can set up that first 300, he'll be in with a shout of a medal. Remember, we've got under 23 athletes and seniors competing in this final, so there'll be plenty of medals dished out at the end of it.
So we're still waiting for the times for the athletes who finished in 3rd and 4th, but Marshall's time of 48.10 is the same as Agnimel, who finished 4th in that second semi-final and has got one of those automatic positions. So
yeah, good for him. Bailey Launton as well, as an under-23 athlete, 47.74, rewarded with a big personal best as a result from that second semi-final. And both Lawson and Agnemal in third and fourth will join Tom Hockey and Margaret Pamfield into that final.
So we have our line-up now then for the men's 400 metres final. Next up on the track here, we are going to turn our attention to the under-20s again, and it will be the women's 400 metres hurdles. And again here we're going to have 3 heats.
We'll
have a little bit of a pause in proceedings whilst the track is set up. Hurdles being placed out. We had a shout out earlier, didn't we, for the work of the volunteers here and what they do in order to make events like today happen. And there's the volunteers all around the arena who are ensuring that everything is happening in a professional manner as well. We'll be back very shortly then for those 400 metre hurdles.
Just to update you with what's happening in the field, the senior pole vault competition for the men is underway. The bar is currently at 4.95 meters. You can see that on our dedicated field stream from here inside the stadium. We've got Jack Phipps going in this one, as well as Rowan May too, so those both clear at 4.80 meters. Jack Phipps has failed his first attempt at 4.95 meters. Thomas Wally is over at 4.95 as well, so we've got 5 seniors in that one and 3 under-23 athletes.
So next up will be Jack Phipps, first attempt, 4.95. So we're now on the second attempt.
So Jack Phipps is about to have another crack at 4.95 meters in this pole vault. Jack Phipps is such a great competitor. He is rapid as well over the sprints too, so going at 4.95 meters, very difficult for the vaulters, can be dangerous too in the wet conditions. It's only damp, it's not rain now for an hour or so. I think certainly drying up. The temperature here in Birmingham around 18 degrees at the moment, so second attempt for Phipps at 4.95 meters.
Next 100 metre hurdles, the hurdles just going out for the ladies.
Here's a result then of the third semi-final from that senior men's 400 metres. Just confirms that only Connor Neal and Henry Marshall make it through from that semi-final. Kieran Elland unlucky in the end with 48.17 to miss out by 7 thousandths of a second. Emmanuel Agnemal making that semi-final from the second semi-final. Daniel Dias in fifth. A busy week for him. Quicker today and yesterday than he ran at the World Universities earlier in the week. So, Jack Phipps fouling his second attempt, didn't really get off the runway. And yeah, we're going to have Jack Harris go at 4.95. We do have the 400 metre hurdles to come in just a couple of minutes' time.
Just to run through that pole vault competition and where we are, by the way, with it, if you're following someone. We've got Angus Bowling, who's failed 3 failures at 4.50. Dillian Turney, 3 failures, no mark after starting at 4.10. Nicholas Cole cleared 4.50 at the first attempt, but failed 3 attempts at 4.65. Jack Harris is heading for a final attempt at 4.95, having cleared 4.80 at his third attempt. Rowan May cleared 4.80 at the second attempt. Jack Phipps, who we saw a few moments ago, is going, as we've heard there, for a third and final attempt at 4.95, having cleared 4.80. Will Lane is clear at the first attempt at 4.95 at the moment. But it's Wales's Thomas Wally, who has cleared 4.80 at the first attempt and then cleared 4.95 at the first attempt as well.
And in 5, Louisa Birch from the City of York. In 6, it's Grace Nally of White Moss.
That's the only field event out at the moment. Men's pole vault. Attention. We'll come back to the track in a few moments' time. So, here we go then. Heat 1 of the women's 400 metre hurdles. So we're under 20s. Macaulay Zeckner in 2, Wilson in 3, Kendrick in 4, Birch in 5, Malley in 6, Kite in 7, and Kyson in lane 8. But I don't think Kyson is a starter. We haven't got a lane 9 hit, but there was no lane 9 entered. The block's just out there at the moment. So just to let you know, 2 to qualify automatically, plus the next 2 in these 400 metre hurdles.
Arabella Wilson there.
And a really good start by Arabella Wilson, the Thames Valley Harrier, who's already overtaken 3 of the athletes outside of her at the moment. It's a terrific start from Arabella Wilson, who's really powering and motoring down that back straight at the moment. She's showing some terrific form there. Also on the outside, I can tell you that Kyson's going well as well, but there really is no one to touch Arabella Wilson. If she can just keep concentration here, this should be her heat for the taking. Arabella Wilson with 3 more hurdles to complete here. He is 10-12 metres ahead of the athlete just outside of her, which is Gracelyn Kendick of the Blackheath and Bromley Club. As she approaches this final hurdle, Arabella Wilson clears that one, and she will now just put her head down and head towards that finish line. She will cross it and win. Arabella Wilson wins it. Kendick holds on as well. There was a bit of a chase from Malley outside of her, but Kendick it is that holds on for that second automatic qualification position. A time of 58.99 for Arabella Wilson, who at no point in that race looked as though anyone was going to touch her.
Well, that's pretty good, only a second off her personal best and 4/10 off the European under-20 standard, which he obviously already has. Arabella Wilson at these championships last year had a really tough time with it because she won her heat, she was disqualified for an infringement, she was then later reinstated, she then ran in the final. If I remember rightly, she won the final but was later DQ'd in the final despite winning it. So she was it was all up in the air last year, so great to see her here and looking good. But she's somebody that she gets into the final, which she has done, and somebody at the European Juniors, assuming she gets there, will be a real problem for the other nations for sure in this event.
Yeah, she was the standout in that. As you say, she's got that qualification time. Qualification time for the European under-20s is 58.60. And Arabella Wilson's run a 57.98, and none of the other athletes in that field have broken the minute, the 60-second barrier. So she was, as I said, the standout athlete, but she still had to go out there and just put a marker down as she proceeds to the next phase of the competition.
For sure, and she, alongside Stephanie Okoro, who we'll see very shortly, has a qualifying mark, and they are joint 7th in the European rankings this year. Wilson and Okoro have almost traded wins and times. They're so evenly matched over the years. It's been great watching them. Nothing really to choose between them. But both just starting to mature now. Okoro's a 3rd year under 20. Arabella Wilson is a 2nd year under 20. So they are getting experienced. Second heat, beach string Stephanie Okoro. Louise Grenfell goes in lane 2, Emily Kelly in 3, Amber Bloomfield in 4, Sonia Chechik goes in 5, Jasmine Hatch then, Stephanie Okoro in 7, and then Neris Tullet in 8. Okoro, coached by Laura Turnout-Alien. Showing good improvement this year, taking her best down from 58.19, which she set 2 years ago. She's a real talent. I'm second at the International this year, did Okoro. Jack Harris just on the pole vault runway, the bar now up to 5 metres and 5, going through those first attempts. Will Lane fouling his first attempt. Still waiting for Rowan May to rejoin the competition. Jack Gibbs failed his 3rd attempt at 4.95, so he is out of the competition. He currently sits in 3rd. but I think he can still come away with a medal here because of the under-23s involved in the competition. We'll have to wait and see. It can get all a little bit complicated at times.
In Windsor, Jasmine Hatch. And in 7, Stephanie Okuru, Avery. And in lane 8, from Woking, Eris Tullett.
Here we go then, Grenfell on the inside, then Kelly, Bloomfield, Jechik, Hatch, Okoro and Tullett. Top 2 automatically through to the final. Away then, Tullett on the outside. It's been run down here by Okoro. It's to be expected really. Eva Freeman, who is 3rd in the rankings for this event, running in the 400 flat, and Okoro just skipping down the back straight. On the inside, Grenfell going well in that Hearts Phoenix vest and dragging along Kelly too. In the middle, Chechik is having a good run, but it's Okoro at the front, well clear at this stage. It will stay that way as they come into the home straight. Okoro looking very composed. Grenfell doing a great job on the inside, putting herself in a good position. Smooth over the barriers as well for Okoro. Well judged into hurdle 10. A look over the right shoulder for Louise Grenfell. There's enough time to shut this one down. It's very comfortable though for Stephanie Okoro. 60 seconds, 0.81. Cruising really. 3 seconds almost off her best. She can go a lot quicker. And we could see a monster of a final between herself and Arabella Wilson tomorrow.
Got one more heat of these women's 400 metres under 20s to come for you. Athletes just coming onto the track now in the aftermath of that one.
On the pole vault at the moment, we've got Will Lane from the City of Sheffield attempting his next height of 5:05. He failed his first attempt. Take a look at him here. He was clear at 495 and 480. This is his 3rd height, and that's another failure at 5:05. Chance to see the result from that first heat. Arabella Wilson 58.98, a second off her personal best, looking very good. Gracelyn Kendek 62.30, the 2 automatically through.
So 3rd heat of the women's under 20 400 metres hurdles. Line 2, Lucy Chapelhow. 3, Lily Noble. 4, Sophie Lisk, only one in this race that's run a sub 60 seconds. 5, Julia Newman. 6, Evie Aitchison, and in lane 7, Seno Gorvet. So just the 6 in this one, and remember 2 qualify automatically. And we'll need to check the summary for you to see where we are at the end of the 3 heats as to who the next fastest runners are that are qualifying for the next stage. So these will go straight into a final tomorrow. Sophie Lisk, I mentioned, has run a 59.90 this season. Finished second in the Welsh Senior and Under-17 Championships in Cardiff earlier on this year. Also second in Swansea at the Welsh Under-20 Track and Field Championships as well.
So the lineup for this third heat, we have
Could see her in action in Loughborough at the International there, and the Bucks Outdoor Championships at Sport City in Manchester too. And anyone in this race close to Sophie Lisk. Lily Noble, who's just inside her, has run a 1:00.16 from the D-side club. So Lily Noble in 3 might be one to watch as well.
Yeah, well, Lisk is somebody that's a little way off the standard that could feature amongst the medals, coming in as the 3rd fastest ranked athlete, the only other athlete aside from Wilson and Okoro that is sub 60 seconds. Paul, just another run through there. That was Ryan May.
So athletes called to their marks here. So Chattelhow in 2, Noble in 3, Lisk in 4, Newman in 5, Aitchison in 6, Gorvet in lane 7. And they are underway here. We're watching Sophie Lisk clearing that first hurdle and already overtaking Julia Newman outside of her, and now Lisk down that back straight here. Oh, there was a little stumble into that hurdle, and she's just lost a little bit of pace and a little bit of ground there on the athlete outside of her, which is Newman. Newman is up now, and Aitchison's going well on the outside as they come round that penultimate bend. Noble and Lisk.
So coming into the home straight, and it is Sophie Lisk.
So it's Sophie Lisk who's just recovered from that little stumble. Lisk just inside of her is Lily Noble. Those two, no one can get close to them at the moment. All Sophie Lisk needs to do is clear that final hurdle, which she does, and she has secured her place in the final of this women's under-20s 400 metres hurdles. She is through to the final, Sophie Lisk, and she will be joined there by Lily Noble. Time of 1:02.80.
Well, she almost came unstuck on the penultimate barrier, didn't she? I thought she was going to get breezed past because she stuttered so much into it, but she was so far ahead. She had more than enough time just to cruise between hurdle 9 and 10, and then she got hurdle 10 with no issues. Did really well to regather herself. We see so many athletes get unstuck. We saw it last year here on a couple of occasions too. So yeah, great work from our athletes in the under-20 women's 400. The senior women are up next.
So the senior women, we're going to have 2 semi-finals. On your screen, just confirmation of Stephanie Okoro's time and confirmation that her and Granville have qualified for that final.
Or non-qualifiers.
So Arabella Wilson has qualified for that final fastest of all. She went 58.98. Okoro 1:00.83, and then Kendick 1:02.30. So we just await some confirmation of the times from some of the other athletes in that third heat. But as it was ahead of that, Grace Malley of Scotland from the White Moss Club, a PB of 1:02.44, and Emily Kelly, the Irish athlete, 1:02.85. They were both in those positions as going through as the next fastest athletes.
So let's take you through the first of these senior women's 400 hurdle heats. We've got Amelia Briggs-Good, under 23 athlete, going in lane 2. Then Meg Willis from the city of Norwich in 3. Hayley McLean, who's had so much success at these championships in the past. She was second here last year. And then Maddie Turner's in 5 outside of McLean. Amy Christian in 6 from the Isle of Man. In 7 it's Teresa Iannatelli. And in 8 Molly Waring from Spembroke. McLean in good form this year, better form than she was 12 months ago. Raced in Marseille just in the middle of last week, ran 56.70. She'll be looking for a quick time here, set herself up ahead of the UK champs next week. It was her coach Chris Sarr's 60th birthday yesterday as well, so maybe one for him too. Simple qualification, top 2 through to the final tomorrow. Briggs-Good, Willis, McLean, Turner, Christian, Iannatelli and Waring on the outside. And Iannatelli already just starting to breeze past Waring. Briggs-Good is going well at the moment, really lovely technique over the barriers. We've had Meg Willis come to a stop. Didn't look like she clipped the second hurdle, but didn't fancy that one. McLean, though, at the front is way clear at the moment over the halfway stage. Starting to drag along Maddie Turner as well. Briggs-Good still running strongly and committed over this first 250 metres, but McLean with a clear lead here has enough time to shut it down and relax. Smooth hurdling technique, she's so experienced, all that experience coming through when you come over the final couple of barriers, and it's Hayley McLean that will take this one by 15 metres, 58.26. It's Briggs-Good coming through for second, and Iannatelli coming through for third in the end. 58.26. A really, really comfortable run for Hayley McLean.
15 centimetres.
Can go so much quicker than that. Expect her to in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, terrific run in what is, as we know, a very technical event. We saw a couple of the technical aspects in the previous race that we watched. Actually, the senior event, we saw a couple of the technical aspects just go a little bit awry, but technically that one fantastic for McLean. Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. We'll go on to the next heat. 3 heats of these under 20s. Sorry, these seniors. A lot going on here at the Alexander Stadium. Try and do our best to cover it, track and field for you. So coming up on the track next, Ella Jeffrey, Frances Hogg, Alexandra McDonald, Louise Robinson, Chelsea Walker, Katie McIntosh and Maya Stewart. Stewart in lane 8, McIntosh in 7, Walker 6, Robinson 5, McDonald 6, Hoggs 3 and Jeffrey in 2.
In the pole vault, we've got Tom Wally going over 5:15 for a first attempt. We've still got Wally and Lane in the competition. And I can tell you that Will Lane has won the under 23 medal. Wally's going well in the seniors at the moment. Jack Phipps comes away with a medal for sure. Here is Wally then. get that this time. And another 2 attempts at 5:15.
So McLean won the previous heat of these 400-metre hurdles. Is good in second position. And Telly, or the Swindon Harrier, has finished third, and we'll have to sit and wait whether that will be enough to secure a place. So again, into the final, 2 automatically,
So
and then the next 2.
In lane 2 we have Ella Jeffrey of Harrow. Although she's not there, so it's Frances Hogg in lane 3, City of York. Then Alessandra McDonald as
So
grade.
just having a look at the starters for this second heat of the women's senior 400-metre hurdles. It doesn't look like Ella Jeffrey is here from the Harrow Club, so no athlete in lane 2. So what we do have is Frances Hogg of the City of York Club in 3, Alessandra McDonald in 4, Louise Robinson in 5, Chelsea Walker in 6, also of City of York, Katie McIntosh in 7, Maya Stewart in 8. Chelsea Walker has run a 58.57 so far this season. It's in good form as well. Northern under-20 and senior championships finished first there. Has won a few other events over this distance too. So maybe Chelsea Walker in lane 6. In the green and black, 2 York athletes. Actually, in this event, we saw Scott Lincoln handing out some medals earlier on today. He'll be cheering his York teammates on as well. So Chelsea Walker. McDonald has started this really well, and down that back straight. McDonald chasing Walker. Walker and McDonald at the moment look to be the 2 leading contenders. Walker's gone past an outside, Katie McIntosh outside of her. As they come round the penultimate bend here, we'll get to see just how far Chelsea Walker is ahead of the opposition. Walker and McDonald it is, who at the moment are head and shoulders above everybody else. It's Walker that's just got the advantage, McDonald just inside of her. Here's a couple of yards down. Walker takes the penultimate hurdle really well. All she needs to do is get over this one, which she does, and it will be a place in the final here for Chelsea Walker of the City of York Club. She's just able to trot across the line. McDonald it was that finished second, a winning time of 59.60. She basically stopped a couple of metres shy of the finish line. That's how comfortable she was.
Yeah, that was very good. Really impressed with Chelsea Walker there. She's going to be in contention for a medal tomorrow for sure. She's been solidly consistent this year. 58, 57, 58, 6, 59, 20, 58, 59, 31. So expecting big improvements for her. She had a big breakthrough last year going sub 58 seconds for the first time. Did that to win these championships. She was so good on that day. She likes Birmingham. She came 6th at the UK championships as well last year. So expecting a lot from her for the remainder of the season. The result from that first hurdles heat, 58.25 for Hayley McLean and Amelia Briggs-Good going through as well. Tom Wally there in the pole vault as well, just seeing him over 5:15. Again, he's going to have one more attempt at 5:15. Rowan May is out of the competition, so is Jack Phipps, and only Will Lane can challenge for the win now. He has one more attempt at 5:15 or so.
So just before we head to Heat 3 here, which we'll bring you in a moment, just a reminder, Iona Telly and Turner with the two athletes in the two fastest runner-up positions. So Turner 1:02.61 and Atelli 1:02.05. So 1:02.61 was the time, or is the time. The athletes in Heat 2 and Heat 3 need to challenge.
So this is the lineup then. On the inside into,
So the lineup for this third and
it says on
final
your
heat
screen the
is
graphic under 23. Well, this is the senior race, and it includes under 23, so it's not a lie, but not quite the whole truth. Stephanie Fisher is on the inside, Rebecca Weeks in 3, Holly Aldridge is in 4, Catriona Scott in 5, Molly Swingler, and Sophie Ellis, and Jolie Bideway.
And in lane 8, Jolie Bideway, Kingston and Pollock.
So, fastest in the field is Sophie Ellis. She goes in lane 7. Only two athletes that have gone sub 61 seconds in this field, the other being Stephanie Fisher, who goes on the inside. So, could be comfortable for those two. Ellis is 10th in the UK rankings. Fisher is 11th. Expect to see these two at the UK Champs next week. A great opportunity for them to get amongst the podium. Fisher, Weeks, Aldridge, Scott, Swingler, Ellis, Bideway. Swingler getting off to a good start, and now Ellis just clearing that first barrier and showing the extra speed that she has as she starts to edge past Bideway down the back straight. On the inside, Fisher quietly going about her business now, passes Weeks. So Ellis out in front nearing the halfway stage here. Bideway on the outside and blind for that first 100 metres, but Ellis doing all the work at the front of this field. Where is Stephanie Fisher at this point when the stagger unwinds? And it's a huge lead here for Sophie Ellis into the home straight. Only one barrier to go. Fisher is there, so is Bideway. Legs just tightening up for Sophie Ellis here, starting to dig deep, looking for something extra. She crosses the line. 60.72. Oh, it was close across the line. Looked to me as if Rebecca Weeks in lane 3 just about came through. Very, very close. Stephanie Fisher was almost there. Jolie Bideway as well on the outside. I think Molly Swingler too was in there. It was 4 athletes looking for one spot. Did they do enough to get amongst the non-automatic qualifying spots?
Well, we'll have to wait and see on that. We're still waiting for some confirmed times on some of the earlier heats as well. We know that Hayley McLean and Amelia Briggs-Good qualified in the first heat, and Anna Telly and Turner were the next two. We also know that Chelsea Walker and Alexandra McDonald from the second heat qualifying there by rights. But we await and see who will be joining them in the final. We'll bring you up to date on that just as soon as we can. So we'll have some more 400-metre hurdles action for you in a few minutes' time. Attention will turn to the men. We'll get some under 20s action first of all. So we'll have 3 heats in that men's under 20s.
well, do make use of our exhibitor area, just outside the main reception. Today we've got Citroën, our headline partner for these championships. Swing by the Citroën stand just outside the main reception, check out their electric range and get your name in the running for some awesome prizes. We also have the athlete panel, and they're with the exhibitor area, taking athlete feedback from the competition, so please do go and speak to them. And anyone who has any queries about the age group changes, head to the exhibitor area where England Athletics will be positioned to answer any age group change queries you may have. Just like to give a quick shout out to the official charity of England Athletics too, that's the Personal Best Foundation. They work year round to change the lives of children and young people through the power of athletics. Head over to their stand at the front of the stadium to find out more and say hello.
So seeing some of the results from earlier on just run through on your screen at the moment. We do have some other times for you as well, and Francis Hogg, who ran in that third heat of the City of York Club, they run in that second heat, finished third rather. That time, 1:01.75, should be enough to see her through to the final. Anatelli clinging on in there as well. Remember, it was 2 automatic qualifiers from each heat, plus the next 2 fastest, so Maddie Turner doesn't make it.
Well, we're just seeing the results come through for that third heat of the senior women's 400 metre hurdles. Sophie Ellis 60.71, Rebecca Weeks 62.84, the official time. So I think that means we don't see anybody from that third heat go through as a non-automatic qualifier, because Francis Hogg and Teresa Anatelli both quicker, which is good news for those athletes. They race tomorrow. The final for the 400 metre hurdles tomorrow is at a leisurely 1:17 p.m, so they've got over 24 hours. Usually these hurdlers are experiencing like 10-15 starts or something on a Sunday for the final, which is very, very good for them.
So let's bring you up to date now on what we're going to see next. Men's under 20s 400 metre hurdles. Heat 1. We've got 3 heats in total. Again, the top 2 go through automatically, and then we will have the fastest 2 from across the 3 heats. In lane 2, Danny Trowell, Thames Valley Harrier. In lane 3, Ivor Parker, the Rugby and Northampton club. He's the man to watch in this one. Zach Cumberland in 4. 5, Owen Barron. 6, Chinadu Naduku of the Blackheath and Bromley Harriers Club. 7, Edward Hughes. 8, Ethan Cook. And 9, Peter Gardner.
This one, Dan Trowell, Oliver Parker, Zach Cumberland, Owen Barron, Chinadu Naduku,
Oliver Parker
Edward Hughes, Ethan Cook.
Saw, if you were watching the Diamond League meeting in London at the London Stadium recently. Also won and competed at the Junior Gala out in Mannheim in Germany recently as well. And took part in the recent University of Birmingham Track and Field Festival, where he was the winner there. So what we have at the moment is the athletes on the track, 8 of them, and then we have 8 more sat on school-style benches just at the bottom of your picture, ready to go for the next heat. As the starter calls for the attention. A little bit of a delay here. And a quiet air of expectation across the Alexander Stadium. I think now we are ready to go. So Trowell in 2, Parker in 3, Cumberland in 4, Barron in 5, Naduku in 6, Hughes in 7, Cook in 8, Gardner in 9. Men's under 20s, 400 metres hurdles, first of 3 heats. After what was a little bit of a delay at the start, we are underway. Edward Hughes of the Chelmsford Club has made a good start in that one. Also making an excellent start, as expected, is Oliver Parker, who's already gone past 2 athletes who's running this race in lane 3. So second athlete on the inside, Oliver Parker, showing some terrific form down that back straight at the moment. The athlete who also started well that we mentioned, Hughes, has just slowed up a little bit, but it's Parker, as we'll see the stagger unfold in a couple of moments' time, who looks to be way ahead of the others in this race at the moment. So Parker it is. Oliver Parker of the Rugby and Northampton Club, who is well clear at the moment. He looks as though he's going to qualify. He's able even to have a little look across there. So it is going to be Parker who's just able to slow things down a little bit. Hughes will cross the line as well in lane 7 for Chelmsford, and those 2 will qualify. Parker's time, 54.73.
Yeah, it was very good. Good to see him now in front. And we've been delighted to equal his personal best last week at the London Diamond League National Race. So he is second in the European Under-20 rankings this year, which is great for him. It's a real chance to get amongst those medals at the Europeans. It starts here. Got the England Championships this weekend. Man in the next race. Feature. Got Nicholas Maxigowski and Sheen West as well. Sheen West competes and represents Trinidad and Tobago. Well, 20 championships last year, so no European juniors for him, but he is here competing. This is, of course, an Open Championship. He's based in the UK, so he represents a British club. The lineup for the second hurdles heat then. Oliver Hall, Hayden London, Nicholas Maxigowski, Ollie Dieppe, Charlie Allnut, Will Willits, Sheen West and Henry Smith. strong event this year from a male perspective in the UK. The schools this year won by Rehan Mortada. Team West was second and Max Wiałowski was in third. This race 12 months ago. Sam Lunt by a big margin, 1.3 seconds. Oliver Parker was third. Team West won it. You could see a good head-to-head between those athletes.
In 6 from Reading, Charlie Albert. In 7 from Team Bathurst, William Willits. In 8 from Medway and Mainston, Shane West. And in 9 from Plymouth Outreach, Henry Smith. U2 of the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles.
So top 2 will automatically qualify for the final tomorrow. It's Hall, London, Max Zagowski, Dieppe, Allnut, Willits, West and Smith. Stepping up from their blocks. Oh, I just think that Hayden London there, maybe his block just slipped out of position as he walked over them. Green card for all the athletes. You can see the official just walking across the front of the lineup. So, Hall, London, Max Zagowski, Dieppe, Allnut, Willits, West and Smith. Heat 2 of the under-20 men's 400 metre hurdles. Well, Team West likes to get out hard. He's got such a long stride length as well. He's really built like a 400 hurdler, isn't he? High hips, long levers, and he just canters down the back straight. He's like a gazelle, isn't he, when he runs? On the inside of him, Max Zagowski in the green of Plymouth is going well. He's a strong runner, one of the top in the UK this year, and he's looking good. He's English schools medalist as well on this track just a few weeks ago. Team West striding away from everyone at the moment, but Max Zagowski just starting to close the gap as they are the final few hurdles. They are toe to toe, and Team West regaining the lead, starting to pick up the pace and stride away. Clips that final barrier, doesn't put him off. Away he goes to take the win in this second heat, 54.69, very comfortable. Max Zagowski gets in second. Those two automatically through to the final. And Team West, a real talent. Be a good head-to-head between himself and Oliver Parker tomorrow.
Yeah, he just looked beautiful to watch, didn't he, down that back straight. I mean, we talk, don't we, so often in this event about technique and what a technical event it is, but just watching him down that back straight, clearing the hurdles. When you have the vista that we have, the viewpoint that we have, that you can see all of the athletes going over them together, you can just see just how good he is at the way he just stretches out his leading leg there as well. And that is what puts him just a class above some of the others. But yeah, just tiring up towards the end. Knew obviously that he was going to be through to the next wave. Maciejewski of the City of Plymouth club also there as well. Those two qualifying by rights.
Worth mentioning the championship record 50.58 set by Alistair Chalmers 6 years ago, back in 2019. We know what he's done over the last 12 months. He's in great form, and I wonder, maybe we'll see Oliver Parker push on towards that sort of time. He's done it twice this year. It'd be a great moment tomorrow if he could do it here at the Championships. Difficult time to beat though, for sure. If he can get pushed on by Cheam West, or maybe Cheam West can get the standard as well, who knows.
Yeah, interesting. You mentioned Alistair Chalmers with the UK Championships coming up next weekend, because he was involved in loads of drama there last year in Manchester, which of course was the Olympic trial as far as British athletes were concerned as well, and there was question marks over a false start. He was allowed to run, and then eventually he had to dive across the line to get that qualification position. Then there was the nervy wait over what would happen with the start, but he was given the title in the end, or given the time and the position in the end, so got the call up, went to the Olympics, and then I remember as well having to do the same thing, had to dive across the line to reach the semi-final of the Olympics as well, Alistair Chalmers.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, what a year that was. 48.70 was the Olympic standard last year. Only Alistair Chalmers got that standard. We've now had 4 athletes that have beaten that standard this year. 400 hurdles is in a real purple patch. Tyree Donovan going well, so is Seamus Derbyshire, who has just rocketed forward this season. Josh Fold's been running well too, so could be one of the races of the UK champs next weekend, and great to see we've got some youngsters coming through as well.
So next up on track will be the third heat here, 2 to qualify automatically, plus the next 2. Hussein Sabri of the Liverpool Harriers and Athletics Club, as he runs for Egypt, but because, as we've been saying, he's represented, or represents Liverpool Harriers, runs here. Andrew Crerar, Joseph Arnold, Corey Middleton, Seb Hillard, Hugh Williams, Rayan Mutaidah and Ethan Dewhurst.
Andrew Crerar. In 4 from Woodford Green, Joseph Arnold. In 5 from Wigan District, Corey Middleton. In 6 from Stratford, Seb Hillard. In 7 from Menai Track and Field, Hugh Williams. In 8 from Blackheath Bromley, Rayan Mutaidah. And in 9 from Tirchenale AC, Ethan Dewhurst. In 3 of the under-20 men's 400-metre hurdles.
So it's men's 400 metres hurdles, third and final heat. Sabri on the inside, just composing himself. Season's best, personal best of 57.60. But we've seen quicker athletes this season. Andrew Crerar 55.32. Corey Middleton in lane 5 of the Wigan and District Club 55.56. But maybe the 2 to look out for: the Irishman on the outside 52.14, Dewhurst, and Mutaidah 51.29. The Blackheath and Bromley Harriers Club in lane 8, just inside him. In fact, we haven't got Dewhurst in this race. He is a DNS, but it is a terrific start here from Mutaidah as well. He's already gone way ahead of the athletes behind him. Mutaidah again showing some terrific form and a great stride pattern down that back straight at the moment. Mutaidah it is, who's got no one now outside of him to try and chase down. He's very much having to run his own race here. He's like an island in a huge ocean. But as he comes into this home straight, we'll see just exactly what his advantage is. He just stumbled over that one slightly, Mutaidah. And then some of the other athletes are just coming back in to join him, but you do feel that Mutaidah's just running within himself at the moment. He's had a little look across and he can see the other athletes trying to get there, but Mutaidah, you would think, has done enough here. He knows he's done enough. He will qualify and will get into that final. And the athlete who finishes second in lane 3, Andrew Crerar of the Reading Club, it's a 55.53 time for Mutaidah, who walks straight off the track, goes and picks his kit up, and he's satisfied with a job well done.
I mean, that was so easy, wasn't it? Again, like Cheam West in the previous heat, just so graceful. It was like practically bounding. You know, I say it's like a gazelle. It really is just so fluid and wonderful to watch. Fantastic running. Almost too easy, because it's sometimes painful for athletes when they have to run slower. I mean, that was 4 seconds slower than he ran at the English Schools Championships just a couple of weeks ago on this very track when he won the gold. So That's the result from the previous heat. Ching West 54.69, and then Nicholas Matsagowski from the City of Plymouth 55.47. Those times see them through. No questions.
Eppie and Cumberland at the moment from the first two heats in the positions as far as the fastest runners-up are concerned. So Ollie Dieppie's time of 55.64, a PB actually, who ran in the second heat, finishing third. 55.64 may be enough to see him through. Cumberland ran in the first heat, also finished third, 56 dead for the City of York athlete. We'll wait to see what some of the other times are now from that third and final heat, to see if anyone can overtake. Seniors up next, by the way. We're going to have two heats of the men's senior 400-metre hurdle seniors. So it will be Dieppie and Cumberland who will qualify in the two fastest runners-up positions, because Middleton's time finishing third, 56.26, not good enough to overtake Cumberland's time of 56 dead in the under 20s 400 metres hurdles.
So we go to the senior men. Heat 1 up next. Drew Bradley, Stephen Garrett, Benjamin Schofield, Sam Clark, Gus Carter, Luke Drumfield, Hayden Christian, Cosmo Johnson.
Right then, let's take you through this lineup for the first of two heats in the senior men's 400-metre hurdles. On the inside, we've got Drew Bradley there in lane 3 from Shaftesbury Barnet, Stephen Garrett. Benjamin Schofield goes in lane 4, Sam Clark in 5, Gus Carter in 6, Luke Drumfield in 7, Hayden Christian, and on the outside, Cosmo Johnson. Healthy qualification, Steve Garrett, who goes in lane 3, World Masters silver medalist last year. Fastest in the lineup this year, Sam Clark, who goes in lane 5. And where they go, Christian starting to chase down Johnson from lane 8 in that green vest, and he's absolutely flying here. On the inside, Drew Bradley getting out well at the moment, but it is Sam Clark, perhaps as expected, that has got the advantage here, as he's already breezed past Carter and now starting to move past Drumfield as well. Garrett going well toe-to-toe with Bradley on the inside lanes, but Clark has the advantage. Christian going well from lane 8-2 in the green, and Christian, not much to choose between himself and Clark as they come into the home straight. But here comes Clark with the surge. Inside of him, Schofield going well. It's Clark that will take the win here. Powers his way down the home straight. 52.50 for Clark. Good win for him. Schofield coming through for second, and then Hayden Christian, the man who came through to take the third spot.
Dare I say it, we've got a bit of sunshine across the stadium at the moment. If you were with us first thing this morning, we had some particularly heavy rain. We definitely had a few puddles on the track earlier on that were causing one or two issues, but as predicted, as promised, it's certainly brightening up, and it will be a terrific afternoon of track and field for you.
The medal ceremony for the men's pole vault. The bronze medalist from Birchfield Harriers, from Thames Valley Harriers, Jack Harris.
So we've got a medal ceremony taking
And we have
place
equal silver medalists
inside
both from
the
Birchfield
stadium
Harriers.
at the minute.
Rowan May
That is
and Jack Phillips.
for the men's pole vault final.
The England gold medalist from City of Sheffield and Durham, Will Lane.
So Will Lane, out of your picture, receives his gold medal from the City of Sheffield and Durham club.
And the guest gold medalist from Wrexham in Wales, Thomas Wally.
There's also a gold medal for guests from Wales, Thomas Wally.
Your medalist for the senior men's pole vault.
Back on the track, we've got our second heat of this senior men's 400 metres hurdles. So first three from each of the heats qualify automatically. Then it's the next two. Jubril Adeniji in lane 2 of the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers Club. Ed Laws in 3, 51 dead PB and season's best. Maybe the man from Stevenage and North Hearts is the one to watch in this one. Jacob Lingard in 4, Will Parry in 5, Toby Watson in 6, Andrew Ajoub in 7, then Verbikas in 8, and Jared Fortune in 9. So I mentioned Ed Laws and a 51 dead time. Toby Watson 51.48. Birchfield Harrier on his home track. And home advantage help the young man
Presentation
qualify
for the
here.
23 men's pole vault. The silver medalist from Peterborough and Lean Valley, Angus Bowling. And a gold medalist from City of Sheffield and Durham, Will Lane. Your under 23 men's pole vault medalists. Heat 2, senior men's 400 metre hurdles.
So here we go then with this second heat, men's senior 400 metre hurdles. Adeniji in 2, Laws in 3, Lingard in 4, Parry 5, Watson in 6, Ajoub 7, Verbikas in 8, and Fortune on the outside in lane 9. Laws maybe the favourite in this race, wearing the orange and the black of the Stevenage and North Hearts club. So we have a look as they approach that first hurdle, as they all meet it at pretty much the same time, and Laws has made a terrific start, and already Laws has gone past Lingard outside of him. There's also a decent run as well from the likes of Toby Watson too.
That's Toby Watson of Birchfield Harriers.
And the Birchfield Harrier, who we've mentioned, has looked in great form down that back straight as well. So we'll see how Toby Watson and how potentially Ed Laws play as they come into the home straight as the stagger. Laws just looks to be tiring a little bit at the moment. He's in second position at the moment too. But Laws has found a bit of a second wind here as we approach the final hurdle, but there was a real stumble and misstep into it. I think he'll hold on to finish second in this race, but the winner is from lane 6, the Birchfield Harrier, Toby Watson. Ed Laws in there as well, the time 53.04. Watson and Laws have gone through, and we'll just have to wait and see who's gone through as well with that third automatic qualification position.
Yeah, good run, controlled it, didn't he, Toby Watson? Didn't have any issues. Ed Laws looked pretty comfortable as well, both of those two under 23 athletes, so chance for them to get a gold medal in that age category which we're handing out as part of this senior race here at the England Championship. So
yeah, Laws had done enough in the first 350 metres or so. As we said, he did stumble just going into that final barrier, but had enough in the tank. And Laws and Watson, the two that we'd highlighted ahead of the race, delivered on the track here. So those were the two heats of the men's senior 400 metres, including, as we've just heard there as well, the under-23s race too. Described it earlier as being slightly confusing. It can be. We do have, with some of the medal ceremonies, have numerous golds being handed out.
yeah, it is complex, not going to deny that at all. Yeah, makes it quite complex. We do have some shot put going on as well for the senior men's decathlon, which started this morning with the 100 metres. Harry Kendall is leading Pool A of that with 14:37. I think we've just seen Cal McLennan throw, I think. Just seeing who else we've got in there as well. This is Will Reed, who's currently throwing in the green and black vest. Will Reed, personal best of 11:26 and 10:95 in this competition already. We're into the third round. A bit worse off with 9:41 in the second round, but good showing with that first attempt. They are really blazing through it because they have two groups going. It's a good thing because they want to try and get the shot put done so we can get on with the next event, the high jump. So it's confusing, but we do have the under-20 men's decathlon, which is concluding today. It started yesterday. They'll finish with the 1500 metres today, and actually coming up very shortly, within the next 45 minutes or so, we do actually have it's actually half an hour's time, the under-20 women's heptathlon 800 metres. That starts at 22 minutes past 1, so just enough time for you to grab a bite to eat, lunch if you want to sit down and watch that. We've got a couple of ambulant para finals as well before then,
and a wheelchair final too coming up as well.
Yeah, which is great to see. We do incorporate the senior para championships here at these championships as well, so lots happening on the track as we go through the afternoon today. Definitely warming up a bit though, Michael, hey?
I know the jumper might come off shortly.
No, I don't know about that.
I heard your second pair of trousers.
Yeah, my second pair of trousers might come off. A few minutes until the next track event then, 10 minutes time. Chance for our hurdles to get removed from the track, and then for our wheelchair races to get warmed up and things like that. But
yeah, just looking at the start list for a couple of these para events, as we said, the integrated events here. So Dan Wolf and Arthur Mills will be in the 1500 metres. So that is a senior event. And then the women's race, which will follow that one again, Erin Barry and Ella Richards. Haven't got anyone on the start list at the minute for the women's 1500 metres wheelchair final, so we'll just have to keep our eye on that one.
Just seen Cal McLennan throw in the Pool A of the decathlon shot put, and actually just to give you a bit of an update on that senior men's decathlon, Harry Kendall leads that competition. He got out well in the 100 metres, then got 7:09 in the long jump to get 835 points, and he's got a 14:37 shot put at the moment to lead in that event. The leader of the long jump was actually Stephen Simmons, who currently sits in third place, 10 points back. So after after 2 events, there's only 10 points between the top 3. It's Jack Turner who's in second, who long jumped 7:01. So it is bubbling nicely as we move to the high jump of the 400 metres later on this afternoon.
Fine when it's on here. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, stay like this for the first stand. Yeah. Just, it feels a bit basic. We've got 1500 metres, so we'll start with the over there. 10 minutes, 5 past.
I've left mine in my fridge at home, lovingly made last night.
Ryan, the last minute try. Now.
Once again, we've got a great exhibition area just outside the front of the main reception. The Personal Best Foundation are there. They've got some great prizes today. You can win a weekend away with an electric Citroen of your choice, a week away in a Citroen Holidays camper van, or a 6-month physio program with Nuffield. If you've hit a new PB today, don't miss your chance to celebrate with the Personal Best Foundation. You can find them with Amy just outside the main reception.
Next event on track is our ambulance 1500 metres, men and women, due off in a couple of minutes.
Away we go then in this para-ambulance 1500 metre final. We've got two groups of athletes in this one, two male and two female, and it's Dan Wolf and Arthur Miles in this men's race that set the pace early on here. And for the women, we've got Erin Barry and Ella Richards. Erin Barry of Boulder and Jane Richards of Torbay. So it's currently Ella Richards who is the first female in the opening 200 metres, and Dan Wolf in that Belgrade vest is going very well here. There's not too much to choose between these two men on personal best. So 4:02 for Dan Wolf. Arthur Miles is a 4:04 man, and he's doing the right thing here in that white vest. Arthur Miles just sitting in second, a few metres back, and letting Dan Wolf blow off some steam at the front with that early pace over this opening 400 metres. But they're coming through in around about 62 seconds. It's pretty quick at the moment, so early pace has been set, and it's Dan Wolf that leads things out.
Arthur Miles at the moment just happy down that back straight, just to sit just a couple of yards back, as you say. Very, very closely linked in terms of that PB time at the moment. So Miles of the St Mary's Richmond Athletics Club just tracking the Belgrave Harrier around at the moment. The women's race, which is taking place of course at the same time, is a little more disjointed at the moment, as Ella Richards of the Torbay Club has taken up a decent lead and increasing her lead over Erin Barry here as well.
We saw a couple of great middle distance races last night, no pacemakers, people were thrashing it out. We only had three in the senior men's 1500 metre final last night, and it actually turned out to be a cracker. They were all fairly well matched in personal best, and as we came into the bell, the three of them were all together, and we had a big surge of pace, and it came down to a great sprint finish in the final 80 metres. So maybe we'll have the same here between Wolf and Miles.
Yeah, we talk, don't we, a lot in sport and certainly in track and field about the beauty of a head-to-head. We love building up a head-to-head race, and what we have here is literally two head-to-head races taking place on the track at the same time. And just as the men initially come round what will be the penultimate, Ben, when they come around for the final time, at the moment there we can see Dan Wolf and Arthur Miles still very, very close together. Not a lot to choose between the two of them. Meanwhile, in the women's race, Ella Richards continues to extend her lead ahead of Erin Barry.
Yeah, looks good in a minute. Really strong technique from Dan Wolf. He's just got some good rhythm. Those arms just swinging, ticking them on. But the bell then, it's around 3:02, and Wolf is leading nicely. I just wonder whether Miles has got anything left in his back pocket. He's so relaxed. He's got a slightly different running style than Dan Wolf, who has been aggressively swinging those arms and has had great speed throughout this race so far. But what can Miles do in response? He's got a 5-metre deficit with around 250 metres to go. In the women's race, it is Erin Barry that leads, and that lead is around 40 metres at the moment as they come through, and we'll hear the bell in just a moment. But up front, 200 metres to go. Dan Wolf starting to stretch away, starting to power home. Miles needs an injection of pace here over the final 150 metres. I'm not sure he's going to have anything in response, because this is a wonderful run by Dan Wolf, who is 11 years his senior, and as the sun just starts to shine down on us in the Alexander Stadium for the first time today, the arms start to become more aggressive for Dan Wolf. He's powering home to take the win here. 4:08.95. It's around 4:12 for Arthur Mills in second place. He'll get the silver medal. And the women's race still ongoing down the back straight. Erin Barry, just some 40 metres back. It's Ella Richards that is leading this one into the final 150 metres. She'll be clapped home by all the supporters here with us at the Alexander Stadium. She's had to run this on her own, but is still injecting some pace into this race. Still trying to build and push on, and checking the watch as well, just to see where she is in terms of time. Her personal best of 4:46. She's going to be outside of that. She's going to be just outside 5 minutes. But it's Ella Jane Richards from Torbay. Great run from her, around 5:05. And here comes Erin Barry as well. Not too far off her personal best in that luminous orange Border Harriers vest. Great to see our power athletes, our ambulant athletes, getting a show here at the Alexander Stadium. So wins then for Daniel Wolf of Belgrave and Ella Jane Richards from Torbay.
Yeah, and I wonder whether there's a bigger picture there for integration of more para events. We obviously saw some at the London Stadium as part of the programme for the Diamond League Day, and particularly remember here, of course, back in 2022, the Commonwealth Games as an event that is maybe struggling just to work out what it's going to be in the future, following the withdrawal of Victoria and Glasgow stepping up. Less than a year to go, as we've already said now, for the Commonwealth Games. Back to Glasgow, it's going to be 10 sports, just 4 venues. It's going to be a very small footprint. That is the new look Commonwealth Games, the new affordable Commonwealth Games after the high watermark of what they did here in Birmingham. But I think one of the things that I noticed with the programme of the Commonwealth Games, not just in track and field, but it's the number of para events. And I think that is the way that the Commonwealth Games can differentiate itself to what had become an arms race about struggling to be a mini Olympics. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I completely get it. I mean, it's the Commonwealth Games has always been like an inclusive games, hasn't it? It's always felt friendly, and I think incorporating those power events just gives it a different dynamic perhaps than what an Olympics does, which is the mega on steroids event. Well, I shouldn't probably use steroids to describe the Olympics because there's not much of that, but no, you know what I mean. It's the one that's all beefed up. It's the the big fancy all bells and whistles, and the Commonwealth Games has a different dynamic to it.
Yeah, I think the question marks moving forward, and who knows what will happen to the Commonwealth Games moving forward as we approach what would be the centenary year in 2030, and whether someone and the CGF, the Commonwealth Games Federation, say they do have people interested in hosting the event for 2030. Is, for example, when the Commonwealth Games were here in Birmingham, events for para-athletes were selected that were going to suit people like Hannah Cockcroft, who was going to come here and win a Commonwealth Games medal. Hannah Cockcroft, as it stands at the minute, won't be able to go to Glasgow and defend the title because her event's not going to be part of the programme, because obviously they're looking to put on events that might suit, say, Sammy King, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a good way of going. You know, we had a couple of amazing races here as part of the Paris with Emmanuel Oyimbo-Coker as well, like a great run there, and yeah, people supported it. You know, the celebrations are great, and I think if we do multi-sport games really well here, and we're going to get a taste of that in Glasgow next year. We're also going to see in Birmingham the European Athletics Championships for the very first time, and this next 4 weeks of events is really just starting to test this stadium ahead of what's to come in the next 12 months.
Yeah, that European Championships, I think, will be an excellent opportunity for Birmingham, for this stadium to showcase what it can do. It will also, I think, be, if needed, an excellent rehearsal event for showing World Athletics what bringing a World Championships and a World Para-Athletics Championships back to London could do. Because, you know, any of us that remember 2017, and I think certainly the Para, the IPC World event in 2017 was absolutely sensational in terms of the amount of tickets sold, the stands.
The attendances were off the charts.
And you speak to anyone that was involved back in those days, some of those names that will trip off the tongue, like, you know, Johnny Peacock or Richard Whitehead, others that were involved in para sport. You know, and of course we still hark back to the Paralympics in 2012, but things have moved on a lot, and we are 12 years on, and I actually do think that the para sport, para athletics will benefit from that little boost again. And that's not just me saying that, that's what people like Hannah Cockcroft say, is that we can't just always live off the 2012 thing. We do need to keep creating those big moments, and having integrated events like today helps in terms of that impact as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as you can see on our schedule, the next thing for us on the track in 10 minutes' time is the under-20 women's heptathlon 800 metres at the conclusion of that event. So we'll be showing that in around 10 minutes' time.
gentlemen, can I have your attention for a minute, please? We recently lost one of our esteemed colleagues, and his funeral was yesterday. So I'm going to hand over to one of our starters who knew him very well, to Kenny, who will say a few words, and then we will honour him with a minute's silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow officials, athletes and coaches. On the 22nd of July 2025, the world of British athletics lost one of its most popular officials. John Pickles was a starter and starter's assistant from Cheltenham. He began officiating in the late 1970s and continued up until last year. John was happy to officiate at all levels and all types of athletics, ranging from primary school athletics up to international level. John was appointed as Chief Starter's Assistant at the London 2012 Olympic Games and helped to make the event the success it was. Over recent years, John's health deteriorated, but he didn't see that as a barrier to stopping him from officiating. John simply bought a mobility scooter and continued to officiate. John was a fun-loving official with a great sense of humour. He was supremely professional, supportive and encouraging. He made the athletes feel relaxed and focused on the start line. Everyone will miss him greatly. We are now going to do a 1 minute silence after the 3-second countdown, and we'll be using a traditional starting pistol to start and end the silence.
So our next event on the track will be the 800 metres for the heptathletes in the under-20 competition. Currently led by Matilda Quick of Swansea with 4.338. Ina Payne is second on 4.172. And Hannah Wilson third on 3.843. So considerable gaps between the first three positions there. Will be just one heat, all the athletes will go together. In the meantime, the senior women heptathletes, the high high jump competition continues. There'll be 12 athletes in this open 800 metres, or rather combined 800 metre race.
Welcome back to coverage from the Alexander Stadium. In the last few moments, we've just had a tribute and a minute's silence here to a well-known athletics official, John Pickles, whose funeral was held this week, and that precedes what is the final event for the women's under-20s heptathlon. It is the 800 metres. Just to bring you up to date, Matilda Quick leads the overall standings at the moment with 4,338 points. Isla Payne of the Cheltenham and County Harriers is second, 4,172 points, and Hannah Wilson currently third, Gateshead Harriers with 3,843 points. So what we're going to have here is our final event in this women's 800 metres. 12 athletes it is who will be taking part in this one. Ella Thomas, Isla Payne, Caitlin Bell, Rebecca Milliner, Charlotte Gilding, Alana Snowden, Hannah Wilson, Sarah Redfern, Matilda Quick, Jessie Craig, Tilly Lodge and Esme Pounder. And then what will happen is there'll be some calculations at the end based on where people have finished in terms of their times. That will be converted into the points, and we should be able to crown for you at some stage today a winner in the women's under-20s heptathlon. So Quick of the Swansea Harriers started with the win in the 100 metres hurdles, as we are underway. Third in the high jump, win in the shot put, third in the 200 metres, a win in the long jump, second position in the javelin. So we're underway then in this final of the women's 800 metres heptathlon then.
May not be the case though for Caitlin Bell, the Norwich athlete. She's certainly gone off with vengeance.
Caitlin Bell it is down the back straight, who has started this race really well. Bell's PB over 800 metres is 2:23.28. Ella Thomas has a PB of 2:28.48.
She's just being passed now by Tunbridge's Ella Thomas. Fine running here from Caitlin Bell.
So Caitlin Bell at the minute has a 10-15 metre lead here. She takes the bell.
65-second first lap. Tunbridge's Thomas now in second.
Ella Thomas it is in second position at the moment at the end of a long 2 days of competition. Bell and Thomas. Thomas was in fourth position overall ahead of this one, and Bell was in fifth position overall as well. Bell with the season's best points tally. Looking at Quick and Payne, who of course are the two at the top of the standings. Payne's PB is 2:31.56, Quick's PB 2:31.23, so not a lot to choose between those two. Still the City of Norwich athlete, Caitlin Bell, who is leading as she comes round towards the home straight here. Fifth overall, as we said, but she will pick up some points here.
Been a fantastic run from Caitlin Bell, totally solo.
Caitlin Bell from gun to take, literally, has won this race, and that will be converted into a points total.
Yes, she does. 19.23. Then Hannah Wilson
in second position.
There to cement her position, at least. Tunbridge's Ella Grace Thomas.
Second position there.
Group of athletes finishing.
The likes of Hannah Wilson and others. We'll just have to convert those times into points for you, and then we'll be able to bring you some overall standings. But as we said, Matilda Quick who was leading and did well in that 800 metres as the athletes all slump to the track here. Great win for Caitlin Bell there, and that will be good for her points tally as well. 2:19.23 the time.
So Pool A of the senior high jump as Barbara Tyrrell Hutton, the crawling champion.
I'll come back and bring you all the final results, of course, of the women's heptathlon.
So Pool A, while currently at 1m60 and 1:51.
So that was the under-20s women, their final event. The senior women have started today, by the way, and they are now going through their high jump competition. So we've got two finals in the senior women's. Next up on track, by the way, we will have a steeplechase final for you. It will be a men's 3,000 metre steeplechase final.
That'll be presented by Hamill Morris, Head of Talent at Sport. The silver medalist from St Mary's Richmond, Arthur Mills. Gold medalist from Belgrave Harriers, Daniel
You can
Wood.
see the schedule of what's still to come this afternoon. We've got those steeplechase finals, under 20s first up, and then the senior male. In the field, we've got the long jump final for the under 20s male, and the pole vault final as well. Then some more steeplechase events, and we've also got some discus and some more power events to bring you as well later on today. So plenty of still to come here from Birmingham. Bell it was that won the women's 800 metres there in the heptathlon. Wilson was second, Thomas was third, Hayne finishing in 5th position, and Quick was down in 7th position. And hopefully we'll be able to convert that into the points for you very shortly.
In second place, from Border Harriers.
So we do now have the points from that women's 800 metres. So Matilda Quick has 627 points, finishing 7th in that race, enough for her to take the top spot. Overall points tally of 4,338. Isla Payne, she finished 5th in that race, so 649 points for her. A points tally of 4,172, and a season's best points tally as well for Hannah Wilson, the Gateshead Harrier, finishing 2nd in that race. Great performance from her, 760 points, so she secures that bronze medal, if you like, 3,843 points. Ella Thomas finishing in 4th position, although in fact she was overtaken in the overall standings by Caitlin Bell, who's courtesy of that brilliant win, moved herself up to 4th at a PB of 4,555 points. So there we have it, the conclusion of the women's under-20s heptathlon. Our winner is Matilda Quick, 2nd Isla Payne, and 3rd Hannah Wilson.
your third attempt at 63.
Come on the track, it'll be the under 20 men's 3,000 metres steeplechase final next.
So next up on track, we've got the barriers in place for the final of the men's under 20s 3,000 metres steeplechase. So our athletes in this one, lane, well, they're not really in lane, but in order. Ewan Thomas 1, Archie Budding in 2, Bradley Andrews Calick in 3, Ben Hall in 4, Luca Hamlin in 5, Luke Shacklock in 6, Henry Evans in 7, Matthew Knack in 8, Finley Everson in 9, Aidan O'Driscoll in 10, Dylan Millard in 11, Julian Moynihan in 12 and Andrew Baird in 13. So the starters in this steeplechase race will begin over on the back straight, as we can see. And they're being called to their marks now. So this is the final of the men's under 20s 3,000 metres steeplechase.
The 20 men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. In this one from Carmarthen and District, Ewan Thomas from Leeds City.
So Thomas, Ewan Thomas, the Carmarthen and District Harrier. Archie Budding from Leeds City Athletics Club. From Jersey, Bradley Andrews Calick. Ben Hall, the Horwich RMI Harriers. Luca Hamlin, the Aldershot Farnham District Club. Luke Shacklock of the Harrogate Harriers. Henry Evans of Cardiff Athletics Club. Matthew Knack of the Giffnock North Athletics Club. Finley Everson of the Basildon Club. Aidan O'Driscoll of the Woodford Green Athletics Club and Essex Ladies. Dylan Millard of Taunton. Julian Moynihan of the Ely Runners and Andrew Baird of the Inverness Harriers. So quite a big differential between people's PBs in this race. The only athlete to have gone sub 9 minutes is Dylan Millard of the Taunton Club. He's wearing bib number 611. His PB, his season's best actually, is 8:59.69.
Means quite a quick tempo being set.
At the moment, all the athletes are grouped together as they come into this home straight close to us. We'll see a few drop off, I would presume, in the next few minutes or so. At the moment, Ewan Thomas, whose PB is 9:19.83, is just the back marker right now.
That's Benjamin Hall of Horwich RMI Harriers on the front. 9:13.6 is best. The silver medal at the English Schools Championships last year.
It is that's leading down that back straight at the minute. That's still just anyone's race here.
Just one athlete with the European under 20 qualifying standard, that's Dylan Millard of Taunton. That standard is 9 minutes and 5 seconds. These were at 8:59.69.
So Dylan Millard is the one to watch, really. Obviously trying to get that qualification, the selection. Haven't got the time for the European Under 20 Athletics Championships, which begin on the 7th of August in Finland.
2 minutes 59.8.
Decent lineup, isn't it, Michael? These athletes having to learn without a pacemaker here, and not too often you get a chance to compete in a highly competitive steeplechase field as well. And these youngsters going for broke really to try and qualify for the European Juniors.
Two leaders starting to move clear.
Qualifying time.
Group of 4 behind.
9 minutes and 5. Andrews Callett, the Jersey man, came close last year. He was agonisingly close, and Dylan Millard as well, just in amongst it near the front of this race at the moment as well. I think Andrews Callett is in 4th at the moment, the Jersey man, so not too far off the front.
Yeah, this is the section of the race now as we head towards 4 laps to go, where things will begin to unfold for us. And we'll see some of those athletes whose TVs are not quite up, along with some of these drop off the back, but we've got 4, leading group of 4 at the minute.
Trains over in Loughborough.
Yeah, we've got Luca Hamblin in second there in that Aldershot Farnham District vest at the moment too. So, and here comes Andrews Callett, just starting to push the pace ever so slightly, getting towards the front of this one.
We head down that back straight at the minute. Still very tough to call in terms of these leading contenders, these 3 or 4 that are there at the moment. Dylan Millard at the minute in amongst that leading group as well. The one we've said is the only runner to have gone sub 9 minutes. Andrews Callett, his PB 9:07.14. Hamlin's bet PB 9:21.77.
Just incidentally, the championship record set by Benedict Whitby back in 1996, 8 minutes 59.09. So that's not out of the realms of possibility for Dylan Millard. The conditions here are a little bit breezy down the back straight, slight breeze in his home straight as well, and it makes it more challenging when you're going for those quicker times.
They'll pass through, 3 laps to go.
So 3 laps to go. Is this going to be Millard's race? Is there a championship record up for grabs here, perhaps?
Split up slightly.
As we can see now, some of the other athletes in this field are beginning to fall down in terms of their position in the race. It has strung out dramatically, as we said right at the start. You had athletes that have run this in sub 9 minutes, others PBs of course over 10 minutes, so that is why we're seeing the spread of the field that we're seeing at the moment.
6 minutes 5.1 through 2 kilometres.
Getting a bit of a breakaway, aren't we, here, with Andrews Callett just latching onto the front. This lead by Millard at the moment, and as expected, those 2 faster than the rest of the field, just pushing the pace. And here we go with almost 2 laps to go. It is Millard that is starting to break away.
Yeah, what has Andrews Callett got here? He's got 2-3 metres behind at the moment, but Millard looks very easy as he comes through with 800 metres to go here.
Millard on the front. He's looking to qualify for those European Under-20 Championships.
For a place on the plane to Finland. The championship record that we've mentioned would be a nice fillet on top of that, but it's about winning this race, being crowned champion, and it's about getting that selection to represent your country as well. And as we look at the 2 of them heading down that back straight now with around about 600 metres to go, you have to say it looks as though no one will trouble Dylan Millard. Andrews Callett has gone 2-3 metres further back at the minute, the man from the Jersey Spartan Athletics Club. And Millard, as he takes that water jump, looks in good shape here. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to challenge him.
Yeah, Millard currently ranked 21st in the European Juniors list, and he's showing that sort of form here and trying to keep an eye on the clock to see what sort of split he might do. And if he can close rapidly here, I don't think he's going to be too far off his personal best. He's going to have something like a 63-second last lap if he's going to beat that personal best here.
Dylan Millard takes it. Luca Hamlin there in second.
So Millard it is that leads with 400 metres to go. Bradley Andrews-Callett in second position at the minute. As the bell tolls for all of these athletes, I think we know who our 1-2 is going to be here. And he said right at the outset that we thought Dylan Millard would do enough here, and the gap down that back straight, Millard is running just against him and the clock now. It's essentially a time trial.
Position 2, his best 9:21.77.
Andrews-Callett, I'm pretty sure, is secure in his second position at the minute as they take that water jump for the final time.
And now he appears round the bend into the home
final of
straight.
the under-20 men's 3,000 metre steeplechase, and we're about to crown another champion here. Dylan Millard takes that final barrier, that final hurdle. He's looked in total and utter control of this race, and he will take that title.
Dylan Millard stops the clock, 9 minutes 6.13.
9:06.13 has been given as the time in the stadium. Andrews-Callett finishing in second position.
I think that's Benjamin Hall in third.
And yeah, just to confirm, in third position, wearing bib number 608, the Horridge RMI Harrier Ben Hall. So there is your 1, 2, 3 in the men's under-20 steeplechase.
Nice to have some sun down on us now as well, certainly warming up a bit.
Well, another couple of steeplechase finals to bring you shortly as well. So we've got the men's senior final and then the women's under-20s. In touch as well.
So it's still Millard and Taunton AC who crossed the line first. That was the under-20 men's 3,000 metre steeplechase.
In the field events.
Back on the field, the high jumpers, pool A, still 6 athletes.
The men's under-20s pole vault will be starting very soon. Of course, the women's senior heptathlon began this morning, and the women's under-20 heptathlon finished a short while ago, and we put you the results of that one. Tilda Quick, the Swansea Harrier, with a PB 4,965 points. Isla Payne also with a PB in second, and Hannah Wilson of the Gateshead Harriers Club, a PB of 4,603, finishing third.
Well, we're in for a great afternoon of competition, aren't we? Coming up to the roughly halfway point in our programme for day 2 here at the England Championships. It's the seniors and under-20s, the Senior Para Championships, incorporating the CAU into counties as well. And it's a busy old one, isn't it? Some long jump to come. We've got the under-20 men's decathletes going into this pole vault. London final for the under-20 men as well. Lots happening across the afternoon. This weekend, of course, couldn't happen without our headline partners for this weekend, Citroën, who partnered with England Athletics and the Personal Best Foundation to sustainably power our next generation of athletes. We've got some wonderful cars out on display by this main stand as well. Great to have Citroën involved, supporting athletics and grassroots sports, particularly with athletics, the #1 Olympic sport. So, about 10 minutes until the next race, which is the 3,000 metre steeplechase for the seniors.
Well, if you look over to the back straight here, the 20 men's lock jumpers almost ready to get going, so let's run through the lineup. Jumping first, from Harrow, Daniel Emekbo. From Chelmsford AC, Samuel Wright. From Millfield School, Andre Onyekwe. From Maidenhead, Jack Britton. From Aberdeen Valley, Benjamin Parker. From Cambridge Harriers, Jack Jones. From Hernhill Harriers, Malik Adamson. From Burton AC, Caden Ramsey. From Blackheaton Bromley, Abraham Sheriff. From Max Harriers, Regan Corrin. And from Corby AC, Sonny Locke. That's right, this is the under 20 men's long jump.
Oh no, I'll just have a couple of yours. No, no, just get your own portion. Right? It's £2, right? Then if you don't want them, I'll eat yours. I'll eat yours. But I don't want you to do is take your mine.
go back to Alex and the down and saw him, he was the only one there. So.
Yeah, because we already talked sport.
They are kind of what they do, having done the Olympics last year. Like blindly done I don't know whether there was conversation about whether they could do a couple of British champions racing live commentary. Like, you know, 100 metre live, yeah, a couple of events where there's a couple of names.
So on the attempts, 169 including the 100 competition.
Obviously they've got the Lions, that's done and dusted. I think with international the general audience
Next up will be the senior men's 3,000 metres steeplechase.
Away we go with this senior men's 3,000 metre steeplechase, who's already had one for the under 20s. In this one we've got Joey Croft, Matt Grindrod, George Phillips, Frederick Cooper, Alex Stewart, Sam Gilson, Henry Yelling, Lewis Mills and Sam Costley all going in this one. Fastest in the field is Lewis Mills on paper, the Tunbridge athlete, has run 8 minutes 52 before. Just having a look to see where he is slotted in this field already. And yeah, it looks like Lewis Mills now in that white vest just in about third place, is that? Just slotting in nicely. And then up at the front, I think that's Joey Croft in the black vest of Huntingdonshire, and then, outside of him, maybe that's George Phillips in the red of Doncaster. Looks to me to be that way. And the sun is starting to shine down on them. Down on the back straight at the moment, we also have some long jump. The long jump competition for the under 20 men. I think we've got the seniors tomorrow, if my memory serves me correctly. So 9 athletes lining up in this one. Sam Costley is another one in this field who has gone sub 9 minutes. He's got a best of 8 minutes 55, Sam Costley. Good athlete, see him around the circuit. Steeplechase is a funny one really, because they don't often get a chance to compete at the highest level because there's so few of them and the races are not put on that much, and you don't get an opportunity to compete so frequently. A couple of our top chasers at the moment: Will Battersall, Mark Pearce, both coached by Luke Dunn, former British champion over the steeplechase as well. So
Samuel Gilson there in third on the outside, and on his inside is Lewis Mills and Tonbridge. Got that pack really tight and congested.
In there, is it, and Henry Yelling, the 2 red vests?
Croft and Grimrod 1 and 2, and yeah, Sam Gilson of the Rotherham Harriers also, as they came through there with 6 laps to go, also looking in decent shape as well. It's still very much anyone's race in the early stages of this 3,000 metres steeplechase. We mentioned, of course, long jump competition going on as well at the moment. Keep you in touch with the men's under 20s long jump final.
Yeah, so that man at the front in the green vest is Frederick Cooper. That's a Yate AC vest.
3 minutes, 2.1.
And, just outside of him, that looks to be Henry Yelling.
Ever so slightly slower than that under 28.
6:29, which it is. Henry Yelling is there. And we've got Tunbridge Lewis Mills in the white vest in third. The black vest is Joey Croft from Huntingdonshire. So he's in a good place at the minute as well. And I think that black vest in fifth place is George Phillips of Doncaster. So everybody's still in the mix at the moment. It's still early days in this one. We're over a kilometre in at this point, and it's going to start to wind up as we get towards the final 2 laps.
Yeah, Frederick Cooper leading the race of the Yeatland District Club, a PB of 9:16:31 that he's ran this season, incidentally. But you have to look at someone like Sam Costley of Southampton AC Club, a PB of 8:54:94 for Sam Costley. You'll spot him in the red and white stripes there. He's just got a position just third from back at the moment as they come up to the line with 4 laps to go. It's still wearing the green and white in front. It's still Frederick Cooper, and he's trapped by Henry Yelling. So it's the Yeatland District athlete leading the Brighton and Hove athlete.
Yeah, this event, the championship record, 8 minutes 22.22, set back in 1990 by Philip Barkutu from Kenya, back when this event was the 3A's championships, and we had a lot of guests from overseas competing for our national titles. And yeah, this event today slightly different, of course, but Yelling is still in there. This race being led by Cooper in the green vest.
A bit of separation.
There or thereabouts, aren't they, with a kilometre to go in this race.
Yeah, no one has really dropped off the back. It looks to me as though we might lose a couple over the water jump they go in the next lap or two, but everyone is still very much in contention. Everyone is very much in touch, and Frederick Cooper there just had a little look over the shoulder. He's continuing to hug that inside lane as well as he approaches that barrier, as they approach 3 laps to go, and a time which will be around 5.5 minutes. So still it's Cooper, and Cooper is leading Yelling, and just in amongst that pack as well there, as I said, in the red and white stripes, Sam Costley, his PB 8:55:94. He's run 8:57:40 this season as well. He is the standout in terms of his record, his track record in this event.
It's an intriguing race. You know, everybody's still in there at the moment. Only just now we're starting to see what looks to be Matt Greenrod, I think, just drifting off the back. But everybody else is still in the mix. That's because we've got so many athletes in and around the same sort of personal best, and it does mean it's going to be a competitive finish, you would expect. And at the moment it's Cooper that's just happy to sit at the front. Everybody else is in there. You have to be so careful, particularly coming up to the next barrier, the water jump, when there's too many bodies, too many legs flying in the air. It can make it quite a challenge and almost sometimes a bit dangerous. And I think 2 years ago at this event we had so many people fall over on the Friday night over the water jump. It was actually astonishing. Like every single race it happened. I don't want to give the commentators curse here, but you do need to keep your wits about you in this race. And in the blue and white vertical stripes, we've got Sam Costley here, just starting to edge towards the front. He's a man that's gone sub 9 minutes, as I mentioned before. Croft is just starting to drift back to around about 6th place at the moment.
On the shoulder of the man from Yeatland District, Frederick Cooper.
Just keeping our eye on this long jump competition for you as well. Kevin Ramsey's just left 5:79, which sees him in 7th position. Malik Adamson, a 6:60 jump has put him in 6th position. Jack Jones in 5th. Regan Corrin, leap of 6:95 in 4th. Andre Onyeke in 3rd. Abraham Sharif in 2nd, and Daniel Mbego, he is now just in his 2nd attempt. Done a jump of 7:37, so can't better his initial jump of 7:49.
He's led the majority of this race now.
So, coming up
But it's that water jump
500 metres now, the pace just starts to inject. It's always a useful tactic as you come out of the water jump, just start to surge. And Sam Costley here, one of the oldest athletes in this field, using that extra experience. And here we go then, starting to build with Costley, taking it away here.
7 minutes 58.73.
They're all strung out behind him. In third place, it's Lewis Mills at the moment.
And look at the damage he's done to that group. It's all spread out
Costley
now.
looking smooth down the back straight. Almost an even split between all of the athletes as you look at them in a row down that back straight. Smooth technique. They're starting to chase him down. Can they get there over the final 200? Only 2 barriers to go. It's Sam Costley of Southampton who leads.
Well, Sam Costley leads them through into the final water jump.
Clearing the water jump well. It can all change from here though. Have they got anything left in the tank? Can they build some momentum coming into this final barrier? They need to take it clean. Costley does. He's being chased. He looks over the shoulder. No one will get there. It's Sam Costley's title, 9:04.08, and it's George Phillips that comes in second. Pushed it close, not quite close enough today, and Lewis Mills gets third for Tunbridge. Well, it was a hard-fought race, wasn't it? 9:04 with no paces, a competitive run-out for all of these chasers. Next up, another one, the under-20 and senior women going together.
Yeah, really enjoyed that. It just wound up really, really nicely. I think, and we said it, didn't we, in the early stages of the commentary, we thought it was Sam Costley's race to lose. He was the one in the field when you looked at the performances of them this season and in their career. You thought it was going to be his to win today, but just really unfolded in a really nice way, that event. And Sam Costley, in the end, he just moved through the gears, didn't he, and held off that challenge from Phillips, as it was, who finished in second position, and I think, was it Mills in third. So yeah, it was a really interesting one to watch. There was a long period in that race where you didn't quite know where the title was going to go, but it was Costley who showed what he's all about.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Steeplechase, one of my favourite events to watch, because at the world level they are always so competitive and full of drama, full of a big sprint finish. And we have another one for you in around 10 minutes time. It's the under-20 women and senior women going head to head. A field of 12 athletes.
So we could essentially get 3 champions in this one, an under-20, an under-23 and a senior champion.
Well, there is the potential. I have to check on the numbers, but we could get 9 out of the 12 get medals. Well, that's the sort of race I like to compete in, one where you've got a good odds.
I don't like to be the statistician for it.
Yeah, it makes it a bit complicated, so we'll try and do the hard math for everybody else.
I'll concentrate on getting the first person across the line, and then we'll work out the rest.
It's a bit like doing the cross country, isn't it, when you're trying to work out who's come where, and then we're trying to work out the points for the team event as well. It makes it all the more enjoyable for us commentators and statisticians up in the box. Just so you know, there is one under-20 athlete, Millie Gold, who has the qualifying standard. She's inside that 10 minutes 30 for the World Juniors, and Millie Gold goes in this next race. And I just wonder whether or not she will enjoy the support of some of the older athletes that will perhaps help push her on to quicker paces. So we've got a lot of experience here between the age groups. Dare I say it, there's 30 years in age difference between a couple of the athletes in this lineup. But we'll get more on that race in 10 minutes.
In second place with 4,821 points from Cheltenham County, Isla Payne. And in first place with 4,965 from Swansea Harriers, Matilda Quick. relay of the high jump competition. Just the two athletes cleared at 1m72. Next event on track. We're off in about 6 or 7 minutes time. It's the final of the under 20 women's 3K steeplechase. And the senior women. The field events to start takes place outside the stadium, so the 20 women's discus due off at 2:20, 5 minutes time. And we're still left with the high jump competition going in Pool A. So that will be at 78. Currently second round of the under 20 men's long jump competition. 7:49 leading, that's Daniel Ligbo. Our athlete.
Well, the medal presentation for the under 20 men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Apologies for the delay there, we were just checking our results. The bronze medalist from Horwich RMI Harriers, Benjamin Wood. The silver medalist from Jersey Spartan, Bradley Andrews-Callick. And the gold medalist from Taunton AC, the England Athletics under 20 men's 3,000 metres steeplechase champion, Dylan Millard.
And she goes clear on the corner. Great jumping there from her. Attempt clearance at 1m78. Goes on to 1m81. As the athletes get ready on the far side for the third steeplechase of the day, it's the under-20 women's 3K chase.
Okay then, here we go. Next up, senior women and under 20s steeplechase final.
Yeah, terrific lineup, as you were mentioning, certainly in terms of the spread of ages here. You've got Kirsty Booth in this race, born in 1978. And then you go through to the likes of Isabel Gregg, Irina Bailey, Olivia McGee, all born in 2008 as well. Millie Gold, one that we've highlighted, the season's best of 10:26.96. We'll look out for Jessica Hatch as well, season's best of 10:28.33. And Olivia McGee, we've mentioned her season's best 10:22.15. And in the very early stages of this one, Olivia McGee is taking up the Rugby and Northampton athlete, wearing bib number 626. And what we saw with the men's event a few moments ago was it was very congested for a long period of that race. But we've already seen here a little bit of a spread of the athletes as they go down the back straight there. Plenty of running still to come. Olivia McGee's 10:22.15, her PB, her season's best time as well.
Third place.
Yeah, I think that looks about right at the minute. I think in second place that is Millie Gold, just in that white vest of Swansea, if I'm making that out. And I would say Olivia McGee is the one in the Rugby and Northampton vest leading this one at the moment.
Yeah, it's Olivia McGee who is going to, with 6 laps to go, lead this race. And you're right.
So Olivia McGee, Rugby and Northampton.
Ray LaFay, is it? Yep, Ray LaFay actually in second position. And you're right there that it's Millie Gold who's just in third at the minute.
Who is that coming up? It looked to me like it was Jessica Hatch in fourth at the moment, that Windsor-Slough Eaton and Hounslow vest, the light blue. Got a couple of Windsor-Slough Eaton and Hounslow vests in there because they've developed a great contingent of young chasers under the guidance of Shireen Higgins, who's done a wonderful job for the event over the last couple of years. It's been great to see the development, and She was racking up a couple of years ago almost every single English schools medal over the steeplechasers. That's what it felt like anyway. So brilliant job. And Jess Hatch, yes, she is an under 23, so also coached by Shireen Higgins and looking to take the under 23 gold here today.
Just goes to show as well, doesn't it, that if you get the logistics, the funding to be brutal about putting a good program in place, you can create great things for great athletes as well if you surround them with the right coaching setup. And you mentioned Scott Lincoln earlier. I mean, here's a guy that combined his early shot put career with, you know, working for his father on the building sites. But when he had the opportunity to go professional, it just changes things in terms of, we saw this with Georgia Hunter-Bell last year when she turned professional, in terms of things like nutrition and rest and all those important things that you need to do if you want to compete at the top level.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why athletics is such a challenging sport, because you've got people even going to world championships who don't have funding, don't have kit contracts, aren't earning any money from the sport, because it is difficult to earn a living just from racing. Although, yeah, the recent Grand Slam tracks sort of tried to change that, didn't it? And
jury's still out on it, I think.
Jury's still out now. I think the initiative is good.
I do agree.
You know, you've got to respect somebody like Michael Johnson for putting, you know, themselves on the chopping block to go after and make things better. So, yeah, athletes have to try and find a way to make a living outside of the sport at the top level very often. And steeplechase is one of those events that often gets overlooked because there are sometimes more glitzy or glamorous events. But as I mentioned during the men's race a little while ago, the steeplechase at the world level is always providing really captivating races which come down to the final 150 metres, the final two barriers, and there's always a bit of drama as well. It was like that at the Olympics last year, I seem to recall. And Olivia McGee, though, is the one leading this race. She currently sits 11th in the senior rankings. She is a youngster. She's an under 17 as well, so if she comes away here with a win, it would be an amazing achievement.
Yeah, and it's Ray Rosa Lafay of the Tunbridge Club in second position at the moment. Millie Gold of the Swansea Harriers, another one of the youngsters in this race, if you like, who's just sat there in third position at the moment with 4 laps to go. Yeah, a lot of athletes, certainly the ones that we are seeing here on display here this afternoon, will be combining their athletic career with studies or work, for example. It's amazing when you look at, say, the progress of someone like Amber Anning, who was combining her professional athletics career, going to the Olympics, winning relay medals, with still studying, and now in a full professional season with none of those other distractions, and you can see the progress that she's making. So, you know, great, as you say, in some of these more unheralded disciplines like the steeplechase, that clubs are putting their neck out and they're setting up proper programs and trying to develop athletes. And whether those athletes are developed for the very top level or whether those athletes are developed at a domestic level, it just needs to have that opportunity for people to compete and get to the right races and get to the right events. And still here we see McGee, it is leading.
Well, Olivia McGee is an interesting prospect because she is an under 17. I don't know what year she's born in, because if you're born in 2006, 7 and 8, you are eligible for the European Under-20 Championships. If she's born in 2009, which is a possibility on the basis she is an under 17, she might not be eligible. I'm guessing because she's here, she fancies her chances, and she has the standard, she's under the standard. She would be competitive at the European Juniors, so we shall see. Somebody else will be able to confirm after the fact, I am sure. But yeah, Olivia McGee, a super talent, the Rugby in Northampton athlete, making improvement by 4 seconds this year over the 800 metres as well. She won the SIAB International over the 1500 metres last weekend, and won the English schools on this track. So,
well, her school, Rugby High School, posted on Facebook a week ago, huge congratulations to Olivia McGee in year 11, winning the 1500 metres at the English schools track and field championship. So yeah, there you go, year 11, now leading this race here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. She's
So Olivia McGee
Only ever
from
done
Lily Gold.
one 3,000 metre steeplechase. That was early this season. So
And then Rosa Lefay.
it's an event because it's less popular than some of the middle distance events. If you've got the ability to withstand some of the impacts of
Kirsty Booth
going over the barriers, you can make real progress and quite a few accolades. So she's starting to line up down the backstraight. A couple of athletes at the rear of the field that she will overtake, and she is also now dragging along Millie Gold for the ride too.
Yeah, so Olivia McGee down that back straight. Millie Gold about 3 or 4 metres back and just dropping off the pace a little bit from Tunbridge's Rosa Lefay as well. We will see, I'm sure, some of these back markers picked off over the remaining couple of laps here.
Two leaders now beginning to lap some of the other athletes.
There is over the water jump the first of our lapped runners. So we'll need to concentrate very hard now on spotting who our two leaders are, but it looks obvious in terms of their speed coming round what will eventually become the final bend of this race as McGee clears that hurdle. Coming up with a lap to go and the bell to go. It's a race between these two now. McGee leads.
9:06.69.
And Millie Gold in second. Now a little look over the shoulder there as she went over that hurdle from McGee.
Still the Rosa Lefay there in third.
Does she feel that she's done enough in this race? Has Millie Gold got anything left as they head down that back straight?
Well, Olivia McGee really powering
Olivia
down the back straight
McGee,
there.
for my money at the moment, looks the stronger of the two. Stride length is still good,
So Olivia McGee,
but working really hard, gritting her teeth down that back straight, trying to get closer, trying to give herself a chance at least over these last 200 metres is Millie Gold. But Olivia McGee will come round to this water jump now for the very last time.
As she approaches the water jump.
She must be absolutely shattered in this 3,000 metre steeplechase. A little bit of a tired jump, that one from Millie Gold, and she landed heavily in the water as well. And McGee, it is, as she will come over this final barrier now. She'll just take her time to clear that hurdle, and now she will put the hammer down and she will race away to take this title as well. What an absolutely fantastic performance from the teenager. The youngster puts her hands on her head and then slumps to the track, but what a victory, what a win for her.
Well, it was around 10:27, the clock didn't stop. Millie Gold was outside 10:30. It doesn't matter for her because she has the standard, so well, it's still rolling. I'm not really sure what's going on. It says 10:44 now. It's hard to believe, isn't it, sometimes? I don't know.
She crossed the line before 10:30, definitely.
Yeah, it was 10:27 on Firewatch. But anyway, we can ignore that. 10:44, might be from the rules. We'll give you the official result when it comes through, but potentially Olivia McGee there confirming her selection for the European Juniors in 2 weeks, which would be remarkable for an event she's only done twice, including the race today. And she is already, I should add, 9th in the European Junior rankings. And she would go into a final gaining lots of experience, most importantly. And
she's striding around there at the finish line where everyone else is sat on the track. And she's up on her feet, congratulating everyone else as they cross the line. But she looked so good in that race.
Yeah, for sure. Very impressed. Won the Mason Trophy 1500 steeplechase, because obviously at the under 17 level they don't run 3000 steeplechase. They run 2000s and 1500 more commonly. So yeah, a very interesting one for Olivia McGee, and Millie Gold as well. I think is done enough. Oh, nice to see them embracing just off camera there as well. So I think Millie Gold very happy with how she's done. Looks like she thinks she's done enough to book herself onto the plane. And Millie Gold as well is somebody, she's 12th on the European rankings this year. So But 10 minutes 26.
Additionally, 2K chase for the under
Do a great
20s.
experience. We have to try and
3K.
give people these opportunities to compete at a high level. And for Millie Gold and Lisa McGee, the sky is high in terms of their capacity to build in this event.
Everybody clapped as they crossed the line. And it was interesting as well, Olivia McGee came across to the stands just out of your picture as well, and took some congratulations there from some of her friends, family, support group, looking to follow in the footsteps of people like Lizzie Bird and Amy Pratt, who qualified for the Olympic Games last year. I remember in that 3,000 metre steeplechase Olympic final, one of the British athletes really struggling on the night, but completing the race and then taken away in a wheelchair. Subsequently found out that had suffered quite a nasty accident, but was just determined to finish that Olympic final and did so.
Yeah, sometimes incredibly courageous moments we get to witness
The medal
on the
presentation.
track in this
the senior
sport.
men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Medals being
So-
presented by Lorna Booth.
Up next,
The bronze medalist from Tonbridge AC, Lewis
the track.
Mills.
We have the frame running
The silver medalist from
finals. They
Doncaster,
are
George Phillips.
coming up at 2:52 p.m.
And the gold medalist from Southampton, the England
Quiet
Athletics
pause
senior
on the
men's
track.
3,000 metre steeplechase
Frame
champion.
running athletes with an
Sam
opportunity
Costin.
to get some experience at big championships like this.
So in the senior heptathlon, Emily Tyrrell after 2 events, leading with 1862. Lauren Evans is currently second with 1797.
Here are the medals for the men's 3,000 metres steeplechase. In third place, from Huntingdonshire, Joey Croft. In second place, from Rotherham Harriers, Samuel Gilson. And first place from Yankton District, Frederick Cooper. That's the under 23 men's 3,000 metres steeplechase.
So, getting underway to start with the 100-metre frame running finals. We're combining both the senior women and the senior men in this one. Frame running, if you didn't know, is previously called race running a few years ago, when we featured this at the England Championships. An event that was announced by the World Para Athletics Association as an official discipline back in 2017. It's an incredible event, an incredible discipline, because it really does help athletes with severe coordination and other impairments such as cerebral palsy to use the wheeled frame to support their athletic endeavours. And there's lots of techniques. The frames can be set up in different ways. There's lots of support as well through England Athletics. If you're looking to get involved in this, if you are someone that would like to get involved, you could perhaps in 12 months' time be competing here at the England Championships. So our athletes in this one, or the men, we have Finley Menzies. We've seen him loads of time, T72 athlete of Livingston. Finley goes in lane 6. We've then got Chris Callow, who goes in lane 7, and then we have Charlie Price, Eleanor Hewitt and Paige Murray all going in the women's race, and they are just lining up on the track now. Just to give you a bit of an update on the senior men's competition for the decathlon. It's Harry Kendall leading after the shot put. He's pretty consistent so far. He was second in the 100, second in the 100, second in the shot put, 14:37. Pretty good so far, 2,458 points. Craig Moncur was in second at the minute with 102 points less than Harry Kendall, and 114 points back from Kendall in third is Jack Turner. Jack Turner a little down on his best in the shot put. Turner got 12 metres 55 in the shot put. He was 6th overall, but previously has gone a lot further with 13.91. He set his personal best actually this year, so we're disappointed with that. But Turner didn't finish the decathlon in Gossis. He was there. Well, two Brits go over 8,000 in that competition, which is astounding. Lewis Church and Sammy Ball, who got 8,100 points. Sammy Ball, we were hoping he would be here today if it were not for his Popeye-style arm after falling on his elbow as part of a high jump last week at the European Under-23 Championships. Might be able to get another one in before the end of the season, we shall see. But Jack Turner trying to build a good score, went over 8,000 points himself 2 years ago. Harry Kendall still one of those who has loads of potential to improve, and got his personal best of 7,843 points 3 years ago at these England Championships when it was held in Bedford. Got a massive check that year as well. And there's prize money involved on that day. I think it was part of the World Tour meeting, gold meeting, I think it was bronze or silver, who knows anyway. So, just about now, after the athletes have had their support team get them into the right positions, and you can see Charlie Price on the inside wearing the pink and the pink frame as well. Then Eleanor Hewitt with the yellow helmet on, and then Paige Murray of Charnwood in lane 4, and then we've got Finley Menzies in 6, just to the left of camera, Livingston athlete, and then Chris Callow on the outside from Yate District.
very much. It's hard on these weekends. Very, very strategic. I think I'll be getting used to
So here we go then, the frame running final for the Senior Para Championships here in Birmingham. Price, Hewitt, Murray from the women's side, the three to the right of picture, and then Menzies and Callow. A really great start from Paige Murray of Charnwood, pushing hard, and here goes Menzies, the Scottish athlete in the yellow, absolutely flying, looking so good here. Callow trying to chase him down, 16.70, and there is Price across the line. Here comes Hewitt too, and well, it was Price that came through from Murray, and good finishing. Here comes Hewitt as well, still pushing on in the final 15 metres. This is such a great discipline in the para athletics. So Menzies from Callow,
next up will be the two semi-finals for the
Murray and Price, and then Hewitt
meters.
as part of this senior frame running final here. 16.70 if confirmed. Don't get any wind reading, but that would be a big personal best for Finlay Menzies, who previously got a confirmed official best of 17.16 seconds. So a fantastic performance. Just to update you with the long jump, which is happening down on the back straight at the minute, we've got a lead for Daniel Emegbor. And worth mentioning as well, Daniel Emegbor, under 17, scored a huge best of 7 metres 80 here 2 weeks ago at the English Schools Championships into a headwind. He's churning out the big jumps now, and in this competition currently leads with 7 metres 49. I say they do have a nice tailwind on their back. It's a pretty good tailwind as well. Regan Corrin is in there. And Daniel Emegbor, despite being an under 17, is eligible for the European Junior Championships. The qualifying mark of 7:55 is one that he does already have, so others trying to chase that down at the moment. Just to confirm that mentioned Living McGee, wasn't sure what year she was born in. She was born in 2008, so by winning the trial here in that 3,000 steeplechase, her second ever 3,000 steeplechase. She has qualified for the European Junior Championships, so we were a little unsure earlier on because she is an under 17. Never can be too sure unless the facts are in front of you. So next up in 9 minutes time, it's the semi-finals of the under 20 women's 100 metres. 100 metre finals start this evening at 5:17. 400 metre finals. We do have a couple of 200 metre frame running finals later on, featuring the same athletes we saw just now. So look forward to welcoming them back onto the track in just less than 3 hours' time. We had the heats of the 100 metres yesterday evening. If you remember, I had some good tailwinds. We still have a nice tailwind here now. The fastest through to the final was, of course, Mabel Akande, 11:44. It was plus 3.0 metre per second wind. Precious Akpo Moses, who is a Birchfield Harrier, Birmingham girl, competes for Ireland, was second fastest through. So more from them in around 10 minutes' time. There's the official result from the frame running 100 metre final for the women. Charlie Price, 19:04. Great performance from Charlie Price. That's just inside her personal best of 19.30. Paige Murray inside her best, 21:56. And Eleanor Hewitt, the Yeaton District athlete, coming through for third. A great performance from her as well. And there's the results from the men's frame running personal best. Fantastic personal best. Not sure on the wind reading, it didn't come up. I wonder whether that'll be added later on. Finley Menzies, personal best of 16.68 seconds. That is fabulous. And then Chris Callow, 17.32 seconds, just outside his best of 17:30. So we believe the senior championship record before this was 17:77, so that is inside the championship record. The wind reading confirmed as plus 1.2 metres per second, and for the women it was also plus 1.2 metres per second. Of course, they were in the same event, so there we go.
So I have an announcement for all the senior women athletes. If you could report to the combined events restroom area to see the referee, please. So all these senior women heptathletes, please report to the restroom.
You never know. That's amazing, really, isn't it? Because bearing in mind the wind was not really going this way. They're worrying about the camera this table. It should all be blowing out. Tell me that those people can't live.
like dragon boat race, we went, right, who's from yours that's been at the Olympics? We got him to come, and his girlfriend is we got them two, right, you two in front of the boat, power of song, the rest of us are just sitting there. No, he's private paying for it now.
So the athletes are already out and lined up and ready to go for this first semi-final of two of the under-20 ladies 100 metres.
Going out there.
So in lane two, from Blackheath and Bromley, we have Indiana Marshall. And in three, Gateshead Harriers, Catherine Bell. In four, on the shot final in the districts, Emily Lucas. Then in five, Lincoln Wellington's Mabel Kennedy. In six is Hearts Phoenix's Tiana Rizzo. Then in seven, of Knox AC, Phoebe Clayton. In eight, Esme Dubois of Rugby of Northants.
So then the first of two semi-finals, or three semi-finals rather, in this under-20 women's 100 metres. The athlete in the middle in that white vest is Mabel Akande. She goes in lane 5, the Lincoln Wellington athlete. So Indiana Marshall is on the inside, Blackheath and Bromley. Catherine Bell then of Gateshead Harriers, then Emily Lucas, then Mabel Akande, the favourite, an absolute talent. Tiana Rizzo goes in 6th, and Phoebe Clayton, keep an eye out for her too. Esme Dubois in 8, and Hebe Evans on the outside. It is only the top two that will automatically qualify, so keep an eye out for the athletes either side of Mabel Akande in 5. She has a rocket start, Mabel Akande. Went to the World Junior Championships last year, looking to book her place this afternoon to Finland in 2 weeks' time. The first semi-final of the under-20 women's 100 metres. Start on the inside from Marshall now. Mabel Akande gets away. Lucas is trying to go with her. Here comes Clayton to it, and not say Seabeth, but it's Mabel Akande with a 4 metre lead, powering away here. 11:35. That's a quick run. It's quicker than she ran yesterday with a wind assisted 11:44. She looks so good. I said yesterday she looked as if she got a few more gears to shift through in the opening 40 metres, and she showed her hand in that heat. It's quick, 11:35. It looked like it was Phoebe Clayton that came through, who was a pretty good long jumper as well. We'll wait and see what the wind reading comes up as. It didn't show on our clock. We'll be on the results afterwards, I'm sure. Just to say, you can see it on the screen there, the screen that was in the middle was blown over, remarkably, somehow. I didn't think the wind was that strong today. It fell over at least, so we'll give you the results when we have them. But Mabel Akande looking very, very smooth here. Has run some quick times this year, has gradually just been improving over the last couple of years. She's the current leader. 11:35, by the way, if confirmed as official, would be a season's best and one of her fastest times ever as well. Would in fact be her second fastest time ever. So she's run 11:36 this year, wind assisted. And Mabel Akande, the final at the UK Indoor Championships, was in Sports City last year for the UK Championships. Didn't make the final on that occasion. Second year under 20 athlete.
In first place from Livingston is Finley Menzies.
Semi-final then, featuring Ella Grace Edwards of Gloucester and Precious Akpe Moses and Nell Desir. This is going to be a very tough semi-final.
Yeah, you look at the PBs and the season's best. You look at Nell Desir, season's best and a PB 11.65, and then Precious Agpe Moses. Birchfield Harrier, of course, we'll know this place very well. Personal best, season's best 11.64. So, yeah, there's literally 1/100th of a second there to choose between the two of those. Desir will go in lane 4. Agpe Moses will go in lane 7. I'm also closely keeping an eye on the team, working very hard and very diligently in the infield, putting this screen back together at the moment. They've got the frame back up.
I mean, we were just saying, weren't we, get a couple of the multi-eventers or the strong guys from the heavy throws out here, and they would get it back up in a second.
Scott, I know you've got the British champs next week, and you are trying to qualify for the World Championships later on in the year. You can give us a hand with this video screen, could you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Don't pull a shoulder or something like that.
Lane 2 on London lead side. We have Asia and Manuel. And in 3.
So let's run through the lineup here for you. Asia Emmanuel in 2, Lorna Murray in 3, Nell Desir in 4, Annabelle Honey in 5, Ella Grace Rose Edwards in 6, Precious Agpe Moses in 7, and Sophie Holtz in lane 8, Lucy Boys in lane 9. So this is the second semi-final. We've got three semi-finals in the women's under-20s 100 metres.
So Precious Agpe Moses, 11.64.
So the times from that first heat, just to confirm, Mabel Akande 11.36. That is her second fastest time ever. Phoebe Clayton 11.77, just outside her personal best. The wind plus 1.2 metres per second, so beautiful wind, tailwind here. And then Tiana Rizzo 11.84 and Emily Lucas 12.06, the third and fourth in that race.
So we are watching the athletes that are hopeful, looking to follow in the footsteps of the likes of Daryl Nita, Dina Asher-Smith, Amy Hunt, Imana Mani-Lara Lancico, Desiree Henry and others. Remember the British team at the last Olympics in the 4x100 metres relay won a silver medal. Just wonder, maybe one changeover, a little bit more slick, it could have been a gold, but it was a fantastic silver medal for that 4x100 metres team. And that is the aim. There's just such a rich vein of British women sprinters at the moment, and these are the next generation, if you like. And away cleanly and away first time as well. And Precious Agpe Moses it is, who's taken the lead early on in this race and will come through and win the race as well and qualify with a punch of the fist as she goes through the line. Precious Agpe Moses, the Birchfield Harrier, with that home advantage, secures her place in the semi-final.
Yeah, that is quick.
It's in the final, I should say, sorry, from the semi-final.
It's quick, isn't it? She's already booked her spot on the Irish team for the European Junior Championship. She's obviously based here. This is an open championship, so that's why she's competing. But 11.45, massive personal best, coached by Andy Paul here at the Birchfield Club. And it's going very, very well. And 11.45, by the way, coincidentally, equals the personal best of her older sister Gina, who ran 11.45 back in 2019. So
In third place from Yeoman District,
superb, really.
Eleanor Hewitt.
Yeah, we talked about British sprinting and the names that I mentioned who of course are all on the podium at the Olympics. You look at the Irish team at the last Olympics as well, across many sports had a terrific games, but their 4x400 metre relay team just pipped, of course, by Great Britain. So although we're here at an English Championships, as we've heard there, we do have a couple of Irish runners as well, looking to follow in the footsteps of the likes of Vadalecki and others. Sophie Becker was fantastic, I remember, in that 4x400 metres final in the opening leg as well. And in Vadalecki, they've got a true world-class athlete too. So to be pleased about, both in terms of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the progress there, and the Republic of Ireland as well.
After two events, Harry Kendall and Tunbridge leading with 2.458. Three events rather, should we say, of course. Craig Wonker in second place with 2.356. And Jack Turner in third on 2.344. So that's after the 100 long jump and shot put.
So we'll have a third semi-final for you shortly.
In the early stages. Under 20 men's decathlon pole vault continues. We're on second attempt at 3 metres 90.
Well, that time, 11:45 for Precious Ante Moses. The tailwind plus 2.4 metre per second, so not official. Slightly over the allowable limit, plus 2.0 metres per second, but that sort of time primes her perfectly for going into the final later on. Now Nasir was second. She's still only a first year under 20. Ran 11:79, just tipped or so off her personal best, so she's going well.
So we'll go through the lineup for this third
run. Such a strong athlete. And Ella Grace Edwards was 11:86 in third, so she currently has one of the two time qualifiers for the final. So here we go then, this third semi-final. Liliana Richardson goes on the inside, then we have Amira Adeshokan, then Kaya Slater, one of the athletes in this age group that has the qualification standard. She's run 11:50 this year, qualified for this final semi-final with 11:71, and then Emanuela Asante of Coventry in the middle in lane 5. Oluwa Damatan Shoamimo of Medway and Maidstone goes in lane 6, then Jessica Mantle, then Olivia Monk, and then Inessa Rene Atafin in lane 9 on the outside. So who do we watch out for here? Well, absolutely in lane 4 it is Kaya Slater. We're not using lane 1 here, so Kaya Slater is the athlete freeing from the right hand side. Behind her, it's quite open. Jess Mantle, who goes in lane 7, looked really good earlier on. She is 3 in from the left hand side. And Jess Mantle, 6th in the UK rankings this year. She's 0.11 off that European under 20 standard. Could she force her way into this team in an individual spot? We shall see. So, third semi-final, 2 automatic spots up for grabs. It's Richardson, Adeshokan, Slater, Asante, Shoamimo, Mantle, Monk and Atafin. Under 20 women's 100 metre semi-final 3. Great start from Slater, always gets away well. Mantle is looking good in lane 7 too, and it's Mantle perhaps that just has an edge at the minute. Slater pushing on, Mantle just has an edge. Will she get there? Yes she can. 11.60 seconds. Those two through to the final later on, and if that time is confirmed, 11:60 would not only be a personal best for Jessica Mantle, but also a European Junior qualifying mark.
Yes, another really good, close, competitive race there between the two of them. But yeah, that qualification mark, as you say, if confirmed, that is so important today as well. But yeah, place in the final, and we have plenty more to bring you on the track here. So those were the three semi-finals.
So, Woodward, Dunlop and Lucy Woodward, please report to the combined events restroom as soon as you can, please.
There's the result from the previous semi-final, Michael.
Shot competition.
Yeah, Precious Akpe Moses 11.45, Nell Desir 11.79, Ella Grace Rose Edwards 11.86 in that second semi-final. So remember, in terms of that qualification situation to try and get themselves into the final.
On the far side of the stadium, on the back straight, the men's triple jump competitors warming up for their final.
Well, this is the presentation from the steeplechase earlier on.
We enjoyed this race, didn't we?
Yeah, lady in the middle I mentioned, she will go to the European Under-20 Championships. That's Olivia McGee. Might be joined by Millie Gold as well once selection is confirmed. Only the top one at these trials is automatically confirmed. The other two down to the selection meeting, which will happen at the start of next week.
The silver medalist from Tonbridge, Ray Lafay. Taking guest silver, Millie Gold. And the gold medalist from Rugby at Northampton, Olivia McGee.
So that's a medal ceremony from earlier, what we were just saying before, from the women's 100 metres semi-finals. First two in each qualified by rights, and then the two fastest runners up as well. So we're still just waiting for some confirmation on some times on the system in front of us. But what we do know is Mabel Akandi, season's best time of 11.36, and Precious Akpe Moses will be going head to head in that final, and it will be one really to look forward to watching. And we're also keeping our eye there on Tiana Rizzo and Ella Grace Edwards, who had the two fastest times from the first two semi-final heats.
Next up on the track, we go to the under-20 men's 100 metres semi-finals. Could be an absolute blockbuster between Teddy Wilson and Jake Odie Jordan. That comes up in around 7 minutes' time.
To me.
Presentation of medals for the under 23 women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. The silver medalist from Royal Sutton Coldfield, Sean Dougal. And the gold medalist from Windsor Slough Eton Hounslow, Jessica Batch. For the under 23 women 3,000 metre steeplechase.
So there's the result from that third semi-final then. Jessica Mantle, big personal best, 11.60 seconds. Kaya Slater, 11.63. And just to confirm the two non-automatic qualifiers, we will see Tiana Rizzo and Ella Grace Edwards both progress with their times of 11.84 and 11.86. So Mabel Akande, Precious Akpe Moses going head to head. Jessica Mantle potentially looking to secure a spot in that team, and she's done very well there. 11.60 is now well inside that qualifying standard of 11.65. So there we go.
So next up on the track, it's the turn of the men. Men's under 20 semi-final, first semi-final. James Gill in 2, Lacan Smith in 3, Joel Masters in 4, Alec Williamson in 5, Teddy Wilson in 6, Matthew Ajayi 7, Ethan Ocheng in 8, and Flynn Ridgway in 9. There's a note that's just come up here against Ethan Ocheng, who's on a yellow card for being late to the call room.
Happens, doesn't it, occasionally?
So maybe it's that traffic from the city of Sheffield, who knows?
Could be.
So marking your card on this one, Teddy Wilson, season's best 10.28, personal best 10.26 in lane 6. He's got the striped vest, and well, we have a false start. First one I've seen, I think, today.
Yeah, I don't think we had many yesterday. There was one I do recall, and it featured this under 20 men's 100 metres, and Joel Masters is also in that one. So I think just a bit unfortunate, really. But yesterday we had a lot of javelin going on, and just as they were about to go into set, we had athletes, you know, roaring as they threw the javelin, and that could be sometimes a bit off-putting. But yeah, we saw green cards but no disqualifications yesterday.
So we're waiting to see what the decision is here. It's a green card. So just to recap then, in lane 2, Gill, 3 Smith, 4 Masters, 5 Williamson, 6 Wilson, 7 Ajayi, 8 Ocheng and 9 Ridgway. Masters is perhaps the other one in lane 4. PB of 10.40, season's best of 10.50. Remember seeing some of these athletes at the British Indoors earlier on this year. Over 60 metres, of course, on that occasion. So away cleanly this time, and it was a very good start, in fact, by Teddy Wilson. And it is Teddy Wilson at the moment who's leading this one out, and no one will get there ahead of him. It is Teddy Wilson's victory. He has secured his place through to the next stage of the men's 100 metres. He is in the final of the under-20s. It's a time of 10.29 as well for Teddy Wilson, so just outside of his season's best, just outside of his personal best.
Yeah, I mentioned it last night. Teddy Wilson really does like to run hard through the rounds. It's a great way to do it. You set up your race model, you start to fine-tune those things. He did it last year in these championships. In the semi-finals he ran 10.43 into a wind, and then in the final ran 10.37 into a wind, and he looked really, really good on that day. He did the same thing yesterday, 10.23 with a favourable tailwind, so good to see him using this round to good effect. He came 7th at the World Juniors last year. Setting up a big final here though this afternoon.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because there's never a right or wrong way of doing it. Some athletes prefer to go hard and, as you say, go through the rounds, go through the semi-finals. Then you look at someone like Noah Lyles, didn't win in Paris until he won when it mattered, the final. So yeah, different athletes have different ways. Some just happy enough to secure. Some, of course, need to set their stall out.
Your senior women's 3,000 metre steeplechase members.
Yeah, it's an important thing to do. I feel like Lyles got very, very lucky in the end, didn't he, last year?
I still watch that race and don't know if he's won.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? I
think he was beaten, wasn't he, by Louis Hinchliffe in the heat, wasn't he?
You know, I don't know if anybody at home watched the Netflix sprint documentary, but I don't think they made much of the fact that Noah Lyles was beat not only in the semi-final but the heat as well. I think that's quite a big talking point, and you know, testament to his character and also testament to the type of race that final was. But it does go to show that you need to try and tee yourself up for the final. I think Teddy Wilson's done a good job of that, and this next heat, the man in the white strip of Croydon there, Farrell Fabrisiwa, a young man who is incredibly talented. I've spoken about him on numerous occasions at these championships, indoors and out over the years, because he is somebody that just doesn't quite lose. More on that in a moment. This second semi-final then, in lane 2 we'll have Owen Murphy. Owen Murphy yesterday qualified as one of the non-automatic qualified in 10.75. Amari J. Anderson goes in 3, another Croydon man. In 4, Jake Odie Jordan, based out in the US, running the strip of the Be Fit Today Track Academy. His first ever national championships in the UK, only his second ever competition after a race in Lee Valley 12 months ago. Matt Gittins goes in lane 5, then Farrell Fabrisiwa Dylan Batty, keep an eye out for him, 10.52 yesterday. David Ellington in 8, and Elliot Lloyd Ozuegbu goes in 9. And well, Farrell Fabu Siwa, a young man that's won national titles through the age groups over the years. Big improvements this year, is around 10.50 and 21.10 over the 200 metres, is eligible to go to the European Junior Championships despite being only an under 17. He has won so many races. Yesterday competed very well. Jake Odie Jordan though blazed through his heat yesterday. 10.45 seconds. Somebody at his absolute best runs 10.31. So it's Murphy, Anderson, Odie Jordan, Gittins, Fabasiwa, Batty, Ellington, Lloyd Ozuegbu. Semi-final 2 of the under 20 men's 100 metres. Oh, well, Batty looked like he got out very well. Was it too good? Potentially. The officials calling it back. Hard to see, really. Dylan Batty is an athlete that has always got a good start. His personal best, 10.58 seconds. The European under-20 standard to make the British team, 10.50 seconds. We've got 7 athletes that have achieved that mark. Let's see where the officials go. They get a green card. And it is going to be Dylan Batty, who's already walking off. They are disqualifying him. Fabasiwa is talking to him, turning around as well. I think this is proving a bit of a distraction to some of the athletes as well. I'm not exactly clear. Is he intending on running under protest here? Not quite clear, because he started to walk off. Our officials going over to our starters team.
Yeah, I noticed when he walked back to his blocks, he started kneeling down and fiddling with them, which I think obviously sometimes you spot that. That's a bit of a telltale sign. The body language suggests that you're trying to find a root cause or a blame for what you've done there. But yeah, it's a bit of confusion, as you say, because he did, before any card was shown, walk away. And, well, you're right, he's walking away. He's not going to get the opportunity to compete.
Well, that is unfortunate, but just looking over to lane 4 and Jake Odie Jordan, because he has not flinched after walking back behind his blocks. And you know what that shows to me? He is incredibly experienced despite his young age. Being based in the US, you go through very intense atmospheres, and here we go again for the second time. No Dylan Batty in 7 now. It's Murphy in 2, Anderson in 3, Odie Jordan in 4, Gittins in 5, Fabasiwa in 6, Ellington in 8, and Lloyd Ozuegbu going in lane 9. Cracking start on the inside from Murphy. Now Odie Jordan into his running. It's good from Gittins as well. Here comes Fabasiwa, but Odie Jordan pushes away again. He won't be caught from here. Easing across the line. 10.48 seconds. That was smooth. Very, very calm. And Fabu Siwa looks so good. Remember, he's competing up an age group here, showing such composure in his all-white strip of Croydon. But Jake Odie Jordan,
I think you were exactly right. I think he handled the situation, the pressure and the occasion better than anyone else out there, and that showed in the way I think that he performed and competed in this race.
He's a real talent. It's a unique situation, isn't it, where we've had an athlete compete for Great Britain twice, but having never turned up to national championships. Jake Odie Jordan went to the European Under-18s last year and then to the World Juniors.
On your screen there, that's just the result from the previous semi-final. Teddy Wilson we saw coming through. Matthew Ajayi also qualifying then for the final. I remember in this, the top two go through by rights. John Masters, Flynn Ridgway will need to just sit and wait on the times from the heat that we've just watched and the one still to come. And that one still to come is semi-final number 3. And in this one, in lane 2, James Armino. 3, Joshua Awujula. 4, Dylan Williams. 5, Max Clark. 6, George Warburton. 7, Lewis Stevens. 8, Ashley Avis. And 9, Charlie Unsworth.
Nice to have some sun shining down on us as well. This home straight protected with a bit of shade.
Yeah, I was watching your coverage with Alex yesterday, and in the early part of it, half the track was bright sunshine and half was in shade as well. But they were all running in the shade over on these sprints at the minute. And they've not been without their drama, these semi-finals. We have had a DQ, and we had a incident in the first one as well, but everyone got to run in that one.
Semi-final 3 up next: James Armino, Joshua Awujula, Dylan Williams, Max Clark, George Warburton, Lewis Stevens, Ashley Avis and Charles.
So ahead of these championships, Dylan Williams, another one from the Be Fit Today Track Academy, has shown what sort of form he's in this season with a time of 10.39. He's in lane 4. Look out for Max Clark just outside of him as well. And Lewis Stevens, Cardiff Athletics Club, he's run a season's best ahead of this championship's 10.44. So Armino in 2, Awujulu in 3, Williams in 4, Clark in 5, Warburton 6, Stevens 7, Avis 8, Unsworth in 9. Semi-final 3 then of the men's 100 metres under 20. It was a really good start, right? So many in the field, and it's going to be a bit of a blanket finish. But it looks here as though, it's an athlete who's pulled up just on the line there, and I wonder whether Dylan Williams was able to benefit from that, because the athlete outside of him, was it Max Clark, who pulled up holding the hamstring, and I think Dylan Williams was able just to take it.
Oh, well, that is such a shame for Max Clark. He's a bottom year in this age group. Part of Blackheath and Bromley club these days, and is shown great development this year. He got the bronze medal at the English schools as well, and
he was leading, wasn't he? He was about to. We were about to call him home. He was about to take the tape, and just the grasp of the back of the leg. And that just allowed Dylan Williams to come through in what was a really close heat, closer than any of the other heats that we've seen in these championships so far. Yeah. You have to think about Max Clark, who's now being helped up by a paramedic and helped away from the track.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, I mean, that's going to be his championships over. I don't think we'll see him at the Europeans either, and maybe even this is his season done. It does happen. It's part of the job in sprinting. He looks in a lot of discomfort, but as you say, Michael, this was the semi-final that was always going to be the tightest between them. You know, George Warburton got out very well. Lewis Stevens was in there. I felt like Max Clark might just have enough, but in the end, it was Dylan Williams that managed to come through. 10:47.
Your under 20 women's discus throw medalists.
So we'll confirm who our finalists are when we get all the times through from all of the heats. That was an exciting race for the right and the wrong reasons.
For the meter final, just before 4 o'clock. In the meantime, the decathlon high jump continues, 2 pools.
We're going to have a power event coming up on the track shortly as well. It'll be a 400 metres event. Women's 400 metres. There'll be 3 on the start line. Erin Barry, Rose Porter and Maddie Markham. That coming up in the next 10-15 minutes.
Here are the results of the under 20 men's long jump final. In third place, from Blackheath Robin, Abraham Sharon. Second place, from Monterias, Regan Corrin.
Honestly, at this point, I looked here.
And in first place, from Paralympics, is Daniel Onenko.
And then I looked in there and I thought,
Those are the medals for the under 20 men long jump final.
Well, in fact, we do have a late entry for the wheelchair final, so that event will take place. In 5 minutes' time or so.
We now will only know the results. I'll tell you what, from the hell there's a lot of people walking up and down the front. I mean, I'm amazed.
Advertising, they can go on and get back to
I often say this to people,
Adrian got currently 195 in Blu-ray.
Seems unlikely. Exactly, that is the point, isn't it? That's surprised. The same way as throwing the gap. Could be about 640.
So now 100 metre wheelchair race, just one competitor, Dana Donnelly of Coventry Gardiner.
So then we have our first wheelchair final of the championships. It's the women's 100 metre wheelchair final. Dana Donnelly, T34 athlete. She's still only an under 20, Dana. We saw her here last year. Only the clock to beat. Well, here she goes, Dana Donnelly, pushing on, building that speed, and she's been well cheered here despite being the sole competitor in this race. It's great to see the crowd get behind young Dana Donnelly here. Just how quick will this be? Will it be inside a personal best? It's just going to be outside of it this time. But fantastic to have her here. We'll perhaps see her over the weekend. A great opportunity for young Dana Donnelly to compete here at this monumental stadium. And well done to her. Let's all see her again. A little bit over tomorrow because we have the 800 metre wheelchair final tomorrow morning. Still wait to see whether or who will have line up in that one. So we do have a para 400 metre final to come. 3 women going in that. That's in around 12 minutes time. And then just after 4 o'clock we have the men's para 400 final. Well, just to confirm a couple of results from the earlier races as we look towards the schedule again. We've got para 400 metre race in around 10 minutes time, and then after that the men's para race before we head to some finals for the 800 metres and then the 400 as well. Max Clark, despite pulling up on the line, ran 10.71 in that final semi-final of the under 20 men's 100 metres. It was won by Dylan Williams, 10.47. Josh Awajula finished with an equal personal best of 10.53, and George Warburton ran 10.56. So the wind plus 2.0 metres per second, absolutely perfect. And that means that alongside George Warburton, John Masters makes the final. He ran 10.55 in that first heat. So it's very quick. I mean, we've got, well, my goodness, practically everybody you would expect to be in there. Lewis Stevens, perhaps the biggest shot, just missing out with 10.60 seconds from that third semi-final where he finished 4th, sadly for him.
From the senior women's heptathlon, James on lead as Alan McCauley goes into the lead just by 5 points, 1:8.67 to 1:8.62. And Lauren
So our athletes getting ready behind the blocks for what is set to be the women's para 400 metre final. 3 athletes going in this one. Maddie Markham,
we've
Rosie
got
Porter and Erin Barry in that.
Yeah, Maddie Markham, Rosie Porter, Erin Barry, as you say. Lanes 2, 3 and 4. 1 lap of the track here. So Markham in the green. Porter in the red. And Barry just outside of her in the orange.
Well, I'm just looking down on the track and it looks to me like Maddie Markham is not on the correct start. Well, now she is. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and I think the official just pointing that out to her now, I think. There we go. In terms of personal best, Erin Barry, the Border Harrier, the fastest in the lineup is around 63.41 seconds before. Then Rosie Porter, who goes in the middle, the young under 20 athlete, around 68.7.
Just waiting for the start of this event because we do have high jump competition taking place same end of the stadium at the moment as well. That high jump competition, by the way, is part of the men's senior decathlon. Day 1 of the senior decathlon today. We do have the under 20s concluding their decathlon program later on. In fact, that will be the last event on the track, will be the 1500 metres for the men's under 20 to find out our decathlon champion. So Markham, Porter and Barry. So it's the women's 400 metres para event here. Rosie Porter starting on the blocks in the red. But making the early running in this one outside of her is Erin Barry, the Border Harriers athlete. Erin Barry started this really well as she heads down that back straight. Trying to put a little bit of pressure on Rosie Porter is Maddie Markham at the moment. But it looks to me, as we head towards that penultimate bend, as though Erin Barry has gone out way quicker than any of the others. Markham still continues to try and track Porter down here. But it's Barry that is showing fine shape at the minute as she comes into that final bend. And you just have to wonder whether Porter or Markham have anything left. It's, to be honest, too far of an advantage that Erin Barry has here, and it will be the Border Harrier that will come away to take this victory in this women's 400 metre para-ambulant event. And it is going to be Barry who crosses the line to take the title. Porter is being caught by Markham but holds the challenge off. Rosie Porter finishing second and Maddie Markham third.
Yeah, fantastic run for Erin Barry. Got a couple of different categories. Barry T20 and Markham and Porter T38 there, but 64.7 seconds, just over a second off her best. That's pretty good in these conditions. It is still ever so blustery down the back straight. Not so bad in this home straight, but yeah, noticeable when we get to midway down the back straight. We have the men's 400 para final coming up just a little under 10 minutes time. And just to say, we saw that high jump competition for the Pool A of the senior men's decathlon. The results not quite updating for us, but I can tell you that that final height was 2:01 that we saw, and I think the bar has now gone up to 2:04, which is superb and is well up there in terms of world-class high jumping for decathletes. 2:04 is superb, and it is Evan Campbell that is still going, and 2:04 could well be a personal best for him. And those results still just beginning to update as we watch on. We can see that he's going for 2:04.
Just while we wait for that, you mentioned obviously the men's para 400 metres coming up again. Got some mixed categories in that, the likes of Columba Blango T20 athlete, Cameron Thors T47 athlete, Hatananga is a T11 athlete, Ethan Kirby T20 as well, Nathan O'Mara another T20 athlete also in that race. So they will be coming up, as you said, in less than 10 minutes time.
How nice to read. St Mary's Richmond. Alexander's in third, 5.7.56.
Might just see it there. This is Evan Campbell going for 2:04. That was a very good first attempt. He was a bit close. You were always looking to try and get towards the midpoint of the bar. I just wonder whether he's decided to call it. He's lying on the bed, whether he's just choosing to rest out there because nobody else is in the competition and he's left on his own.
Well, you did say the sun had come out, so
Yeah, a bit of sunbathing, why not? Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not a bad suggestion for lying down. Those plastic chairs on the mobile, I don't know, mobile bag drop area. I'm not sure what you'd even call that, to be honest. I'm not sure how you order one of them, what you search for, but yeah, Campbell just taking a rest, which is good. He knows that was close as well. He's gone over 2:03 before. Really, truly, I do mean this. It is world-class decathlon high jumping at 2:03. You're starting to get to serious levels. If you're getting over 2 metres in an Olympic decathlon, you're doing very well. Some of the guys now starting to push over 2:10 and stuff like that. But a rarity. A lot of decathletes, they are well built, powerful. They're not slender and skinny like some of these avatar-like high jumpers you see. That's why they don't get anywhere near the 230s or 240s.
Number 920 was struck with a Panaeva, Lucy Lane. Then 909 from Cardiff Archers, Eden Roberts.
So, here we go. This is Evan Campbell.
905 is Haverin's Alicia Berman. Number 913, it's Dark with Harriers Isabella Amarty.
Evan Campbell goes here. Oh, well, gives it a rattle. That's a foul on his second attempt at 2 metres and 4 centimetres. Again, choosing to take a lie down pose as well. Gives a bit of the can-can on the bed too. An issue with the high jump going on so long, you know, this is the fourth event for these decathletes at the end of a long day, and they do have the 400 left to go, and a lot of the time they just realise that if they keep going in the high jump, they're emptying the tank more and won't be able to recover as much as they can. And actually, what does an extra 2 or 3 centimetres give you in a long run over the course of the 2 days? There's always that question. So one more attempt for Evan Campbell to have a crack at it. So you can see our para 400 metre runners getting ready to go. Columba Belango, T20 athlete, goes on the inside. Tall, slender figure from Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Then we have Nathan O'Mara, who goes in 3 from BKS Disability Athletics. He's run 54.79 previously. In the middle lane, lane 4, we have Cameron Thors, Scottish athlete, T47 category. Has run 52.91 seconds. We then have Guillaume Atangana from BKS Disability Athletics as well, alongside his guide runner. He is a T11 athlete. Has run 50.89 at his best. And then Ethan Kirby goes on the outside, the City of Norwich man. Now the wind is definitely picking up here inside the Alexander Stadium. Got the long jumpers down on the back straight for the under 20 women's long jump final. Going for qualification for those European Junior Championships. Long jumper, an event we historically have good depth in. Tia Brown and Daisy Snell with qualification marks for that. The standard is 6 metres 25. More on that a little later. So then, before Evan Campbell has another attempt at 2 metres and 4 in the high jump, we will see this para 400 metre final. Columba Belango, Nathan O'Mara, Cameron Thors, Guillaume Atangana goes in 5. His guide runner is in lane 6, and then Ethan Kirby goes on the outside for the City of Norwich Connacht Club in lane 7. So where they go, strong start on the outside from Ethan Kirby. He's a T20 athlete who's run 49.03 before. He's running with nobody outside of him to try and chase down. Inside of him, Atangana looking very strong in that red vest at the moment. Clumber Balango, who has run 47.8 at his absolute best. He's on paper quicker than the rest of the field, but he's just cruising through this first 200 and has gone past Thors and is eyeing up Atangana as well, and now moves into second spot. But on the outside it is Kirby who leads here, and he's pushing on as he enters the final 100 metres. Can Blango start to chase him down? There's acres of space between these two. Can Kirby hold on? Starting to tie up. The lactic is hitting him, but he's going to take the win here. 49.57 seconds. That is a great run. Balango gets second. Atangana comes through for third, and then it was Thors and O'Mara rounding off the field. And we will see just outside of shot now that Evan Campbell is going for 2 metres and 4 centimetres in the high jump. Here he goes then, 2:04, his third attempt for a lifetime best in this senior men's decathlon. Oh, he just tickled it with his heels. He knows that was so close. He got such good height. Well, it was a great effort. He's been out there on his own for the last 15 minutes. The other decathletes just heading in to get warm and recover ahead of their 400 metres, which will be a little later on. That is actually scheduled to take place at 4:57 p.m, so you can see why the others haven't waited round as a matter of courtesy. They've got some recovery to go, and Campbell, well, he will be in that second race, so have slightly more time to recover, but still less than an hour. Those decathletes will be back out on the track at 5 o'clock. Some middle distance action to come in 7 minutes' time with the under-20 men's 800-metre final. Will Rabjohns looking to secure his spot on the plane to Finland in 2 weeks' time, and perhaps, maybe, chase down the championship record of 1:45.36.
In first place from Border Harriers is Erin Bowen.
Scottish Under-20 champion 2024, Caleb McLeod. In an 8 from Stowback, the English Schools champion this year, Rafferty Murphy. And in 9 from City of Norwich, and English Schools bronze medalist this year, Tobias Cheeseborough. That's the line of this in the Under-20 men's 800-metre final.
So 8 athletes in this final. In lane 2, Jack Organ. 3, Sam Hembry. 4, James O'Brien. 5, William Rab-Johns. 6, Tom Waterworth. 7, Caleb McLeod. 8, Rafferty Murphy. And 9, Tobias Cheeseborough. Qualification time for those European under-20s is 1:49. Already has that time, William Rab-Johns. As we've been talking about earlier on, could well be chasing a championship record here as well. So it's the final of the men's under-20s 800 metres. That record, you said, is an impressive one.
Yeah, Max Bergen's 1:45.36 from 2013, and it was an incredible run that day. More so than the fact that at the European Juniors after that, Max Bergen didn't even race, and we still got gold, silver and bronze. So good heritage in this event.
So Rafferty Murphy, it is that is going to lead this one at the bell.
Cheeseborough pushing him as well in second at the moment. Where is Will Rab-Johns? Because he missed out on winning this event last year. He finished in 3rd place, and will be surely trying to avoid that sort of mishap this time. He currently sits back in 5th.
So Cheeseborough just on the shoulder here of Murphy. Saw Cheeseborough at the British Indoor Championships in Sheffield earlier on this year in the red and yellow stripes. He's eclipsed down that back straight now. Murphy it is now, who's going to be trying to hold off the challenge of all the athletes queuing up in behind. Rafferty. It's Caleb McLeod. And in the winning position there, William Rab-Johns just getting up on the line. And he just did enough there. Controlled race. We were looking out for him earlier on, but then down that last 50 metres, he just got there.
Yeah, well, he left that so late, didn't he? They were all fighting from the first 200 metres to try and get in front, and it was Murphy that let it out. He's improved by, oh my goodness, 4 seconds this year, I think, over the 800 metres, and he really did take that one out. Cheeseborough came for him with 400 to go, didn't he, at the bell, and kept pushing. McLeod was in there for a long time, but McLeod in that white vest, number 436 in the middle there, just ended up going rapidly backwards in the final 50 metres. He put himself in a good position. The man in the light blue, Jack Organ, was potential as well, but in the end, Will Rab-Johns, when you've run 1:45.4 this year, it is so hard for anybody to get anywhere near you. And yeah, Will Rab-Johns, the champion, he's booked his place on the plane, and he's got that experience from the World Juniors last year as well.
Another really interesting final there to call. Could have been one of any of those as they came round that top bend, but it's Will Rab-Johns' title. Still got a good couple of hours, 2.5 hours of action to bring you.
Got a lot of finals to come, haven't we, when we look at the programme? Stacked with finals.
Yeah, we'll have the next 800 metres final on track. Then we'll have finals of the 400 metres for the women and men at under 20 level. And then at the senior and also including with the men, the under 23s, of course, level as well. So all that to come for you in the next half an hour. Don't forget we've got some sprint finals coming up as well later on. It will be the combined championships that will finish our programme here on this Saturday afternoon as we head towards Saturday evening. So no championship record for William Rabjohns, but a place on the team for Finland secure. We see there just down the list the likes of Cheeseborough and McLeod, who threatened at times, just run out of it there in the final understanding of that race.
Well, Rabjohns books his spot on the plane for the GB Juniors, and Murphy is second and Waterworth in third. They are the top 3 ranked athletes in the UK this year. They all have the standard. I would expect them all to get selected. It'd be good to see if we can put another challenge in. Rafferty Murphy's an interesting one, though, because he's the youngest out of the 3. He's a first-year under 20, so just a little bit less experience, a little bit less developed, but showing great, great promise. So, next up then, our senior men's 800-metre final. Rehan Lenoir on the inside, then Jonathan Marshall, Joe Rogers, local lad, one of the 2 seniors in this race. Harry Ware goes in 5, Alex Glue in 6, Finley Hutchinson in 7, Nairobi Smith Mills in 8, and Rob Shipley on the outside in lane 9. Rob Shipley's around 1:48.66 this year. This is the senior men's 800-metre final. Well, the reigning champion starts in lane 9. Rob Shipley around 1:51.32 in this lineup last year, where Jordan Chambers got silver and Harry Ware got the bronze. So Harry Ware looking to level up from that bronze he got running in lane 5, and it is Shipley in that City of Sheffield vest that starts on the outside. Smith Mills in that black vest just bumping off a couple of bodies and finding himself in a bit of a tight spot. But it is Finley Hutchinson at the front here in that Not AC vest. Nairobi Smith Mills just in second. Shipley on the inside in third. Chorley's Alex Glue with the glasses on in around 4th. And just inside of him, it's Harry Ware in the Basingstoke vest in 5th. And here at the bell, they're coming through in 54.48. Very similar to the time ran in the under-20 race just a few moments ago. But it is Hutchinson at the front. Smith Mills looking very relaxed here as perhaps Shipley maybe just finding himself on a difficult place and heading backwards, pedalling backwards at the minute for the reigning champion. But at the front, it's Hutchinson still leading. On the outside, here comes Harry Ware with 220 metres to go. Will anybody try and surge from here? It's a long way home for Finley Hutchinson. He's been at the front for the last 450 metres. Can he keep stretching this field out? They're all lining up in behind of him. What can Joe Rogers do, the local lad in the yellow vest, about 5th place? Is he starting to push on here? But it's Finley Hutchinson at the front. Here comes Chorley's Alex Glue in the glasses. There's Ware as well, pushing on. Hutchinson starting to go backwards. It's Ware surging through. Glue on the outside. It's going to be Alex Glue that takes the English title. 150.42. A big roar from him as he comes across the line. The Chorley man. He takes the win in 150.42. It could have been any one of them in the final 100 metres. But Alex Glue looked so good yesterday in the home straight, in those heats. And he has absolutely delivered here in Birmingham. What a close race. Could have been any one of them. Finley Hutchinson, who led it for a long time, just went backwards. But Alex Glue takes the gold.
Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting moment, as you said, around about 220 metres to go there. Finley Hutchinson had led for so long, and Harry Ware just got up on his shoulder, and I thought he was going to go. I thought he was going to go and kick for it. As you said in the commentary there, it's a long way home, 220 metres. He just seemed to kind of slow up a little bit, and I just wonder whether that perhaps just upset his rhythm slightly, and that then obviously gave Alex Glue that opportunity, because he was the athlete coming with the momentum, if you like. He was the athlete coming from behind with the pace. He was coming past everybody, whereas I think Harry Ware had just stopped a little bit, just halted, just paused a little bit, and I just wonder whether that just upset things for him a little bit with around 200 metres to go.
Yeah, it's tough. We'll have to wait and see the results there, because my goodness, it was so close coming across the line. Did Ware just about hold on for second? I think Hutchinson went backwards. Smith Mills was coming through strongly as well. It was all difficult to see in the heat of the battle.
Yeah, Harry Ware was flying at that point, but as you said, the exact words, it's a long way home from there. I just wonder whether if it just carried on going, who knows what the outcome might have been. But take nothing away from Alex Glue, the Chorley Athletic and Tri Club, who's an under-23 and the senior champion here as well.
Yeah, superb. Great run from him. That was a real race. I mentioned it yesterday. I like to see it. Here's the results then. Alex Glue, 150.42. Harry Ware, 150.49. And Finlay Hutchinson, in all fairness to him, he led for so much of that race. Worthy of a medal, 150.69. Joe Rogers coming through just didn't quite have enough room or space in the end. Yeah, great battle in that final 150 metres or so.
Another great event, another great race.
You know, I often say we see so many middle distance runners going to BMCs and paced races and stuff, but you don't learn the nitty gritty of your event unless you turn up to something like this and you have to bob and weave, you have to make decisions on the fly. You'll never learn how to win a race like that unless you take part in them. And I said to Alex yesterday, we've got so many athletes that can go to the British Championships now with a chance of making the men's 800 final, who then don't because they are only used to running in paced races. And actually coming somewhere like here, you'd learn what Alex Clue has just done on how to perfectly time it.
Yeah, championship racing is a different discipline in many respects. When you get to that level of, say, racing on a Diamond League circuit or whatever, where you've got pacers actually then going to a major championships and then getting the result where it really matters at an Olympic Games or a European Championships or a World Championships, a different discipline altogether.
Our next event is the under-20 women's 400-metre final. Charlotte Henrik is going in this one. A chance for the likes of Eleanor McIntosh and Casey Musgrave to try and knock a tenth off their personal best that they've set this season, which would see them scorch underneath the European qualification standard. If they can do that and get amongst the top three here, they would put themselves in a great spot of selection. And it would be great for our junior 4x4 chances as well.
Our athletes just coming out then for this next event on the track. Plus the men's para event medal ceremony, which is taking place at the moment as well. Just to set this one up for you, this women's under-20 400 metres final. So these athletes have come through heats, semi-finals. Now we have 8 left in the final. Is it going to be Charlotte Henrik? She was the athlete with a season's best coming into these championships of 52.10. But it, as we said, comes down now to a straight final. Slightly different, of course, over 400 metres to when you get into those middle distance events, 800 and 1500, where there's a bit more that can come into play in terms of tactics and finding a position in the field and finding a position on the track as well.
Well, worth saying that Charlotte Henrik has won the last 2 editions of this. She is in her 3rd year as an under-20. She won here last year in 53.34. And last year it was the heats and semi-finals on the Saturday, the final on the Sunday. So a bit of a different schedule this time round, but Yeah, she won by a second last year. I just wonder whether or not she could push on towards the championship record, which was set by certain Amber Anning back in 2019 of 52.54 seconds.
Mentioned Amber Anning on one or two occasions already this afternoon. So Henrik, if you're watching on, she's in the all red. Look out for her. Representing the Invicta East Kent club. So just for the record, the qualification time for the Europeans is a 47 dead qualification time for 400 metres. So that might be an ask.
It's certainly become a little bit more blustery, Michael, in the stadium, hasn't it? That is always going to be a tough one for the 400-metre sprinters. Just looking, the javelin throwers are throwing into quite a strong headwind at the minute on this first bend, and
got to feel sorry for them a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be difficult for these 400 athletes. For the likes of Charlotte Henrik, it's just win the race, get the job done, and you can put your feet up for the next 10 days ahead of the European Juniors. As I say, for the likes of Musgrave and McIntosh, they'll be fighting it out for sure. What can Ava Freeman do as well? She's somebody that's not too far off that standard 54.82.
Yeah, sorry, I should correct myself. I said 47. It's 54. 47 for the men. So yeah, 54. Well within the capabilities of Henrik. She's got that time, as you say. So yeah, the job is to win this one now.
And the gold medalist from Paul, the England Athletics under 20 men's 800-metre champion, Will Rogers.
And we're going straight into the final for the under 20 women over 400 metres in lane 2. Caitlin Hadfield.
So let's run through these for you. Caitlin Hadfield of Derby in lane 2. Olivia Bell of Rotherham Harriers in 3. Ava Freeman, Birchfield Harrier in 4. In 5, Charlotte Henrik, the Invicta East Kent club. 6, Casey Musgrave of the City of Sheffield and Durn. 7, Eleanor McIntosh of the Bristol and West club. Shilo Omotosho of Basildon in lane 8. And Chloe Poor of Winchester in lane 9. So just the noise around the stadium of the flags fluttering in this blustery Birmingham sky. Perfect conditions. Other than that wind now, which has just picked up the rain of this morning. Just a distant memory. Final of the women's under 20 400 metres. Hadfield, Bell, Freeman, Henrik, Musgrave, McIntosh, Omotosho and Poor. And having a look there already at Charlotte Henrik, who's already up on the shoulder and past Casey Musgrave outside of her. There's a battle going on with the 3 outside of her as well, including McIntosh, Omotosho and Poor as well. They are through 200 metres here. And McIntosh, it is, that has shown really well, but Henrik will now look to try and pass her as we will see them come into the home straight and around this final bend. And we've talked about the talent and the ability of Charlotte Henrik. We built her up as the pre-race favourite, and she is definitely showing what we've been saying here, because Charlotte Henrik is clear of the rest of the field and will come through and take the title. It is a win for Charlotte Henrik. It is a place in the European Under-20s Championship as well. She has that qualification time, and what an excellent performance it is from her.
Yeah, superb. She's so strong. I know she's got great flat speed over the 200 metres, but she is really very strong, and she pulls away from everybody else in the latter stages of the race, really. And that is quicker than she won here 12 months ago, and quicker than she won at Chelmsford for these championships 2 years ago. So she is getting better and better, which is great to see. A real talent. Backs up nicely the time she ran at the London Diamond League last week. It's been a busy 7 days, hasn't it? 4 races in 7 days is tough for anybody, even if she's not quite ran them to her personal best time. It's very, very tough to pick yourself back up after a huge performance with what would have been physically and mentally draining as well in a big stadium. Coming here, she's got the job done though. She has booked a spot on the plane, and actually this week has been wonderful preparation for somebody like Charlotte Hemrick going into the Europeans, where she will likely have to do 3 rounds if she wants to get a medal, and then potentially amongst a 4x4 relay as well. So interesting to see just who finished in second. I think based on where I was looking, it was McIntosh that came through. Musgrave had so much work to do. She finished really quickly as well and started to chase down McIntosh. I wonder just how far outside 54 they were. I don't think it's going to be quite quick enough for them to get a qualification standard, unfortunately. But we will see when those results trickle through.
Yep, terrific performance there from Charlotte Hemrick. We'll get the rest of the results for you shortly. Got the final of the men's under-20 coming your way in a moment. So this is where the qualification time is, as I mentioned earlier on, that qualification time for the under-20s. There we are. Eleanor McIntosh, 54.84, so just outside.
Yeah, the 54 flat qualifying mark, it's not going to be for her, unfortunately, just missing out by 9,000ths of a second. But maybe we'll see a relay team go. Certainly McIntosh, Musgrave and Freeman would fancy their chances to be amongst that.
These guys need to hit in this senior race. Not, of course, looking for a time in terms of qualification, but the under-20s, they need to hit a time of 47. 47 dead. So they will be next up on the track.
Yeah, we were supposed to have the under-20 men up next, but this is the senior women for some unknown reason. I wonder whether we just had a bit of an issue getting them already, so they decided to swap them round to avoid being late. I'm not too sure.
I was too busy looking at my screen and not looking at what was actually happening in front of me, but you are right.
Yeah, it surprised me just seeing the women come down ahead of the men, so I'm not entirely sure why that's the case, if I'm honest with you. But here we are. If you were tuning in to see the under-20 men, they are up shortly after this race. I think we can see them down on the track now, actually. So, yeah, maybe they were just a bit late to the call room. Who knows? Maybe we've got it in the wrong order. Doesn't matter too much. So, the senior women then, our lineup for this one: Angelique Aberley going in lane 1. We then got Natalie Groves in 2, Asher Root in 3, Sian Harry in 4, and then Lauren Rule in 5 of Hearts Phoenix. One of the favourites for this title, Effion Roberts, goes in 6. Holly Patteroo shown her fantastic speed over the 2 rounds. Got a personal best in those heats. Was good this morning as well. She goes in 7. And Baz Njiri, who finishes very quickly, goes on the outside in 8. If she can get out and be in the mix with 100 metres to go, she could really feature for a medal. Let's see how well she goes here.
Doesn't look like we've got the athlete in lane 1, Angelique Averly.
I just wonder whether they've shifted out compared to what's on our list. I think that's just updated on my screen from
so
lane
she's
1.
in 3 now.
Yeah, we've shifted out from 1 to 8 to 2 to 9.
Yeah.
That makes sense? We're making that up?
Well, it had Aberley in lane 1, but then it had Nigeria, I think, in lane 8.
Oh, this has mixed up, hasn't it? Because Pata was in 7 on my list a second ago.
Yep, so they have changed things around for us.
Oh, maybe that's why we've seen them come out earlier. Maybe there was a change or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, to get it right, Groves on the inside, then Aberley, Root, Harry, Pata, Rule, Roberts and Jiri. That makes sense. Rule looked very good early on. So did Roberts. He goes in 8. And then Sean Harry will be in 5. I think it could come from any one of 4 athletes here. Those athletes from 4 to 7. And Bjorn Roberts as well in 8, maybe. Who knows? Three athletes at around 53 seconds. Sean Harry, Lauren Rule and Effiam Roberts. Senior women's 400 metre final here at the England Champs. Away they go. Oh, looked like Roberts just sort of stopped when she came out of the blocks there, and already Rule is blazing past her. Not quite sure what happened there. Did Roberts maybe just stumble out the blocks? Anyway, we are away. Harry is gone. Root is trying to chase down as well. Pata in the mix at the moment. So it's Lauren Rule who currently leads. And Jiri has got out strongly. I said she might feature if she can be in touching distance in the final 100 metres, and she is just about there at the minute. It's Sean Harry just fading back into second. This is Roberts now starting to come through in the red. It's Lauren Rule. Can she hold on here? Lauren Rule just about getting there, 54.62. I think Pata might have just held on to come through for third. I don't even think they were in the same lanes that they were on our sheet, Michael, but in the end, it was Lauren Rule in the red vest that came through to take the win. Well, it looked as if it was Roberts in second. I'm sure it would come through on the results. That was absolutely confusing, but it was a cracking race and it came down to the wire. The outstretched arm from Lauren Rule just about getting her the win. Well, she managed it well, didn't she? She had an middle lane which just allowed her to judge the race compared to everybody else. So we will have the under-20 men up next.
And hopefully they'll be in the lanes that our system says that they will be in, because certainly in that race they weren't.
Yeah, I'm just looking. It looks as if they're all in the right lane. Yeah, everybody is as they should be, right in front of me on my list.
So this will be the final of the men's 400 metres. So
well, you can just see the athletes from the women's 400 race being called around by 3 officials in the
Yeah,
bottom
there's an
right-hand corner.
inquest going on.
There is something going on. They held them on the finish line, and I wonder what was going on. They are talking to them. Because I did say, didn't I? Who was it in lane 7? Was it Roberts? I thought Roberts stopped as she came out of the blocks, and then she went again, and they were not recalled. And actually, when Roberts probably has just lost that race by what was little more than 200ths, we're waiting for the official result to come through. I do wonder what they're talking about, because maybe somebody had the blocks on the wrong start line. I don't think so. I don't think that would have been the case, but we'll try and find out for you, because that is an intriguing situation. Never before do you usually get the athletes called around at the end of the race to find out what's happening. The results also haven't come through yet, which suggests to me there's something confusing. Was somebody on the track down at the back straight, because some of the athletes are pointing down there as well, Michael?
Well, the athletes on the system that we've got in lane 6, which was the winning lane, would have been Sean Harry, but it wasn't Sean Harry. It was
Lauren
Rule,
in the red
because
vest of Hearts
the
team.
bib number of 416 across the line. So the athletes were in different lanes to what we had originally been told. There was the mix-up of at the start, as you say, as well. There's also been the reordering of the events too. And what's been really interesting is all of the athletes have been and continue to be held at the finish line as well.
That is very unusual. You know what I wouldn't want to happen? For them to have to run it again in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be the... But when you consider how close that was, I'm fairly certain that it was Fionn Roberts who almost stopped as she came out of the blocks, and she went again, because whether she thought she'd heard it recalled, and they are being spoken to again in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah, we have a number of officials now calling all of the athletes together.
We will try and find out.
You have to wonder as well, Lauren Rule, she thinks, well, she thought she'd won that. So next on track, we should have, and we do have, I think, the men's under-20s 400 metres final. So that is Charlie Tong in lane 2, Rory Summers in 3, Harvey Nelson in 4, Luke McLeod in 5, Dylan McCulloch in 6, Sanchivas in 7, Ellis Cameron in 8, and Joshua Platino in 9. So this is under 20s, selection time of 47 dead. So away they go then in this final of the men's under-20s 400 metres final. Away from some of the confusion around here at the moment. It's a good start from Ellis Cameron. Cameron has taken over from Patino. So it's Cameron being chased now. Chiba's also being chased here by McCulloch. McCulloch in the Scottish blue, the St Andrews blue. And McCulloch it is who's coming around into the final bend in the home stretch. Now Chibas is making a run for it now, as well as he does run that final bend. McCulloch is who's trying to hold off Chibas. So it's McCulloch and McLeod, and now Chibas who comes away with it. And that is going to be a terrific win for Stan Chivas in the end. Luke McLeod was there, and McCulloch was involved as well. But the victory in a time of 47.76 is the Ipswich Harrier, Stan Chivas.
Yeah, great. He always finishes so strongly, and I just wondered whether or not he'd left it too late in that race. But no, he'd done exactly what he needed to do. Timed it perfectly, really. He won this title in 48.22 last year as a youngster, and has now come back to win it in 47.76. He's booked his spot. But a busy week for him as well, after racing in the National 400 at the London Diamond League last week. So And Michael, they're still having a discussion with the senior women's
to say
400. If we just pan to the right ever so slightly, we'd be able to see them.
There we go.
As they zoom out. But
bottom corner of your screen, you see the person there with the high vis, and then that little group as we watch the men go in behind. You see a number of the officials there, and still you see all of those. And there's some animated discussion exactly about, what's going on. And they're trying to explain, I think, what happened maybe at the start. And you spotted it straight away.
Yeah,
that has to be the key moment.
So, telling the results have now come up. The person that is giving a fair bit of arm action, I think, in there in discussion about what's happened was Evian Roberts, who's finished in second by 0.003 of a second. You saw that Lauren Rule stuck her arm forward just to get the win. It was that close. But I remember Roberts, because it was slightly confusing, the lanes that they were standing in were not the initial lanes that were on our sheet on roster, and then they quickly changed. So it was difficult mid-race to work out where everybody was. But it was Roberts who was in lane 8, and as she came out of the block, she practically stopped. I'm not quite sure what happened, and she went again. I don't know whether she thought she'd heard a recall gun or not. But this is an unusual situation, really. And you can see the athletes there still talking about it. I think we've got Aisha Root there. Is that Sian Harry? She was given third. Holly Patter, though, got third. Amazing for the Leamington athlete. And Patter is just there with the bottle in her right hand, number 246. And I'm sure she doesn't want the result changed because she's got a bronze medal. But, yeah, Aisha Root not too happy either. And this is quite a serious thing. I wonder whether we can find out what is happening from some of our officials. We shall wait. We'll try and update you. I don't know. I'll send an experienced person down there with a microphone or something like that. If we had one, we'd stick it in there, wouldn't we? So, and find out. But some of our officials will probably know down there, and I might go and ask them what's happening shortly. So then, here we go with this senior men's 400 final. On the inside in lane 2, it's Bailey Lawton, the Spenborough man, the under-23. And then Matthew Agnamel goes in lane 3. Louis Palmer in 4. Maverick Pamphile goes in 5. Thomas Hockley is in 6. Ben Rochford in 7. Connor Neal in 8. Henry Marshall of Tunbridge on the outside. Henry Marshall looked really good earlier on in the semi-finals. Just checking all those lanes to make sure we are right. Hockley is there. Yes, Shaftesbury Barnett for Ben Rochford, who looked good too earlier on. Fastest through to the final here was Tom Hockley, just a couple of hundredths ahead of Maverick Pamphile. So, we've still got a bit of a discussion going on with the senior women's. I reckon they're going to give them the opportunity to re-race it or come back tomorrow and do it again, which for some people is not ideal if you are only here for Friday evening. Anyway, we shall see. So Lawton in 2. Agnamel, Palmer, Pamphile, Hockley, Rochford, Neal, Marshall. Men's 400-metre final. Here we go then. Senior men's 400 final. Rochford gets out well in the stripes of Shaftesbury Barnett on the outside. Henry Marshall, I said he looked really good earlier in qualifying. He's running blind down this back straight, but I think that'll suit him. He looks very, very smooth at the moment. Pamphile just letting Hockley get away from him ever so slightly at the moment, and Hockley now just starting to surge past Rochford at the halfway point. There's 3 of them all together because Neal is in there too. Neal, bit of a ragged style at times, but finishes very quickly. And on the outside, Marshall is looking good too. Pamphile, what has he got left? The powerful man from the armed forces, and here he comes, starting to chase down Tom Hockley. Can Hockley hold him off? It's Pamphile fighting back. Hockley just has an edge at the minute. It's Pamphile coming through. Who will get there? It's so close on the line. Nothing to choose between them. 47-43. It was agonisingly close. The arm outstretched at the line. We're just off from the finish line. It's so hard to call who got there. We would need a replay to see that. And we will have to see, because that was so good. A race of two halves, really. Pamfield coming through. Hockley getting out quickly. Hockley's an under 23. Pamfield, obviously, guesting in this is an Open Championship. Would still get a medal if he gets gold.
The England senior men's 400 metre champion for the UK Armed Forces, Maverick Pamfield.
Yeah, it's Maverick Pamfield that gets the gold medal. 47-42, the official time. Wow. Another cracking race. Both the senior 400 races coming down to two athletes next to each other and just an outstretched arm to win it. My goodness. So, next up for you, some more 400 metres. It's the Senior Men's Decathlon Event 5. They're going to be hurting. It's been a busy 7 or 8 hours for these guys so far. The first race is the athletes with a faster personal best. But let's just take a look at that result from the Senior Men's 400 final. Maverick Pamfield, 47-42. Just getting it from Tom Hockley. Connor Neal, bronze for Harrow, silver and bronze for Harrow, 48.08, and Matthew Agnemal, 48.32. So, yeah, tough race for those guys. Medals for the top three. So we do not have Jack Turner rather, starting in lane 3. He's opted out of the 400. I think that's his weekend done. Perhaps the decathlon not going how he wanted, but Callum Newby goes on the inside. Then George Asprey is in 4, Craig Moncur, Stephen Simmons, Harry Kendall, fastest in the field, and then Oliver Adnett goes on the outside. Harry Kendall in the white vest of Tunbridge has ran 48 and change for the last few years, ran 48.10 here last year. How quick can he go? A bit breezy down that back straight. First race of the senior men's decathlon 400. Well, on the outside, Adnett will have Kendall chasing him down, who has a lovely fluid running style. And now Kendall just starting to head past Adnett on that back straight. Newby on the inside has started very strongly for Edinburgh in that white vest too. And all Kendall's out. Is that his calf? Has he cramped? Oh, I hope he's okay. That was unfortunate. Newby is still going strongly here, and Simmons is starting to push on and surge as well, but it is Newby that leads on the inside. What can Simmons do in the final 50 metres here? Because Adnett on the outside is closing strongly too. And here comes Adnett. Will he get there? It's Newby that just about holds on, 49.04. Oh my goodness. What a race that was. Really do hope Harry Kendall's okay. That looked like a calf issue for me. Bit of cramp perhaps. But it was a strong finish from Oliver Adnett, who came through really well, put the pressure on. He's run 48.5 before. For Newby, 49.04 would be a personal best. So just to bring you the quick result from that race, 49.03 rounded down for Newby, a personal best 49.15 for Adnett, and Simmons 49.43 it's come through, so that could be a personal best for him as well. So great for those guys. And Michael, you've been down and spoken to a couple of officials about the women's senior 400 metre result, which was proving to be a bit confusing for us up here.
Yeah, so just to recap the story, there was an issue over the lanes initially. That doesn't seem to be the problem. There was an issue at the start, which Fionn Roberts kind of stopped. And then at the end, very unprecedented, not really seen that before. All the athletes were gathered, were being spoken to by the officials. So, yeah, I have just been down trackside, spoken to some of the people that have been involved in that decision. So this is what happened, is the athletes said that they heard noises at the beginning, which concurs then with what you spotted straight away in the commentary, which is why Fionn Roberts stopped. But obviously the race continued and was won by Lauren Rule. Now, the athletes were talking about whether to go for a rerun, whether to do the event again, but as I understand it, and obviously the athletes have now cleared away from that area, the consensus is that they're not going to have a rerun. So it looks to me as though the places will stand. We await official confirmation from the event referee as to what exactly will happen, and there is now some suggestion that maybe, although the places will stand, so Lauren Rule's victory will stand, that the times won't, if you like, go in the record books.
I mean, interesting. I think if you're going to let the results stand, you have to kind of let the time stand, don't you? Because, well, I'll be honest, if everybody heard the noise, why did nobody else stop? It was only Roberts that stopped, and actually she's the one who lost by 0.003 of a second, but she really did stuff. It was notable to me. So I'm surprised that nobody else really did anything in the moment. But if I'm Roberts, I'm sitting there thinking, well, that was actually quite a big impingement on my race because I only lost out by a shoulder. So, yeah, I mean, if the result's going to stand, that's fair enough if they're happy with it. But it surprised me how everybody was getting involved in the discussion. Is it because not everybody was happy with the way the race went? I guess only Lauren Rule would have been the happy one out of that because she took the win.
So that's the situation from trackside. As I said, at the minute, it's still all to be confirmed by the event referee. So once we get some clear clarity on that, that is what we've been told anyway. I'm slightly out of breath having just run trackside as well.
Yeah, great job. Superb job, really.
Just running around. I feel like I could have competed in this decathlon, which maybe that's overstating it slightly. Yes, so the decathlon is coming now into its 200 metres second final. So in this one, you've got Dan Richardson, William Reid, Alistair Mackay, Dante McNichol, Carl McLennan and Evan Campbell as well. So it's a 400 metres. This is the B final, if you like. So Richardson in 2 in blue. Then Reid in 3, Mackay in 4, McNichol in 5, McLennan in 6, Campbell in 7 on the outside in the black and white stripes. So these decathletes, these senior decathletes, of course, are only on day 1 of their competition. The seniors will complete with their 1,500 metres, their programme later on today. McLennan it is, who's just in lane 6, who's just up trying to get on the shoulder of Campbell at the moment here. Campbell is just holding off that challenge, but McLennan, as we come in towards the home straight, is just getting up ahead of him. Inside McLennan is Dante McNichol of Durham as well. He's just a couple of yards back, but it looks like Cal McLennan is going to take this victory. So here he comes and does cross the finish line there. Cal McLennan in a time 50.93. And that's the conclusion then of that 400 metres as far as the men's decathlon is concerned. And points on the board there for Cal McLennan. Remember, the times all get converted into points once the math's been done. We'll bring you up to date with the overall standings. But as I said, this is day 1 of the men's senior decathlon. The confusion slightly is it's day 2, heading towards the conclusion for the under-20s.
We've now got 10 races to go. The next race, I think, is the under-20 women's 100-metre final, which is due to come in around about 11 minutes' time. We will wrap things up at 27 minutes past 6 with the under-20 men's 1,500-metre final, which is great. Just trying to work out where we are in that event, because everything is done. They've done the javelin, I think, outside of this stadium. And to give you an idea of where we're at, it is Sam Newton that leads. But this is the result from the first senior men's decathlon 400. Callum Newby 49.03. Personal best, Oliver Adnett 49.15. Stephen Simmons 49.43. And Harry Kendall, well, unfortunately for him, his decathlon comes to an end. Had a tough year with injury. It looked like calf cramp or calf pull to me. Didn't seem to be a hamstring issue.
Yeah, I've got the standings on that decathlon, the under-20s, men's under-20s decathlon. As you said, Sam Newton is in the lead, 5,790 points for the Tunbridge athlete before that 1,500 metres, which is our last event today. Kieran Boomister Reid of the St Mary's Richmond Club, currently in the silver medal position, 5,777 points. William Alexander in 3rd at the moment from the Reading Athletics Club, 5,756 points. Then you've got Bennett in 4th, Pickler in 5th, McCaffrey in 6th, Carter in 7th, Fern in 8, Brassington in 9, Byrne in 10, Licorice in 11. And the non-finishers will be Oscar Wilson and Finlay Stewart, also Reef Page and Joe Stone, whose decathlons have ended prematurely.
Well, the result there from the second senior men's decathlon 400, Cal McLennan 50.93, Evan Campbell 52.04. Just less than an hour after his high jump heroics, and then Will Reed 52.06. Those guys will be back tomorrow morning for the 110 metre hurdles. That starts for them at 9:50 a.m, so it's an early start, unfortunately for those guys. But got a good amount of recovery, really, compared to the junior decathletes and heptathletes from last night. So let's take a look at the lineup for this junior women's 100 metre final. This, of course, to secure a place on the plane to Finland in 2 weeks' time for the European Juniors. On the inside, we've got Ella Grace Edwards from Gloucester. And then Nell Vizier ran 11.79 in the semi-finals. She goes in 3. Kaya Slater has ran 11.50 this year, was pipped in the semi-finals by Jessica Mantle. Mabel Akande goes in lane 5, the Lincoln Wellington athlete, 11.36 in the semi-finals. Jessica Mantle, Welsh athlete, big personal best of 11.60 in the semi-finals. Precious Akpe-Moses, Irish athlete from Birchfield Harriers here in Birmingham, 11.45, just an illegal win. She looks so good in those semi-finals. Will she contest Mabel Akande? Then we've got Phoebe Clayton from Notts ACNA and Tiana Rizzo, one of the time qualifiers through to this final. Well, it's going to be very tight, isn't it? Mabel Akande, 11.36 plus 1.2 in that semi-final. What can she do here? She's just starting to progress through the gears over the 2 rounds. The heats for last night, semi-finals a few hours ago. Can Slater contend? Will Mantle get on the podium? What about Akpe-Moses? Will she spoil the party? This is the under-20 women's 100 metre final here at the England Championships. Edwards, Desir, Slater, Akande, Mantle, Akpe-Moses, Clayton and Rizzo. Well, cracking start from Slater, just left Akande a bit, but now Akande starts to move through. Akpe-Moses on the outside is looking good too, but here comes Mabel Akande surging away from the field. She takes the gold here in Birmingham, 11.30. She delivered when it mattered. She books her spot on the team for the European Junior Championships in 2 weeks' time. And Mabel Akande, once again, flying here in Birmingham.
Ticket to Finland.
So good. Slater got out incredibly well. She put the pressure on. Akpe-Moses started to move through the field. She would have ran very quickly as well, and she is watching and waiting, looking at the board to try and see this time. Well, Slater, Akande and Mantle and Akpe-Moses, we're all in the mix. I'm hoping to see it again. .11.30 would be Akande's second fastest time ever, if confirmed as official. There's a bit of a blustery wind. Whether it was fully a tailwind, we'll have to wait and see. there's the time, 11:30. The wind, plus 3.3. Akpe Moses in second, 11:44. And then 11:49, Jess Mantle. I mean, a stunning run. Kaya Slater, 11:60 in fourth. So, looks to me like we'll see Jess Mantle and Kaya Slater as part of the 100-metre contingent at the European Junior Championships. My goodness, that was quick. Akande, I think, has got more to come as well. Now Desir given 11:65 in fifth. Expect her to be amongst the relay team as well. More sprint action to come with the junior men up on the track next.
Yeah, this is definitely an event to lick your lips at. Possibly one of the events of the championships. Teddy Wilson in lane 5. Jake O'Day-Jordan in lane 4 from the BFit Academy. Both of those have been running each other very close through the rounds of this one. But the full lineup for you. In lane 2, Joel Masters. In 3, Farrell Fabusiwa. 4, Jake O'Day-Jordan. 5, Teddy Wilson. 6, Josh Owujula. 7, Dylan Williams. 8, Matthew Ajayi. And 9, George Warburton. Remember, winner of this race could be on the plane for those European under-20s, European Junior Championships, which take place in Finland from the 7th to the 10th of August. Masters, Fabusiwa with the red sleeves. O'Day-Jordan, Wilson, Awujola, Williams, Ajayi and Warburton. Final of the men's under-20 100 metres final. And O'Day-Jordan, and outside of him is Teddy Wilson, and it will be Teddy Wilson and O'Day-Jordan, and Teddy Wilson's going to take the title. Inside of him, O'Day-Jordan will take the silver medal. And it is a time of 10.24 for Teddy Wilson. So a lifetime best, a personal best for him. Teddy Wilson is your champion.
I mean, a cracking run. I don't think anybody would have expected him to gap O'Day-Jordan quite as much as that. It was O'Day-Jordan that got out the blocks the quickest, really, who just had the edge. But Teddy Wilson, from about 25 metres, just got into his rhythm and really did just transition so nicely. People talk about that part of the race where you just start to lift the hips and get in front of yourself. And he did that so well. 10:24 the time on the clock. I'm interested to know what the wind reading was. It was a bit blustery. Didn't feel like it was a huge wind, but looking at what the women had in the race prior, which was a plus 3.3 metres per second wind, and it's come up as plus 1.6 metres per second. Wow. Teddy Wilson, 10:24 official.
10:24. Place on the plane, of course. And the title here, well inside that qualification time. O'Day-Jordan also inside. To be fit to athletes, O'Day-Jordan and Williams both on the podium then. Warburton in 4th. Ajayi 5th. Masters in 6th.
I mean, that's a quick race. I think that's a personal best for Williams as well. 10:39. He'd already got the qualification standard. So I think that means... Well, no, he didn't have the qualification standard. Sorry, it was... one of the 10... He did have the standard. Of course he did. 10:39. Again, inside the standard. Which means we're likely going to see Dylan Williams racing over the 100 metres at the European Junior Championships alongside Jake O'Day-Jordan. 10:35 for him. I think that's a good run. First time at the championships in the UK, a bit different to some of the warmer temperatures you might have experienced in the US, but we've got a great contingent of athletes going into that championships. So then straight into the women's 100-metre final. Izzy Tustin goes on the inside from Cardiff. She's one of the seniors in this race. Aaliyah Brown from Blackheath and Bromley goes in 3. Cheyenne Evans-Gray, who looked very good, the Croydon Harrier, yesterday in those heats. Olivia Fowler of Sale is in lane 5. Leonie Ashmead goes in lane 6. Dorema Thompson, she's over 35 years of age now, but looks so good. 11.55 yesterday, wind assisted. Looking great. Serena Grace in lane 8. And Emanuela Quay going in lane 9 on the outside. Senior women's 100-metre final here at the England Champs. Blessed with a couple of tailwinds in the other races. So once again then, Tustin on the inside, Brown of Blackheath and Bromley, Evans-Gray, Fowler, then Ashmead, Thompson, Grace and Quay on the outside. Women's 100-metre final. Evans-Gray gets out well, so does Brown, and she's trying to drag along Fowler too. Thompson still in the mix. Ashmead is powering home too, but it's Evans-Gray that will scotch away to take the England title here in Birmingham. 11.46. Well, it was a close finish for silver and bronze, but no doubt about the winner, Cheyenne Evans-Gray, just outside her lifetime best, 11.46. The stadium clock. Coming into good form, building nicely, priming nicely ahead of next week's UK Championships here in Birmingham.
Yeah, terrific performance. We've got a couple of fallers there, and we hope obviously that they are okay and will be back on their feet very shortly. But for Cheyenne Evans-Gray there, the Croydon Harrier, really excellent running. And just after the start, she just really got into her stride through that central portion of the race. And then she just looked so strong. Didn't look like anyone was going to catch her. As you said, no doubt about who the winner was going to be from around about the halfway mark.
Yeah, she was strong out of the blocks and nobody else could get to her. It was a plus 2.6 metre per second tailwind that pushed them along. 11.46 the winning time. Olivia Fowler, 11.63 to get the silver medal. Who came through for the bronze? Just waiting to flash that up. It was so close. Dorema Thompson, I would love for her to have picked up a medal here. All that experience, all those races over the years. A worthy medalist for sure. We wait with bated breath, but it is Olivia Fowler. And the first under 23 as well, Cheyenne Evans-Gray, a senior.
Well, we think it's confirmation there. Fowler was second with 11.63. Olivia Fowler.
Still more races to come over the next hour until we wrap up the day here in Birmingham.
Well, there must be some separating. They're doing...
Yeah, they're coming down to the hairs, aren't they?
Between third and fourth in this race, because we have our top two confirmed on the scoreboard in the arena in that women's 100 metres final, but we are awaiting to find out who our bronze medalist is.
And it's been given to Leonie Ashmead the same time of 11.63. They are really separating them, aren't they? And trying to dip for the line. Those are our medalists then. Cheyenne Evans-Gray, the senior women's 100 metre England champion. Olivia Fowler, the silver medalist. Leonie Ashmead, with 11.63 the same time to take the bronze. And Leah Brown, a Black Ethan Bromley on the inside from lane 3, picking up 4th place here. It does just go to show how close it is.
2/100ths of a second off second.
Yeah, it's a huge margin between first and second, but nothing to choose between the rest of them. A blanket finish, as we call it. Serena Thompson 11.70 in 5th, and Emmanuel Okoye 11.81. Serena Grace 11.81 as well in 6th and 7th. So another 100-metre final to come for the senior men, and then we will move to some more of our frame running action we saw earlier on over the 200 before we stay with the 200 for the heptathlon final for the seniors. The heptathlon final event of day 1, I should say, for the senior women before we go to the under-20 men's 1500 final for the decathlon. So not much more to come over the next hour.
So we are building up to the final of the men's 100 metres final. This is the senior final. So lane 1 from Birmingham, Muslim Habib. Scottish athlete in lane 2, Stuart Greenhug. In 3 from Cardiff Athletics, Stoey Hammond. In 4, Joshan Venkatasamy. In 5, Henry Christa. 6, Sullivan McAlinden of the Decorum Athletics Club. 7, Joseph Harding. And in lane 8, Nathan Gomez of the Be Fit Today Track Academy.
On the outside, from the BFT Track Academy, Nathan Gomez. That's 11 8 athletes, 1 gold medal for the men's 100-metre final.
So lanes 1 to 8. One of these will take around about 10 and a half seconds to be crowned English champion here at the Alexander Stadium, national champion. Habib in 1, Greenhall in 2, Hammond 3, Venkatasamy in 4, Christa in 5, McAlinden in 6, Harding in 7, Gomez in 8. Greenhall, one of the last to settle. Venkatasamy has a look down the track from gun to tape. And Venkatasamy was rather left in the blocks there, and he has to power through now. But just inside of him, it's Dowie Hammond. And Hammond is under a little bit of pressure here from Christa. And it's going to be Christa's title in lane 5. A punch of the air for Henry Christa. The athlete between them, Venkatasamy, was highly fancied but didn't start well. He saw Hammond one side of him go out the blocks really well, but it was Henry Christa and his performance through the last 40, 50 metres of that race, and he is our champion.
Yeah, he was so good, Dewey Hammond. He's got so much experience. I thought he was just going to be able to hold on, but it was Henry Christa who's had such a great couple of seasons. His personal best back in 2022 was 11.06. He's now got that down to 10.28 if the time is officially confirmed. A massive run from him. He's been so consistent this season as well. Second over the 200 metres at the British Universities Championships, the Newcastle University man. So a cracking run. Henry Christa just holding off, and I think the times have just come up on the screen officially.
Yeah, Christa 10.28, Hammond 10.42, and you have to say a bit of credit there for Venkatasamy, who didn't start well, but has won the bronze in a time of 10:51. Macalinden, the Decorum Club, Hemel Hempstead in Hertfordshire, 10:54. But the title goes to Basingstoke and Midhants, and it's Henry Christus.
Results on the screen there, just of the women's final. Very close indeed. Cheyenne Evans-Gray taking the title. So we've got a slight pause in the programme for 10 minutes before we head round the track halfway round, at least for the senior men and women's frame running 200 metre final. They'll both run together. We saw them earlier on in the 100 metres, so great to have them here with us. And that's what's still to come. That senior female 200 metres is part of the heptathlon, and then the under 20 men's 1500 metres is the decathlon 1500 metres, the final event for them. So there's going to be some sore bodies after that. Quite close. I think there's 34 points between the top two in that decathlon for the under 20s. So 6 races still to come. So then, next up on the track, it's the frame running final. Eleanor Hewitt, Paige Murray and Charlie Price in 2, 3 and 4. Then Finley Menzies and Chris Callow in the outside lanes. Great to have frame running here, these England Championships. I think the athlete's just being asked to move back ever so slightly from the start line. Away we go then in this men and women's 200-metre frame running final. Eleanor Hewitt, Paige Murray, Charlie Price, Finley Menzies and Chris Callow. And seeing a good run from Finley Menzies here, trying to chase down on his best of 35.26 seconds. Charlie Price having a good run too, and Chris Callow now just starting to build some speed in the latter stage of this race. He's closing down on Menzies. He won't get there. It's Finley Menzies that takes the win. 34.59 seconds. That's a big personal best for Finley Menzies. And Price comes through as the first female. Then Paige Murray, the Charnwood athlete. And Eleanor Hewitt here from Yate and District, being cheered on home by a highly supportive crowd. Been a great experience for her today, a 271 athlete. Was in the 100 metres earlier on. Hewitt doing a fantastic job. And Hewitt crossing the line to take third in this women's frame running race. Great job from her. Right, it was Menzies that took the win. The official time, 34.57. It won't count as an official personal best because of the plus 2.7 metre per second win. Chris Callow, 35.10 in second. Just half a second or so down off his personal best. So, to the latter stages of our day two. 3 races in the senior women's heptathlon. That is coming up in around 20 minutes time. I wonder whether they'll pull that forward a little bit, because it's scheduled to start in 22 minutes time at 7 minutes past 6, I should say. And just to give you a bit of an update on who is leading that competition in the senior women, as it stands at the moment, after 3 events, Ellen Barber is leading by around 24 points from Anna McCauley. Barber has scored 2,551 points so far. McCauley 2,527, And about 95 points behind Barber is Emily Tyrrell of Exeter, who started the day very well with a great performance, big personal best performance in the 100 hurdles. She is in third currently with 2,456 points. Lauren Evans, the Welsh athlete, down in fifth with 2,391 points. So more to come from the women's heptathlon very shortly. They won't be so eager to come out onto the track, Michael, but a hectic day so far for them.
Yeah, interestingly, we'll see Ellen Barber and Anna Macaulay, who are first and second, in that first of the three finals. So Ellen Barber will be racing in lane 5, Anna Macaulay in lane 7. We'll also see in the first Katie Chapman of the Cardiff Athletics Club, who currently sits in 4th. She's also part of the lineup in that first final. So just to recap where we are with the women's senior heptathlon, remember the seniors started this morning, so they've had the 100-metre hurdles, then they've had the high jump, and then they've also had the shot put. And we are actually now seeing the athletes coming out onto the track. So I wonder whether the thought process that we've had up here to maybe bring them out a little bit earlier, a little bit sooner than the scheduled start time, has filtered down trackside as well, because we do see these athletes.
Taking the England silver medal from Scotland District, Bailey Lawton. And taking the England gold medal, the under-23 champion from Harrow AC, Thomas Hockley.
Thomas Hockley receiving a medal down trackside at the minute. One of our presentations taking place.
Under 23 men's 400 metre next.
So there's our 400 metre champion. And again, just to remind you why you're seeing more than 3 people on those podiums. We do have various competitions taking place today. Seniors and under 23s. There's some county championships as well taking place today, incidentally, too. So those medals, I'm sure, being presented backstage, as it were. We're seeing our second group of heptathletes coming out as well, ready for the second final now. So I think we will probably be a little bit ahead of schedule. Hopefully there's no one that's sitting waiting to join us at 7 minutes past to watch their favourite or their loved one and will miss it. Hopefully you're all there right now. I'm sure you know, but if you don't, in this heptathlon, 7 events, your distance or your time converted into a points total. It's all about the points. And Ellen Barber currently leading the rankings with 2,551 points. So 24 points is her advantage over Anna Macaulay. You could hear the cogs whirring in my mind there as I was minusing 2,527 from 2,551, even though you just said it a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, it does get you that way, the multi-events, doesn't it? So Ellen Barber is actually our second highest ranked heptathlete this year. She's had a return to form really after some troubles with injury. 6,016 points she has scored so far this year. She's got a best of 6,028 points. And, you know, that was set back in 2021. She is somebody that could start pushing for those 6,200 points. She's got a good 200 metres as well. She's run 24:38 already this year as part of the Dexter heptathlon early this month.
So here is the lineup then for the first final. Niamh Davenport in lane 2, Katie Chapman in 3, Ella Rush in 4, Ellen Barber in 5, Alana Fashanu in 6, and Anna Macaulay in lane 7. So 6 athletes. This, remember, is a heptathlon 200 metres final, one of 3. Davenport, Chapman, Rush, Barber, Fashanu and Macaulay called to their blocks. So Davenport on the inside is the last to settle, having done some visualisation just as she puts her head down. And they are away here, and Davenport has made a decent start, but also making a very good start is Fashanu, who has already passed Macaulay outside of her, and Fashanu runs that bend and comes into that home straight in the lead. Can she hold off the challenge inside of her, which is from Ellen Barber? Fashanu is appearing now just to tire a little bit, and it will be Barber who comes through, who will take the win, and the points there will go from Barber into Fashanu in second position. Remember, their time will be converted to points. And our winner is Ellen Barber of the Yeovil Club. Time of 24.55. Her PB just outside her PB. Her PB is 24.38.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good time, really. 24.55, as you say, not far off that best, and that's what you can hope for, really. And she's shown more consistency this year. Ellen Barber over the 200 metres, which is good and paying dividends, really.
And the overall leader, of course, going into that event as well. So
yeah, that definitely helps. So she'll end day one in a great place. Just wait and see where those results come up. It will give us a bit of an indication. I think Ella Rush probably just finishing third or fourth there. It's Fashion who was 24.82. The wind coming up, I think that says plus 2.8 metres per second, perhaps a little bit deceptive because it was a slight crosswind, and that sometimes shows as an illegal tailwind, but isn't actually that advantageous to the athletes as well. So Fashanu, good run.
Macaulay it was that finished third. Macaulay, who ahead of this 200 metres was second in the overall standings, with the long jump, javelin and 800 metres to come tomorrow.
And we go on to final B for the heptathlon 200 metres. In lane 2, Madison Hudson of Epsom and Ewell. Then in 3, Emily Tyrrell, Exeter. In 4, from the Glasgow Jaguars, Amy Kennedy. Then in 5, from Basingstoke and Midham, Sophie Doherty. In 6,
Ella Rush 25.05 in the end in fourth place, puts her in a good position in terms of points scored as well. So the second race in this senior women's 200 heptathlon. There's the lineup: Madison Hutton on the inside, then Emily Tyrrell, who started the day so strongly. Amy Kennedy goes in the middle in 4, Sophie Doherty in 5. Lauren Evans competed here at the Commonwealth Games for Wales 3 years ago. She's in 6. Lucy Woodward goes in 7 for Jersey Spartan. Again, could be another close race. A lot of athletes in and around the same sort of times. They get seeded based on their personal best, season's best. Try and make it as competitive. That way they can be pushed on to quicker times. Right, clean, a good start from Kennedy. Now just being run down slightly by Tyrrell, who did this earlier on in the 100-metre hurdle. She's looking very strong here on the outside. Evans starting to chase down Woodward, but it's Kennedy from Tyrrell at the front, and she's beginning to pull away here. 3, 4, 5 metres. The distance keeps racking up. She looks so strong. Doherty in second, but it's Tyrrell that takes it 24.89. That is very quick for her. And if confirmed, would be a new personal best. They've got a nice breeze on their backs. I wonder just how quick that was. And Tyrrell, she's ran 25.35, a personal best back in April. And 24.89 would be a huge lifetime best.
And she'll be keeping her eye as well on how her time compares to the time of the athletes in the first race too, because Tyrrell, head of this one, the Exeter Harrier, was in third position. Points total of 2,456. So not that far behind Ellen Barber, who won the first of the 3 finals, as it were. But she never, ever looked as though anyone was going to catch her there. As you said, we saw her earlier on, didn't we, in the hurdles. She's obviously clearly got pace on the track.
Yeah, she's clearly prepared well for this one, and this is the result from that first heat as well. Ellen Barber 24.55, Alana Fashanu 24.82, Anna Macaulay 24.02. Another close finish as well. Ella Rush 25.05.
So we'll have one more final of the women's heptathlon 200 metres.
2 races to go, Michael. Where's the time gone?
It's been enjoyable.
Yeah, it has been enjoyable, hasn't it?
It's been a good day. We've seen some terrific racing. The 100 metres finals that we saw, obviously, for many people is always a highlight. Everyone loves a sprint final. But we've also seen some terrific young stars coming forward, and we've seen some great races, I think, across all the distances, and the integrated programme as well has been a real boost.
Yeah, for sure. So then, just that result from that second race, Tyrrell 24.89. She won by 0.6 of a second. It was Doherty 25.49 in second. The wind also plus 2.8 metres per second.
So here we go then. Athletes lining up then for our third final. We are running just a little bit ahead of schedule, as we've mentioned as well. Hopefully that's not upset anybody. And on the start line in this one, Brooke Dunlop in 2, Hannah Payne in 3, Scarlett Whittaker 4, Karis Lee in 5, Lily Holt in 6, and Paul Elmer in lane 7. They're on the start line, ready to go. There they are. And it's a good start as well there from the athlete in lane 3, which is Hannah Payne. Hannah Payne is already up and past Scarlett Whittaker outside of her, but also going well is Karis Lee at the moment. Karis Lee in lane 5 is the one that comes best out the bend, but she's under some real pressure from Elmer, closest to us at the moment, and also coming through is Lily Holt. Elmer it is closest to us, that looks as though she's going to take the win here, and it is going to be a victory for Elmer. And Holt just inside of her, and Karis Lee just couldn't hang on. But again, it will be times 25.99 that will be converted into points.
We've been quite fortunate that they've had tailwinds, to be honest with you. It's almost brilliant tailwind as they come into the home straight. So she ran very strongly. It's nice to see athletes fighting it out in the home straight. They look spent, don't they? That's Scarlett Whittaker, who had her hands on her knees there. Just
only 3 more to do tomorrow.
Yeah, only 3 more to do.
A jump, a throw, 800 metres.
I think it seems feasible, doesn't it? Until they then factor in that they've got the 800, you know, the long jump of the jav. Quite fun events, I would say. And then the 800 metres, you just have to bury yourself, don't you? You have to empty the tank. And there's the result from that second race. Tyrrell 24.89, Doherty 25.49, Lucy Woodward just behind 25.62, and then Lauren Evans with a 25.70.
And just out your picture at the minute, we've just had a presentation down there in the 400 metres for Lauren Rule, and that was the race that we've been talking about quite a lot this afternoon. It was the one that there was quite the inquest afterwards. If you missed that this afternoon, there was a strange start. One of the athletes stopped just after the start. There was some confusion over lane orders as well, certainly with the information that we've been given. Not that we are the most important people here, but it all led to much confusion for everybody. But we do eventually have a winner, and we do have someone going into the record books.
For sure.
And to your credit, in amongst all of that, you got it right.
Yeah, I did spot something. You know, the thing is, it was a bit odd, wasn't it? Because of the lane changes, with the fact that the athletes were on the track. We were about to read them out, and then all of the names shifted lanes in front of our eyes on this wonderful electronic system we have. And it started to raise a few flags, and then the gun went, and then Roberts sort of stopped and went again. It was all a bit bizarre, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. But, yeah, well done. You got the start right, you got the finish right.
Yeah, just about in the end, because it was challenging, wasn't it?
It was the athlete that crossed the line in lane 6, Lauren Rule, was not the athlete on our paperwork who should have been in lane 6. But that didn't seem to be the issue in the end. It was noise at the start, but it's all been ironed out now. And we've got one more event to bring you. And so it's a fun one, isn't it, to finish the day with a group of guys that have already done the rest of their decathlon, and now you make them do the 1500 metres.
Yeah, nervous way. If they are going to wait another 27 minutes to come out and run it, I wonder. I suspect they'll probably be out in the next 10 minutes or so. The officials will want to get them moving. But yeah, it's a tough one. We'll try and just swat down what sort of advantage in terms of time it means between the athletes before they come out. So only one more race to go. It's the under 20 men's 1500 metres decathlon. We'll be with that in just a second.
Well, all good things must come to an end, and such is day 2 here at this England Athletics Senior and Under-20 Championships, and it comes to a conclusion on day 2. Day 2 of 3, by the way, so we are back tomorrow for more, but it comes to a conclusion with this final event of the men's decathlon, and it's the men's under-20s decathlon, so this is the final event of the whole event. So Sam Newton leads by 6,446 points to Kieran Burmeister-Reid of the St Mary's Richmond Club, who's on 6,410 points. So as we see the athletes a little bit ahead of schedule, head towards the start line ahead of this 1,500 metres. Albert Einstein next to me has been doing some maths and some work. What does that mean?
Yeah, well, we've been trying to work out the distance or the time gap between Sam Newton and Kieran Baumeister-Reid. So there's currently 36 points between them, and that is equivalent to around 4 seconds exactly in the 1,500 metres. Now, Sam Newton has a personal best from last year of 4 minutes 44, and Kieran Baumeister-Reid has got a best of 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Baumeister-Reid has not ran a 1,500 as part. He's not done a decathlon this year, so it's difficult to know exactly what sort of shape he's in. But last year he did 4 minutes and 39 seconds, and he was pretty consistent, really. With a 4:39, a 4:40, and then a 4:49. I don't think he'll be behind because he knows that he's got a chance to get a national title here. So the under-20 men's decathlon, 1,500 metres. They will be hurting, they will have refuelled, and they will have tried to pick up the energy levels coming into this particular race, because it will hurt, it does hurt. There's nothing left in the legs, but it's all lungs and all grit and determination and heart as well. And I think we are just seeing at the front here, Will Alexander, it looks like, just getting to the front in that Reading AC vest. I think then Luke Pichler is just behind him at the moment. We're trying to work out where everybody is. And then Baumeister-Reid is in there too. And here is Sam Newton just moving up to...
Well, Sam Newton at the moment is in 5th position, wearing the light blue vest of Tunbridge. We're in the 1.
It was Tom Bennett that just moved up into 2nd in that Taunton vest. And where is Kieran Baumeister-Reid in all of this? Just trying to spot him amongst the crowd on our long distance lens. At the front though, Alexander just leading this race. So 4 seconds would be the difference if we were to see Newton and Baumeister-Reid.
So Alexander leads, Bennett in 2nd. Newton, who is the overall leader at the moment, he looks to me to be back in 6th position. Baumeister-Reid.
He's just in... Is that him in 4th at the moment, I think? We're just trying to work out where
4th or 5th, yeah.
Yeah, so there we are, still being led round by Will Alexander at the moment in that Reading vest, with Tom Bennett in 2nd. Pichler there in 3rd. Heading through the first 800 metres. They're looking good. It's all strung out. This is very typical of a decathlon 1,500 metres, with everybody just strung out. And it looks like Alexander maybe just starting to tie up ever so slightly in front. That gate is just starting to shorten, the stride shortening and he's still digging deep because Bennett is just on his heels at the moment.
Tom Bennett there in second. His best 4:35.77.
He's doing well here. You've got to be brave to commit and start taking it out for everybody else. They have about 450 metres to go.
So Bennett in second position at the minute. Balmister Reed then is fifth in the white vest. Newton is, what, a couple of seconds behind him. Balmister Reed beginning to make a move here.
Yeah. Bennett is gone. He's dropped the hammer, and my goodness, he looks so smooth. Has opened up a 40-metre gap in just a few seconds, and Pishter is there in second now. Balmister Reed is back in
third, I think.
Third at the moment, yes, and
Newton in fourth.
Newton in fourth, just digging deep. What has he got left in the tank here?
Bennett, who was fifth in the overall standings ahead of this race, will win it and will take the points.
Well, I just wonder where he would end up if he was so far ahead. This is going to be a huge margin. He's going to be on for a cracking time here. Looks like he's going to get very much near his absolute best of around 4:35. He is going to go there or thereabouts. It's the clock stopping at
just outside his PB for Tom Bennett.
Just outside his best. And Balmister Reed digging deep in second.
4:48, and Newton crosses in around 4:50. So I don't think he was enough ahead to overtake Newton. But what will Bennett's performance do?
Well, that will change things slightly, won't it? So if he was around 15 seconds ahead in the end, I think he's not going to be able to claw back a 500 or 450 point deficit. It would be incredible if he did. Well, we shall see, won't we? And it's a close run at the front of this race. Was there more than 4 seconds between Sam Newton and Kieran Balmister Reed?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think there was. And if we've got who we think was in first, second, third and fourth accurate, it would see Sam Newton come away with the gold medal here at the England Championships. Right, again with bated breath just to try and see that 1,500 metre time flash up on the screen. It's so difficult, particularly in the multi-events, because athletes go through a fair few vests, and it has come up as a 2-second difference between Kieran Balmister Reed and Sam Newton, the Tunbridge man, in fourth. So Sam Newton will take the title because he was within 2 seconds. Or is that, have I got that wrong, or have I got that right? He's got a 36-point difference. 4 seconds is about that. Kieran Balmister Reed was 2 seconds ahead, so that means he would have got the win. Have I got that right, or have I completely lost the plot? You know it's day two, at the end of day two, don't you? So
I thought Balmister Reed needed about 4 seconds ahead of Newton.
Yeah, and he didn't get that, did he? It was only 2 seconds, so that means
ahead.
You're right. Thank you for reassuring my mathematics. So Sam Newton, we think at this stage, has got the title, although we're just seeing the results change on the screen in front of us here. Tom Bennett, though, did take the win. 4:36.02, a cracking run, won by 12 seconds. You don't see that very often, do you? So
what we're seeing on the screen now is some of the minor placings coming through.
yeah,
So we're seeing the top three, which is Bennett, Balmister Reed and Fern. Then Newton in fourth, as you say, around about a 2-second deficit to Balmister Reed. So probably not enough ahead, Balmister Reed, of Newton to have made up the points.
he would have needed to make up the difference with a 4-second lead, wouldn't he? And he only had a 2-second lead, so it is not going to be enough. So he's going to finish around, I think, about 17 seconds behind, isn't he? Oh, my goodness. Those times not flashed up officially on our screen yet, but we think we can confirm that Sam Newton is the national champion. Kieran Baumeister-Reid will get the silver, and I think Luke Pichler will have done enough as well to hold on.
Here we go. We've got the official points total in. Sam Newton is the gold medalist, 6,446 points. With that fourth place finish and a time of 4:50.59 in the 1500. Baumeister-Reid couldn't quite close the gap, up to 6,410. His second place finish, a time of 4:48.44 at the end of a long 2 days. Just couldn't find that extra 2 or 3 seconds that he needed, and the bronze will go to William Alexander, the Reading club, 6,375. Tom Bennett, a brilliant win, a personal best, 5,987, finishes fifth behind Luke Pichler, also in a PB, the Blythe club, who finishes fourth. So, yep, you were right. Sam Newton wins it, Baumeister-Reid second, and Alexander with the bronze.
Outstanding, Michael. Time for us to wrap up the show. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 9:50 a.m. for the start of the senior men's decathlon 110-metre hurdles. Have you got a highlight from today, Michael?
You've got me on the spot.
Under 20 men's 100-metre final, I'll give you one.
Under 20 men's 100 metres final, yes. Teddy Wilson for me, yeah, really good. You?
Oh, what can I say? Probably the under 20 women's 400 metres. Charlotte Hemrick, brilliant run, winning by almost 2 seconds. Fabulous run. Well, we'll be back tomorrow morning. Thanks for joining us here at the England Championships for 2025. Day 2 done, day 3 to come. More golds being dished out tomorrow. Until then, from myself, Scott Eburn, and my colleague next to me, Michael Weedock, we'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. Have a good evening. Good night.